K-Bub was breaking out, and all of these, Alibaba was breaking out. He listed a couple of names, like smaller names that he liked. The tricky thing about this, and we'll get into it with the trading, is when we see the gap this big, a lot of times they sell at the open. So I think you want to be at least a little bit ready for that, whether it's JD, Alibaba. I mean, all three of the Chinese EV names are all up 7%. Tesla did gap the 250 level. Not terribly. Can't be too surprised. It ran that price right at the end of the day. And a lot of times, a level like this, you don't get that clean break in the middle of the day. It doesn't happen necessarily where you can hit that punch, but up another couple points today, that's going to be worth watching. What's interesting about today is it's a flat market on the ES. And the NASDAQ's up like less than 0.1%. But you've got a host of names that are showing a good relative strength, and some with a little bit of relative weakness, but for the most part, I'd say some strength. So Chinese EVs, I mean, Tesla's looking good, Micron day 2 as well. I'm nice and well rested because I didn't have to stay up all night for that Monday Night Football game. Nothing wrong with a shellacking. Way to go, Bills. But it was 5 touchdowns in one half. It wasn't even worth watching the second half. It was so much fun.
Yeah, I stayed. It was actually a good game. The Commanders versus the Bengals, and the Bengals, of course, screwed that game up as well and lost. So now they're 0-3. They're Cincinnati. We
probably would have had them in the
again. Yeah, who knows? Well, the Bills would have been a good pick, obviously, in Survivor. Yeah, I think Tesla now. I think is flat on the year. I think. Let me just have a quick look at this. TSLA. Yes, there it is right there. We just went green, ladies and gentlemen. So what has been a horrible year for Tesla investors, because we were always like, oh man, this guy got kicked out of the Mag 7, this and that. And now you can see right here, now up on the year is Tesla. So great. I mean, that's great. I own Tesla shares. Very nice to see that move come back upside. And I think it can continue to go. I mean, great momentum, as Brendan mentioned there early. Let's see if it can continue. It was the #1 trade here yesterday. It's been a big trade over the last couple of days on breakouts. I don't know if there's a breakout level up here right now. I mean, you got to get through 265 up to 270, which I do think we wind up getting to. So we'll pay attention. I'm going to be watching 255 as a break, but we still have an hour left before the market opens. So like yesterday was monstrous. We had this trade right here, and it was, you guys know, we talked about this a lot yesterday. This was the biggest trade right there, breaking through 244. So P&L wise, it was big. There were some traders that were even long down here. Big move to the upside there. We'll see if we can do something like that again today. It closes at its highs, so we really like that. Momentum upside here for Tesla, up 1.71%. So we wait for October 2nd with deliveries. We wait for October 10th with Robotaxi. But yeah, giddy up, man. I'm excited to trade some Tesla today.
Yeah. All right, we're just going over some details here as far as some of these Chinese names are concerned. I mean, stimulus measures coming from the Chinese government overnight. So anything from metal and mining stocks right through to e-commerce, as we were talking about with Alibaba, PDD, JD, all higher. But specifically lithium, I saw this morning. Huge moves across the board. Yeah. A lot of the bigger lithium reserves are over in China and come from that. So Piedmont, PLL, there's ATLM is another one, Albemarle as well, ALB is another one. So mining shares right through to e-commerce and some of the EV names benefiting from this.
Yeah, and the really interesting, the battery play here, Brendo, because we know that there's going to be 100% tariffs on the EVs, but there's going to be 25% tariffs on China-made batteries being imported into the United States. That's not the case, though, for the raw material, for the actual lithium itself. So we'll have to see if these American companies or any companies that want to operate in America actually manufacture these in North America. Canada, I know we're building out several battery plants in this province. Also, talk of that being built south of the border in Mexico. So I feel like this is a way to circumvent some of that, Brendo, by bringing in the raw material and not actually having made the product all in China.
Yeah, not all, however, positive in the lithium space this morning. LAC, a Canadian company, Lithium America, but it's a Canadian company. Absolute disaster so far this year, not really doing anything this morning. 235, a little bit of a gap, but lithium stocks, guys, haven't talked about those for quite some time.
Wow.
Yeah, that LAC
Weren't you and Brendan in that stock or something? Because I remember we were talking about... Still are. Okay.
Oh, I think I was in it for a week, maybe.
In and out. Yeah. Well, I didn't understand the.
Well, actually, you know what happened? So I'm trying to remember who the viewer was it wasn't Ponzi.
Yeah.
It might have been, I don't remember the viewer, but it was like, I was in that one. And then there was it was like, oh, but then here's an ETF that you could play. I'm like, oh, that's much better.
Right.
And so I went over into that. And thank goodness. I mean, whatever. Like, I probably wouldn't hold it to like zero because it's like $2.50. But I think like the point I was going to make is not all these are like if you can look at a chart of Piedmont and that's actually not that good. And Albemarle here, this isn't a very good chart either. But we've been talking about some of the the best example for charts that look like this, that's kind of adjacent to what might be happening, would I suppose be like TAN and some of the solar names in there. But this actually looks pretty decent for a rounded bottom on Albemarle in particular, like a little bit of a double bottom, and it's trying to make that rounded bottom. Higher low just got put in. There's your 50 period. It's now holding and breaking out above. And this is respected, like since it got down here, like it's kind of been respecting that 50 period for the last week or so. I don't know if you can see, like the 50 period is just right in here, and it's been all kinds of support. And you're essentially breaking out of a consolidation. Like that's not bad because you clearly have like 85 support under the 50 period and an attempted breakout on like ALB. What's actually even better though is I saw someone in the chat just go. Fat Figa just mentioned. Brenda in the chat just said.
Fat Figa mentioned something.
Oh, FCX.
Yes.
Like this is
bad, but it's okay.
Yeah, I mean, copper not bad too. Freeport's doing some things. When do they report? Freeport doesn't report till they're mid-August. They're like the day after Tesla. The morning after Tesla, so I guess that morning we'll be talking about Tesla earnings on October 17th, and we'll be talking about FCX. No, but this is what looks to me like a little bit of a better breakout because it's not necessarily a bottom pick. You've already made a double bottom on a much better looking trend. Like it's not sitting there at the lows in like a completely dead stock. It's got a relatively reasonable range. Your previous support into resistance and now breaking out above that at 46. You're above the 200 period and the 50 period moving averages, and you were already doing so. And the other thing is, like we mentioned last night, and we've mentioned a few times, the old death cross. Death cross to the downside, and then the stock starts to break out. So you flash a short signal and then the stock starts to break out. I kind of like the break because some people probably shorted it. So like this 46 level on FCX does look pretty juicy. Again, with the big gap up, it's going to be like it's not really a day trading stock. I mean, it does like 100,000. It's on 100,000 shares in the pre-market. It's not much of a day trading stock, but I like that 46. As long as it can hold on to that, I think you can go trending. Here, I'd be careful with anything that's gapping though on news that's good out of China. I feel like the usual move is at the open, starting to fill in the bit of the gap. That's just what we usually see.
What? The way I said it. Okay, what's up? Fat Figure there in the chat. Okay, so yeah, look, I have the sticky notes ready to go. It's just I'm just gonna push send in a couple seconds here. Look, I actually wanted to. I know we'll talk more about China probably. Gonna be on the watch list. And by the way, thank you to Brendan and everybody else because today's watch list has been delivered, baby. So right there, go grab the best resource on the web right now, beehive.tradertv.live, something like that. Go check the link in description. We'll have it up in a minute. Ramin, hit some sort of a button that shows everybody how they can subscribe to the watch list button. I should have a watch list. There it is. That's good. There it is. There it is right there. I can never remember what it is. tradertv.live-live.beehive. Yeah, that's what I was telling everybody. Link in description as well, Ramin, right? I've been trained well for that. So link in description. Okay, so anyways, thanks for all the hard work getting that done for everybody there today. All right, so I just was looking at Nio. I think $6 here. We talked about maybe fading some of these plays off the open. This is going to be the one for me. We're already long Alibaba. We really like that stock. We've talked about where we sort of bought that name. Averaged in price. We had been owning Alibaba for a very long time. I thought when it went from like 300 to 100, it was value. And then we got some more down there in the 70s. So we're probably close to that name. But all right, $6 for NIO. I think it's going to be a fade. We're already starting to head to the downside right now. A lot of momentum here in China. What the heck is the stimulus package anyways there in China? I mean, I can understand some of the metals moving around. Housing is still so weak, man. Consumer confidence weak in China. Housing market weak in China. Politically weak in China. Election year problem, in my opinion, right now in the U.S. for China. So for me, China is still a sell, and it's been a nice bump up, but we'll just play advantage of that and hopefully be able to fade some NIO. What I keep on looking over here for is the imbalance locator, and this is the first time I actually looked at it, not the first time, but in about a half hour, and there it is. I didn't know this was going to be here, but no surprise, NIO with a buy, right? And so PAGs, a couple other Chinese names going to be in here, Baba as well for the buy side. So some buys coming in, but Baba's 78,000. NIO is 1.1 million. So yeah, this should get some action off the open, and I want to fade $6 to start with. It's on the sticky note. It's $6. It's also $8.44. I think I need Randy to get back over here because the coffee, although I got one, it's going down pretty nice, and it is starting to turn a little bit here. I think the high of the day is 20 degrees. It's been cold and rainy today. So
we need the rain.
We need the rain. Do we need the rain?
We got, well, at one point last week, I saw we were at like 10% of the normal amount for September.
I was saying that to Sharif. It's been like a great September.
Yeah,
as as weather-wise, like it's
my lawn doesn't love it as much, but
oh no, well the lawn will be fine, man. Just
usually
don't you have that artificial turf, man? Come on, what's wrong with you?
I don't think I'd ever do that.
Grass is actually horrible for the environment. Actually, there's big things about that. It's a huge consumption of water. No, look it up. It's actually really bad.
Lawn care game is the problem.
Yeah, the lawn care game. Yeah, that's the other thing. Chemicals, right? Yeah. All right, back over to the desk to talk more about horticulture.
Keep in mind though.
Oh. Apparently, apple season was terrible in this province.
Really?
Yeah, it was very early. And anyway, that's all I got. I don't know.
I had an Ontario apple yesterday. It was delicious, Brendo.
No, they are typically, but it was very early apparently, and I guess because it was so wet. I don't know.
Makes sense.
What are we talking about? Visa downside, pretty big way here this morning, as we said. Not all positive so far this morning. Market's still holding on to positive territory. 2.25% here. Downside on a DOJ note about Visa.
Never, Brendo. The DOJ and the FTC does not go after companies. No, seriously though, guys, the regulator is accusing Visa of preventing rivals from challenging its dominance in the debit card market, not the credit card, the debit card market, by making exclusive agreements, they accuse, that hindered the expansion of competing networks and prevented technology companies from entering the market. You really wonder how this is the case when the payment system's been so liberalized. You have PayPal, you have so many other Square that are all getting in on the action. I don't understand how Visa's dominating the market like this when the internet is for everybody. You can create secure networks. Yeah. So I'm not sure exactly.
I mean, I said to you as soon as we read this, like, doesn't every bank have this product?
I have no idea.
How is this a monopoly? But anyway, another stock, guys, that's had quite the couple of weeks here at least.
Yeah, I'm with you guys. I mean, I didn't get it either, but price action is trading down 2%. So it is what it is. I tend to think it's going to get a little bit of bounce. The other thing, it was already making a turn off. Some of Visa was already making a turn off of its highs, regardless of this news. Like you were bouncing lower, kind of putting in another lower high. So this might just be, if this news drags it down into the 50 and the 200 here, you can sort of see that 270 support. There we go. We'll zoom it out a little bit further. I think that would be a reasonable buy, to be honest with you. Oddly enough, this isn't the down stock that I was kind of looking at today. The down stock that was interesting to me, that story for Visa not making a lot of sense, is Snowflake. And it's not really down much anymore. Last night they did have the offering, and you can sort of see they plunged down about $5-6 after the close. Almost the entire thing back here on Snow. And one of the things, when you have a stock one of the things I like about a stock that's beaten up is when you get down to the bottom and you have typically bearish news that gets bought after the fact, I think that can be a good thing. Snowflake is at the low. I mean, it's a triple bottom right in here at about $107. And so you bounced once on that August 5th low. And there's very few stocks, I mean, there's definitely a few of them that hit that Monday, August 5th, panic low, made a big bounce, and then we're retesting it in September or late in August. This is one of those. And now it's bounced 3 times off of that same level. So you clearly have some buying going on in Snowflake at that 107. Another bounce here. I think it needs, like for a trade, you probably needed to do the full ship and break back out 115, but that's now on the radar. You've now triple bottomed on Snowflake, and the consolidation top is a double top here, maybe even a triple top at 115 bucks. But I don't know if it's going to be today. It's got to go red to green, then it's got to make another press up a couple of points, but not Visa. This is a stock that's down on the day that's on my radar, but that 115 break on Snowflake is looking pretty juicy. I don't know if it's the kind of thing that happens today. Maybe it's a tomorrow type trade, but I like the fact that they're buying this up after some bad news.
Yeah, I mean, MasterCard, Visa, American Express, I mean, all of them are just rocking at all-time highs. I mean, they've just been going nuts here. We talked about how big the retail sector has been. It's been huge. I mean, look at AXP. I mean, again, this is not like a new story. I mean, there's the August bottoms coming in at 225. Ramid, right down there, 225. So I think that could be something. No problem. It's okay. Forgiven. It's fine. I mean, it's not like I'm going to throw a chocolate at your head or anything like that. All right, so right down there, 220, 225. I mean, I love that level. It's now where the 200 period is. It doesn't matter because it's over with. I just think that American Express continues to work. I think they all continue to work. To me, this is the best chart, bouncing off the 50, continuing to go upside. A MasterCard here. Hopefully it's a New York stock, so I don't have to change the moniker there. Okay, here it goes. Come on. Again, huge move. Could be a little overextended right now, but bouncing its head off of the $500 level. Huge level again for MasterCard. The reason why I liked American Express a little bit better was this is just choppy. Like, it's now broken up and looks more on breakout. As far as breakout, this name is better. But this has potential to come back into the 50 period. Instead of just riding it all the way up, it's extended. It had a great quarter. I just think this one could come back a little bit. I would definitely buy the dips in all of these names. I believe the consumer to be somewhat strong. We'll just wait to see. It looks like American Express and MasterCard continue to be those names. So good days here ahead, I think, for all of these. I like them all, but there should be an ETF for credit card names. There probably is. I don't know why there wouldn't be, but okay, like Capital One and all that.
I don't know it.
I don't know. You think there would be? Okay, upgrades and downgrades. Let's see if there's any of these on the list.
Pretty stacked list here on both the upgrades and downgrade side. We're kicking things off here with CRM. Salesforce, someone got quite a few analyst notes last week. Today we're getting an upgrade here from Piper Sandler with a $325 price target. Comerica in the financial space here getting an upgrade from Wedbush. We have GE Vernova with this Guggenheim upgrade and Piper Sandler upgrading Colgate Palmolive. First downgrade here is actually going to be really interesting. Baidu up about 4% as part of the ongoing Chinese ADR push higher here, but getting this downgrade and a $100 price target from HSBC Securities. Costco ahead of its earnings after the close on Thursday, getting a downgrade from Truist. We have Raymond James downgrading DoorDash. This one's had quite a few analyst notes over the last few weeks. And last but not least, BP getting a downgrade from Redbird Atlantic, though it is actually up on the day right now, guys.
The force is strong with CRM right now, and like everything else, Salesforce, it's not doing too bad. I mean, I like an uptrend, and since you made that bottom right back there in May, all you got is higher lows. Wow, the August 5th, there's some August 5th lows that just stand out like an absolute sore thumb as gorgeous levels. I mean, CRM probably gave you one of the easier ones because it was right into a higher low, support there. You're not necessarily above the 200. I've been talking a lot about, hey, get back over the 50 and the 200 period moving averages, and then those are the stocks breaking. But it's at it right now. Like right now, it's sitting on the 200 period moving average set for a breakout above 270 and a half or so, and then you got 275 in here. Ken, I feel like this is like Freeport, where I own the stock, so I'm harping about it and happy to see it go up. But at the end of the day, it might not be a big day trading stock, but this is the kind of thing where it's up a couple points, market's flat. If it breaks out 275, I can see this outperforming a little bit for a while. I just want to see it close above the 200 period moving average. That hasn't really happened yet, and you're sitting on it as we speak. So, it's not all in the clear just yet. It's had resistance at that 200 SMA for a while now. You had one close above and then an immediate failure, so you kind of have to do that job next, and then all systems go.
I saw Costco over there on the downgrade list. The thing is that I tweeted something out yesterday where Costco had a 59 PE and Nvidia had 56. So the thing is like Costco's the valuation right now is stretched. I mean, there's absolutely no doubt about that. As we continue to talk about retail, I mean, the last thing I just talked about was how strong retail is. And I mean, when you go to Costco, what do you have to pay with? Basically your credit card. You're going to have to wait to see what winds up happening here. Good chart again right there for Costco, looking like it wants to break higher. There's 900 hold. I'm going to drop right here and anchor VWAP because this is what you got to do sometimes when you're looking at earnings. So there's the year to date right here. So we'll drop. Did I drop it there? Why did that drop? Here's January. Let's just do that little bottom there in January. There it goes. So, the year-to-date anchor VWAP is actually at the 200 period moving average, which I guess has been 200 days. Okay, well, that would make sense. All right, so right there, 780 or so. We're not getting anywhere near there. I just wanted to see where we had been. You could see right into there. We had sort of supported before. So, yeah, I mean, I like Costco. Oh, and the reason why I want to talk about this also was you're 2 days away. So we'll be on the show actually with Danielle. Today's 24, 25, 26, right? Yeah, so postmark on the 26th, Costco coming through. I like the stock. I mean, I'll have to check out here. Do we have PE on this sheet right here? No, we don't. Oh, yeah, we do. 40 for Walmart. What did I say it was for Costco? Didn't I say it was 50? Yeah, so 56, sorry, for Costco. I said 59. So 56 for Costco, but it's Walmart. Walmart is the name that I think, just with a better PE there a little bit. I think it's very, very similar customer, right? Right now, Walmart is kind of trading up, right? Like they're getting, this is what we hear about, they're getting higher, not quality, but income level customers back in there, spending a little more money on different goods, right? They're getting people in there to spend money on retail goods, on groceries, and they're stepping up and, picking up electronics. I mean, you can go there and get your
everything.
Video games. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like a GameStop there as well. You can get all those little toys and trinkets and whatnot. So I really like Walmart. I mean, but their earnings is not for a while. We don't even actually have an earnings day right there. So, all right. I like Walmart, MasterCard. I like all the retail space. But the biggest name in retail is still to come, and it's on the sticky note. You can get a guess on that later.
We were just talking about Costco. I just got my renewal thing, and apparently it's known they were going to increase the rates for quite some time, but it's my turn to pay more for Costco membership. So that's coming as well. If anyone hasn't yet to share. There was a note from Oppenheimer, staying in the retail space as well, guys. Oppenheimer liking Home Depot and Lowe's, talking about interest rates coming down, clearing the way for people, doing more home renovations. I mean, it's not really the outdoor season at this point, but I'm sure it is somewhere. I was saying to Sharif, last time I went to Home Depot, I bought a Christmas tree. I'm sure that'll be the next time I go to Home Depot as well. But Oppenheimer liking these two today.
They do. They boosted the price target nicely here, Brendo. Not small, from 230 to 305, and a rating of outperform from perform, so an upgrade there as well. Basically saying that they see interest rates, as you were mentioning, drive demand. Also, the COVID upgrades are, they're 4 years, 3 years in the rear view mirror now, so possibly more upgrades as well. And there is they also raised the price target on Home Depot as well. I should mention it's not just Lowe's. So they boosted Home Depot up from 345 to 400. So they like the space. You can kind of tell that they're bullish on the space.
Yeah, and it's interesting if you zoom out a little bit. Lowe's actually a lot stronger than Home Depot. Here's Home Depot gapping above that recent high, but all-time high is still quite a ways away. Lowe's, meanwhile, we're gapping, guys, into all-time highs here.
Yeah, Home Depot 11 of the last 12 days to the upside. And that's the one that hasn't broken out. Home Depot, and Home Depot is actually flat today. That's the other thing, but it's still $5 away from the high. And just like Freeport or maybe some of the other names we've talked about, these are obviously solid long-term holdings and not necessarily your day trading stocks per se. Like Lowe's has done 8,000 shares pre-market. Not a single print on my time and sales is above 35. I'm not making this up. 35 shares. So every single print on my time and sales in the pre-market is less than 50 shares on it. So I don't know if it's much of a day trade, but when we're talking about things breaking tops, I think Home Depot is the one that probably has to go next, but Lowe's, yeah, it's an absolute rocket ship. This is what I mean about it not being a day trading stock. Look at the normal type of day in here for this. So I don't know that this is going to give you, fantastic opportunities trading, but what you can do, and I love to look at weekly charts here because sometimes you got to zoom it out a little bit further. And when you pull out, it's all well and good to look at a double top, but when you pull up the weekly chart, you begin to realize this is a triple top on the weekly right here on those. And so you're gapping above a monster triple top here at a 263 change on those. That's the kind of move. You close above there and you can get some serious continuation. Close the week above this level would be key. Triple top on the weekly for Lowe's. I think this clearly is the one that's ready to make another leg into the upside. And it just goes to show, like buying quality companies. I love the 200 period moving average, especially on a weekly chart. But not one that I own, but yeah, triple top here on Lowe's. Like forget about that double top on the daily. Triple top on the weekly. It closes the week above that, and they could absolutely fly.
Shout out to Hamster here, who says, first of all, you got to be a subscriber to be in this chat right now. So make sure you hit the like and the subscribe right now. But here it is right here. Congrats on your long-term BABA. You are Canadian Burry. Well, I checked my bank account, and yeah, not quite the Canadian Michael Burry of any sorts. But yeah, someone else said something very, very cool in the chat there, and they said they hate looking at charts. It just gives them FOMO. What's up, Hamster One? Right there in the chat. Yeah, and me too. I mean, you want to talk about like just the Mag 7 or all these names going? I mean, we already talked that the NASDAQ is not near, it's near highs, but not at highs. Dow Jones is at highs, S&P 500 at highs. Look at a name like Walmart, Home Depot, Lowe's, as we just talked about, Target getting going as well. I mean, there's so much strength in this market. You just have to look for it. Many stocks out here making all-time highs, making 52-week highs. Home Depot is just another one of those. Its 52-week high is 396.87. 396.87. 10 bucks says we probably break that this week, maybe even today. So this is going to be breaking through $400 before you know it. Congratulations, anybody that believed in any of these names. I mean, John Deere, Caterpillar, all of them. I mean, we were talking about this at 350 with Danielle. Caterpillar actually had a nice dip down. Now right back to the upside. There's lots of stocks that look like this. Like Caterpillar was just 330 a month ago. 2 weeks ago. So it's added more than 20% here. So it's added almost 20%, 60 bucks to the upside here in 2 weeks, Caterpillar. So, I mean, if you think some of these are overextended, you're probably going to be right, but try to short these things. You'll be wrong every single day. I mean, look at Meta. I mean, Meta 573 yesterday it opened up at. It did fade out. It did close near the lows. So I'm not loving this stock, but 573 for Meta, I mean, it's just a lot of these names continue to impress. So let's just keep on going. What's up, Chef Joe and everybody here in the chat? It's 9:01. We're getting ready to rock and roll. We're already jacked up.
All right, let's kick things off here at 9 o'clock with a look at the overall market. So much to consider this morning, but futures hanging out here.
Yeah, 57.75, Brendo. We're still at that mid-July top that we couldn't break through. Sure, we got to 57.93 overnight, but look where the closing prints are for this range here, stemming back all the way to the 18th. We've been locked into this 57.75. So if we can get above and hold above 57.75, then we're obviously looking at 5,800, that 100-point level of support. If we do break down, let's look 57.50, guys, as support.
Baba taking out the highs here. Let's get going pretty quick. If you missed it the first time, down in the description of this video, head down there right now if you haven't done so. Hit the link to the watch list. All you need is an email address, and then you get that sent right to your inbox every single day as everything you need to know on it every day in the pre-market. 6%, almost 6% here. As I said, just took out the highs here for Alibaba. Huge gap. 90 to 95 on a new surprise. I don't think anyone was expecting this. stimulus package coming through from the Chinese government.
Yeah, the central bank, they're lowering borrowing costs, injecting more funds into the economy. They're also going to implement structural monetary policy tools. But Jefferies analyst Mohit Kumar kind of likes this, but doesn't at the same time. He believes the stimulus measures will set up a positive backdrop for the Chinese stocks coming into the next few months, but doesn't expect fundamental changes until China takes more decisive action on its property and infrastructure stuff. The housing problem is still very present there, ever present.
And will be, I fear, going forward. 7.1%, never mind, for some of these EV stocks over there as well today.
Yeah, like obviously, like all of the Chinese names that I've looked at are up, and they're all gapping ridiculously over levels. There's no question about it. Like, there's nothing that's adjacent to like, oh, prior support's going to come in for a dip buy. Like, no, that's just not going to be the case. I mean, Alibaba. Just yesterday, I mean, right in the afternoon show, it's like, okay, Alibaba taking out 90.5 tomorrow is going to be a thing, and we're gapped up in at $95. So you can zoom out and try to find like other levels in here. History has usually taught me that when you have this big of a gap up on the Chinese ADRs, they usually dip at the open. And we've been in this, I mean, I can remember, I don't remember the exact day, but I remember when Alibaba did this one time and trying to catch a falling knife on it. It eventually did a pretty good bounce, but you just had to really weather a storm. I think there's room to 97 if it does want to try to continue. Like, that's the obvious big resistance is going to be at $100. But if we start dipping in here, it has to hold like pre-market lows in 94, or you can really start filling in that gap. The one that's doing the biggest volume is Nio. I mean, it's always going to do big volume. It's a few million shares. It's a cheaper stock. I get it. And we're another one that we're all over yesterday. Like, hey, this one's going to try to break it out here. Look at that 200 period that it's holding. I like that for a dip area. You know, they're going to be injecting money and also investing individually in stocks. They're going to put money into stocks is what they're trying to say. So I think the buy, when you do dip in here, I think the buy is going to come in. If it's above the 50 period, then I want to look for longs in there on NIO. You can see it hugging already. So there's been some accumulation on that trend line. I feel like the dip and rip is good at that price. I'm not sure we see 6 first. To be honest with you, I think we see this dip into 540 here on NIO. That's kind of what I'm looking at first. I think you dip into that 200 period on the daily for Nio here. It's a buy in balance, but we've seen this story before. I feel like it always fades at 9:30.
Yeah, it will. I just hope it gets to $6 first. So I put on here today. First of all, we have DraftKings on a $40 break. That's going to be a name that we don't normally talk about on the show. And we also have Nio here, which is a name we don't normally talk about or trade, but we'll do it today. $6 short right here. Stimulus sending these names rocking. I'm looking to fade the key level. I mean, go get the Sticky Note at Trader TV, Sean. You can go find it right now. Over 7,000 yesterday. Thank you so much for viewing that and everything. Please like and go follow that, because the more people can see it, the better I feel like it's going to be for all of us, right? So go there, like it, and share it, all that. So I'm just looking right here at the $6 level. I actually, if you're going to zoom it out a little bit and just go for a little bit of a higher spot there, 650 is sort of the top right there. You can look at these little top wicks as 620. That's what I was going to get at as well. I'm actually sitting here at 6. So it's the only pending order that I have right now. It's at 595. And it's to go short, whatever, just a couple hundred shares, maybe a little more than that. But we'll average into it and then watch out for that 620. I don't want to put a lot of risk into this name early. Obviously, if we can make $100, $200, something like that early off of a 6 fade, great. And then if we're right, then hopefully we'll be loaded into it way more than that. And we'll see if 6 can hold. So if we get up to 6 and there is, I can't see any size right now because the books only go 20 levels, generally speaking. So we'll have to wait for it to get there. But once it does, we'll be able to see if there's some big size there. So, like I said, maybe we go short, whatever your lots are, up there near 6. But why I was saying that is I wouldn't take it like a major amount of shares up there, because there is a chance that we break it. And you want to make sure that you're able to take something against this 620, in my opinion. So I think if you get to 620 today, like that's adding another, and it's great, man. The Nio longs, I mean, you guys, again, you can rewind this. And I get the credit for Alibaba a lot of the time, but you can rewind. And what we've been talking about with Nio, I said the same thing about at Micron. When Micron was at 88, I said, you can give this name $3 for upside. When this name was down here at $4, it was the same talk. We were breaking through $4. We were bouncing off $4. And it was like, you could give this name to $3.50, the bottom, to see if you can get something. So now you get that something, and I would almost do it the other way around now and look to get short anywhere at 6. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to start the day short not Alibaba, short Nio at $6. I don't have a problem trading my book or anything like that, but this is a really good move up for Alibaba. We didn't get out the last time. So remember, we were buying down here low 70s. We didn't get out last time when it came up here into $88, $90, and we didn't get out again. And right now we're at a spot. I think exiting some of this in the $98 to $100 level. What is that top right there? 97. Like, even if you just market some out right at open, if you're long in the 70s, I can't think that would be a bad decision to take some kind of profit, but I would definitely let some of this run. I mean, it was the same kind of trade that we did there on Roblox. Again, obviously not a Chinese name, but this name hit our levels. It was end of the trade, seasonal trade, right? The summertime trade for Roblox. So we got out of it here, but then left, I think it was 15% or so to see what could happen. Roblox actually looks like it could dip back in right now, trying to find a level. But yeah, Chinese names, man, congratulations. Awesome. The stimulus packages are in. I'd say take advantage of it and short them.
All right, this portion of the show brought to you by our friends over at VinFast, Vietnam's leading electric vehicle manufacturer. They've announced their Q2 2024 financial results. Delivery surge 44% quarter over quarter, 13,172 EVs delivered, bringing their first half total to over 22,000. That's up more than 100%, 101 in fact, year over year. Q2 revenue climbing to $357 million, up 33% quarter over quarter. VinFast's success in Vietnam is pivotal, driven by rising EV adoption, with the company aiming to deliver 80,000 vehicles in 2024, maintaining their commitment to a sustainable mobility future. Let's talk about Meta. Going into the event tomorrow, we'll hear from Zuck, the keynote speech tomorrow. Once a year event for Meta. This thing up, 20% in a month here, quietly. Came back in, held 500, has not looked back. We're at 565 here. Apparently, Sharif, they've learned from the Scarlett Johansson fiasco, where they hired someone who may or may not have been her, but most likely not, and then she sued them.
Yep, they're not going to make that mistake again, Brendo. So here's the look. Meta Connect conference tomorrow. Thank you for mentioning that. Big unveiling tomorrow. We're going to get some stuff with respect to AI glasses, augmented reality, AR glasses, augmented reality glasses. Can't wait for that. We already saw the Ray-Bans come out earlier this year. But here's the deal with this voiceover stuff. So they secured a deal with celebrities to provide voices for their AI chat box. We're talking about Judi Dench, Kristen Bell, John Cena, Aquafina, Keegan, Michael K. Don't know who that is. Meta's family of apps.
Whoa. Are you? No.
I'm getting attacked. I need to finish and you can attack me later. Meta's family of apps, including Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp, they're all going to get this. It's the... Basically, the look here is not to have the text-based version. So they already had these, Brendo, with their text-based character versions in their chat spots that were inspired by celebrities. Some were supposed to be quirky. Some were supposed to be funny, rude. That didn't take off at all. So maybe the voices do a little bit better.
I mean, I think the bigger part is now they're actually going to pay them for their services instead of just pretending. I was just noting here, Blackstone and Vista Equity Partners to acquire software maker Smartsheet, my bad, for $8.4 billion. So SMAR popped up to 55 on that. Again, Blackstone and Vista Equity picking up Smartsheet for $8.4 billion.
That's an all cap.
You done messed up, Chi Riff.
Oh, no.
You done messed up.
Oh,
okay?
no.
Put some respect on Keegan Michael Key.
Chi Arif.
Are you? Come on, man. Do I have to do the Obama impersonator sketch for you to understand who we're talking about now?
He just admitted he doesn't know what it is.
Okay.
I think we should just move on.
Okay. Well, no. We'll
want the chat.
Yeah. We'll just move on. There's a story on Lyft. Lyft is moving as well. Lyft has a partnership. I saw a few people in the chat mentioning that one. going to the upside. It was Lyft's and Smart Car to partner up. It's not a huge move. Look, Meta's actually, I don't want to call it, I kind of said something like the topping tail candle of death when I turned it on, but it's not really. But it did make a fresh all-time high and then put in that rejection above it. So, whoops, I wanted to zoom out a little bit further. Make the charts, you zoom out further, the charts just keep looking better and better. So I want to make sure you got a sense of the breakout that it's been putting in here through those highs. Another fresh high yesterday, and then just a big topping tail here and a rejection of that high. And what I don't like about it is it came back underneath the opening range bottom, which is at 565. The good news held on to that support, but if it does not hold above 565 today, I'm wary of a 561 test. Like, if you don't hold on here and the market wants to go red, I feel like there could be some profit takers on Meta. I myself sold some shares, which you never feel like it was the right decision to do, but it was more of like a trim because I didn't want to have that much in the portfolio of it. But at the end of the day, Meta for me, I'm not, I know I want to look long on Tesla. I feel I feel good about that one. I know I want to look long on Micron, which I guess we're going to talk about next in here. And we'll talk Snapchat and Alphabet as well. But Meta, I'm not at that point. I don't think. The way that it rejected yesterday, it just feels as if we lose this resistance from the afternoon, I think a test of that 561 support is coming into place. I'm not incredibly bullish on Meta. I know they have that Meta Connect event coming up, but yeah, it's flat today, which isn't the worst because it's exactly what the NASDAQ is, but I feel like there's some stronger names today than Meta.
Yeah, I feel like you want to watch out for these events that have been happening. But Meta is still a very, very cheap company. 28 on the PE. I mean, you might think that that's not that cheap, but I think they should be outperforming the market, right? The market PE right now, I think is 22 or so. We'll have to, I'll double check that as well. But 28.5 right now for Meta. I said what it did yesterday was not the greatest. We didn't open up at the highs, but we ripped up to the high and then just all day long, had a lot of momentum behind it to the short side. And the thing is I looked at this yesterday. We talked about this on the on the PM show, afternoon show, that I wanted to look at yesterday's kind of close, and this would have been Friday's close, because we did have that big rebalance dip in, and I thought that there was some kind of support down here at 562, 563. So when we saw that little bottoming candle there, it made me debate taking this trade. And I regret not taking it because of where we went to, with only giving it a little bit of risk. So I think down into here to 562, if the worst case happens here, this is not the worst case, but if you do get a move down into 560, 562 for Meta, I think it's a buy down there. I mean, as long as the market holds out. Yesterday we were feeling, I don't know why this is a bear. Yesterday we were feeling bullish, so Randy. We'll do that again. Yeah. But Randy, whatever Randy wants to do, Randy can do.
Randy, man.
Yeah, man. That's my.
What is this guy doing?
In the other pool right now, I'm 6-0 in my other pool because of Josh Allen. He didn't even have a great game, but he had a good enough game.
Yeah, well, the first half was ridiculous.
Those guys are, they're not going to.
I'm mad at fantasy though because
I don't think they're going to stop.
I apparently am 2 and 3 and second in points.
Yeah, I'm fourth in points and 2 and 3 as well. So we'll see. But like you said, you faced Chuba, the unstoppable Chuba Hubbard. So and now I have Andy Dalton.
He's Canadian
now. Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
he's from BC, I think, right? Okay, so anyways, there goes Meta. Huge stock. I feel like it's not my largest holding, but it's in there now. It's getting close to it because Google is on the precipice of not doing anything. So we're going to have to wait to see. I should actually double check. This may not still be my largest holding, but it was at one point due to this move down, maybe not. Apple's trying to go. Everything's trying to go. And I know this is a Meta story, but I'm just waiting. I really think, as soon as Google can get above this 165, which is the 50 period, and then we take this 167, it's 1 or 2 stories away from us coming in at 170, and then this thing's at 185 before you can blink. Note Amazon. YouTube is, hi YouTube, thanks for broadcasting the show. YouTube is a monster, right? I mean, and that's a huge property for Google, let alone, I can call up the PE of Google right now if you guys want to look at that. But the same thing that happened in Amazon. Amazon dips down, spends the time under the 50 period. We're wondering, can it break 180? Can it break 180? When it does, It breaks it. It might have even broke it. I don't even know if that was intraday. Scanned up, 185, now 195. So this move can easily happen in Google, and here's hoping that it does. Again, talking up their own book, but I like Amazon today. That's another sticky note level. Let's go talk about Taiwan Semi and Micron as we get to more chip names.
Yeah, both higher here to start things off. Again, this morning we've come off the highs for MU, but still holding on to 1.3%. I mean, this is kind of a non-story. More funding or potentially funding coming through for both from the U.S. Commerce Department this time for Micron. But more importantly, maybe it's tough to see up there, but yeah, earnings after the close tomorrow for MU.
Yeah, that CHIPS Act, Brendo, there's a lot of money earmarked in that act for, obviously, the chip companies. Gina Raimondo, the U.S. Commerce Secretary, yesterday saying the following: today represents an important milestone in the implementation of the historic Chips and Science Act. We announced the first awarded agreement with this company, Polar, not one that we obviously look at on the show, but they're not the only ones receiving money. Texas Instruments, $1.6 billion. Micron, $6.1 billion. Taiwan Semi, not even an American company, going to get $6.6. Intel obviously benefits the most out of that. $19.5 billion for Intel. Far and away the most allocation out of that act right now.
Yeah, we'll see if there's any reaction. I think, the bigger trade for Micron at least might be coming after the close tomorrow. I was just double checking here. We're not too far. It's still a couple of weeks, I guess. Friday, October 11th, the official kickoff of earnings season. So
oh God,
a couple of weeks to go. But
that was quick.
Hey, that'll be Thanksgiving as well for us.
For Canadians.
Yeah, good old Canadian Thanksgiving. It's always good fun. You get two Thanksgivings around here because my family, because we trade U.S. markets, we celebrate it. We celebrate U.S. Thanksgiving. That's the time we get off, and we always do a little something for that. And then, Canadian Thanksgiving, a little extra turkey. But Micron, I think Micron, because it was already breaking out and going into earnings, it can be a trade. I don't care too much about that news. We knew they were getting CHIPS Act money. But it was breaking yesterday. It did break out of a long consolidation down here at these bottoms. So 91.5 was gone on yesterday's breakout. And we did join the move a little bit late. Probably should have had the original break. I just feel like you pull back into previous highs and can bounce and hold green. Like this is 93.5. I look at 94 and say, let's go for a dip and rip on Micron. And it's not the only chip name that we should be paying attention to. Now, understandably, Nvidia, a few dark pool wicks in there. Nvidia had a bit of an inside day. If you look at the last two sessions, you got 115 bottom, 117 top. That 117 just refused to break out in yesterday's trade. So we're at 116.5. I think today it makes a run at it. Like this is 2 days worth, effectively. It wasn't the full session on Friday. I guess that it was in that channel, but for most of the session, it was 115 bottom, 117 top. I think we're actually breaking the 117 today. Never happened. It looks like we're poised for it, consolidating higher on Nvidia. Those are the two levels to trade on the stock. It's either breaking the 17 or retesting 115 even. Pick and choose which one you want. I'm still going for that break.
Look, yesterday we had written down there, this is going to be your trade of the day, so alert everybody to your sticky note trade of the day. Yesterday we had Nvidia 115 written down. The day before we had Nvidia written down 115. The day before that we had Nvidia written down 115. We can continue, but it's still on the board, man, and it keeps on holding. So I really like that level. Go find the sticky note at Trader TV, Sean, everywhere. Make sure you hit the like and the subscribe. I do not have Micron on the list there. I've already said my Micron piece. We've actually done really well on Micron. We once faded the $100 level. That was huge as well. I thought the same thing about the Chinese names that I do about Micron, and that was there's an opportunity to buy it. We just talked about this when it was at $88, because I remember, because I have a very short-term memory, and it was just here a couple days ago when we started to get some of these reports. It was at $88, and I remember saying for $5, a little bit less than that, it was $83.50. So yeah, $4.50, $5 worth of risk. You have an upside play there. So you're already 1-to-1. So bang on that one. If you did hit Micron, I did not personally take it because we talked about the risk with earnings, which I still think are there. So for me, it is a puff pass on Micron. We will not be trading that today. Nvidia, though, is an absolute no-brainer. This continues to be one of my top stocks, and it's because we picked these levels out, man. And yesterday was 115. So bang. We had that trade. We had that level. Nvidia was your trade number 2 yesterday for P&L. We had number 1 was Tesla. Number 2 was Nvidia. So there it goes, man. We'll just continue to be here. We are your trade for Nvidia. So just continue to watch. You see me in it. Hopefully it'll be a profitable trade. We hit it yesterday. We hit it pretty good, man. We were long into that 15. I remember that's when Neil hit the short, made some money on the short, and then we just sat there at 15 and ate it all up and then put it right there at the top of the board for the top P&L. So good name there for Nvidia yesterday. There was that dip that we waited for yesterday, and it was a... So let's just continue to see if it does that again today. It's 9:23. If you're watching now, then you better be watching in 10 minutes when this market opens up. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. We're just getting going.
All right, Starbucks. Hey, look at that. It's green after that gap to the downside this morning on a negative Jefferies note and downgrade across the board. But this thing is, what is that, 1 red candle so far on this chart. So it's straight higher here for SBUcks right now.
So Jeffrey's not liking Starbucks, downgrading it from hold to underperform, also dropping the price target to $76 based on yesterday's closing print. That's assuming a 20% downside off yesterday's close. The Jeffrey analyst basically just says that their ability to overcome challenges quickly is going to really be put into question. Also, he doesn't really know any of the plans of the new CEO. The operational and culture issues are quite pervasive according to him, and the valuation is considered unjustified compared to its peers. So, and they're also predicting low EPS growth below consensus for the rest of the year. So Jeffrey's really taking a bearish view on Starbucks.
Yeah, market doesn't care, clearly. Right back up for Starbucks. Snowflake, another one worth noting, guys, was down sharply after the close yesterday. We're not green yet, but trying here at least for snow as well.
Yeah, look, the thing about Starbucks is, you know, until it makes that $100 breakout, it's just been a high 90 short, and it's been a great long, but like recently, it's just been a high 90 short. Like you can see the resistance on the daily chart up here. Everything about this is pointing towards, you know, another higher low. Bad news gets bought up. Bad news getting bought up usually means it's bullish. So for the trade, I don't really have any long levels that don't involve the low 90s. So it's either breaking out at 100, and to get there, it's going to have to be a short first in front of that 100 level on Starbucks. $2 away from that, so many other things are going to come into play. I mean, Nio still kind of holding around here, still got that buy imbalance as well. We just already talked about Micron and Nvidia and the chip names, and we went over a little bit of. We haven't talked about Tesla, I don't think. Yeah, let's get through Starbucks so we can get to Google, Snap, and Tesla.
Yeah. All right. So we've already sort of said our piece about Starbucks. We're out of the majority of our position. We took a great long. Honestly, I think we got somewhat lucky on it because at least we took them. Again, it was away from earnings. We had seen the sort of the bottom push here. I don't know where that part of the chart is, but we had seen a nice little hold there at 74.75, which is where we wind up going long on Starbucks. Then we get Brian Nickel out of nowhere, which was huge. And then we just sort of saw these tops. Once we faded off of $99, $100 the first time, that's where I wind up getting out. So I feel like I got out in and around here, $95, $94. I feel like this is a good level to hold. Let's just see if it does do it. I don't really care about all these upgrades and downgrades. Those kind of things aren't catalysts for me, really. It has to happen near key levels, and there's no surprise. They're probably short in and around here, around $100, trying to get this name down. And let me guess, they're going to upgrade it when it gets to 92. Like I'm just honestly, these kind of games do not entice this guy to get into trade. So, anyways, Starbucks would be a muted trade for me today. But I mean, again, I like the 92 level though, so I think that's a buy there. I think it's a sell up here. When you are exactly in the middle of the range, it's a hold. But as Brendan mentioned, nice move to the upside right now, trying to go, but well underneath the market. For me today, Starbucks would be a no go, unless we're going to Starbucks. Then I'm down.
All for it.
Then I'm down.
They got cookies.
Randy. Hey. Snapchat and Google. I mean, quickly, Snap getting AI from Google. My phone is asking me what I would like to do with Snapchat. Snap is incorporating Google's AI into their platform. There's also a Volkswagen headline that's kind of cool as well for Google.
Yeah, I was telling Sean this morning, seeing if he was going to get this upgrade. Google is providing AI capabilities for Volkswagen in-app driver assistant. It's part of their strategy, obviously, to develop enterprise AI applications for cars. Essentially, users can ask questions related to car maintenance, like how do I change a flat tire? They also can point their phone camera at the dashboard, and the Gemini, which is it's based off, it's using Google Gemini here, can actually look and read and basically give you suggestions on what to do, how to change certain settings. So that's kind of cool. This is all part of the multimodal processing, Brendo, that these large language models now are being able to comprehend, like text, image, and video. It's not just one way.
I can't wait for this. Yeah. I'm totally down. Sign me up. You'll be able to have a conversation with your car.
Sounds good.
Went like 70, 80 cents up. I don't even see it on the bounce locator. The bounce locator's got Nio at 2 million, 2.2 million, Alibaba at 600,000 in here, but there was just a spike in Apple, Alphabet. So Alphabet, let's try to keep it really simple, 161.5. 3 days in a row, 161.5 has been essentially the bottom, and the top is 164.5. Snapchat, I don't think it's not much of a trade for me because it essentially gapped early and filled in the gap and is not doing any volume on there. But maybe quickly, Tesla, I'm going to look for continuations today. It gapped over 250 bucks. So got to look at pre-market low here, 252, and then a need to hold VWAP. I think there's room to 260 on Tesla, but 265, however, I think is a short level on Tesla. I don't know if we get there today, but after what happened yesterday, 4 or 5 points is very reasonable. I think 265 is a short on Tesla. I go trend long into that level. So a bit of a spike on a few NASDAQ names here without being on the imbalances.
Look, we wrote down yesterday, we don't want to miss Tesla. I mean, yesterday was the biggest trade. As I've told you guys, was the biggest trade. What's up, Andre? Right there, thank you. Was the biggest trade on the floor, period. Not just for me, on the floor. So we're going to wait to see if that can happen again here today, breaking through 255. The order's already in. Let's see if we can get it. VWAP pullback could easily happen. So if we break through 255, I'm probably going to hold this $1. So I just, we got to play the momentum. If the momentum is not there, then we can fly on that one. We also have Amazon as a breaker on the sticky note as well. That's going to be 194.50 immediately. So there's lots of stuff happening, and it doesn't look like it wants to stop. So this market going to be opening up at highs here, Neil. So yes. This opening bell is brought to you potentially by Firefly. Yes. There it is right there, revolutionizing brain health. All right, 2 and 1, let's go. The market's open. We're ready to rock and roll. There it goes. Amazon will probably be the first victim. Nice little push through there on Amazon. We are now long at 56s on Amazon. And Neil, we did it again. Let's just make sure we can get out first. Bang! There it is. It's a monster trade there again for us on Amazon. A quick little 50 cents in the pocket. Now let's wait to see what happens. Hopefully Amazon continues to go. NIO, victim number 2. We begin the short now on NIO. Let's see what winds up happening there. But there it is, man. Let's take a little bit more out on Amazon. Good little pop through to start the day. Wow, big trade alert.
Yeah, right away. By the way, Nvidia just broke out the high of the day as well. The 117 just came in on a break. We said we were going to take this one. I got to get over to MU in a quick little second. Nio, for me, I was looking for a dip initially, but it's actually going into the upside.
I don't think it's open.
Where is... It's not open yet. Nio's not open. I'll check Alibaba in a second. Tesla, by the way, is moving to the downside. And Nvidia, big seller at 117.30. So initial spike up just got to the 30 level as it's trying to break out. Apple is also going higher. But the NASDAQ's reverting a little bit here. Okay, is Nio even open yet? What is going on with Nio? I don't think it's open. I was checking for Alibaba as well there. Sometimes New York stocks take a little bit to open up. Alibaba looks like it's open and heading back into the downside. So that one's certainly fading as that one's starting to come back in here. And then MU, Micron, was looking dip into 94. It's falling into that 94 level. Previous close 93.5. Just looking for it to support that level as it's starting to come back in.
All right. What a day. It's starting immediately here again today. So let's just keep on going. There's Nio. We talked about where we were short this name. We talked about why we wanted to short. We are short right now. So there it goes. What a trade to start the day right there. It's a couple chicken dinner winners for you with Amazon out near that top. We still have a piece of Amazon, so let's wait to see if it goes. But look what we're doing on NIO. Again, we keep on... I mean, Nas is going to have to send me some money at some point, but it was written right here at 568. That's a good little trade there for NIO, and we're in it. So good level there. We took some 80s. Nice move to the downside. It's another one. It's NIO, and there it goes. So Neil's got the long on Nvidia here. We're long on Amazon, and we're short on Nio. Big trade alert on NIO.
Okay, I forgot to mention, DJT is short sell restricted. It went down 10% right at the close yesterday. I am looking SSR bounce off of the $12 level. So first things first, going to go back over to Nvidia. But if this makes a curl at the even dollar, I am looking for an SSR bounce on DJT. Want to give this back into the into the 16 half level on Nvidia for this break. It just dipped in. Oh, dark pool wick. There we go. It just dipped in and got to about 90s. Now it's going to try and press back into the 16 and a half. If we hold 16 half, I want to look for reloads on that. So just to give you the idea of the plan of action there, here comes DJT into that 12 even. It looks like it might have already wicked. I might take a shot at this off of the current low at 12. I'd rather it go into 12 even specifically, break 12, regain 12, and then look for the long. And then the other thing we were mentioning yesterday was a flat bottom break. This is on my notes for Moderna. Moderna is very close to that 64 flat bottom break. It hasn't happened yet, but I'm still looking for the flat bottom break on mRNA. Not a lot of volume here at the open, though.
All right, so a good retracement down for NIO. We are out of more than half of that trade as we take another one at 71 right there because we are starting to come back up and we want to try to take advantage of some of these early moves, which we tried to do as well on Amazon. Actually, now just realizing that we're just dropping in a little bit here on Amazon. So down to 193. If we lose 193 right now, the pre-market lows, we're going to get out of this immediately and then just be down on Amazon. So, I mean, there it goes. It was a nice break early. The market is falling the other way right now. So I see we're battling with two longs here with Nvidia. Hopefully that's holding up. Amazon really right now is not. So we'll wait, though. We have another lower bid here at 193. If it holds, it holds. If not, again, there's that 20,200. We wrote that level down yesterday for the futures, and it didn't hold yesterday. It didn't get to there yesterday, but basically it faded off of it right there at 2001. So right now we're gonna have to wait. But yeah, stuff is coming down right now to the downside. Tesla's trying to go back.
Tesla's going the other way.
Yeah, 255.
Tesla is screaming back into 255 as well. So. Three things happening at once. Nvidia's trying to get back to the 117. I picked up some in front of 116 half. My price not great. It is 116.85. I feel like that should be 75. Just wasn't quite precise enough with it. All right, this is probably going to happen before the chance of DJT, but you got to make a choice. If Tesla's going to break instead of be dip and rip back into 250, then I'm going to go for that in lieu of DJT. But I do also have DJT up for a bit of a reversal. As well. It's through DJT's through 12. So I was looking for it to break 12 and then regain it. It's not really regaining that 212 level. So it looks like it's just going to be a fade on DJT once again. Yeah, I probably should have just shorted that stock like we do every day.
Yeah, is that $10 yet? I mean, that's when it hits $10 is
1180.
1180. Okay, so that's going to hit $10 soon. All right, so from hero to zero right there on Amazon is it just goes back in. So again, you take that 30. Was a bit more than that, 194. Oh, sorry, that's still, that's Amazon, yeah. So there's the 194 break. Our best outs were 195s and change. Then we averaged it in and lost it on the end of the day there. We're still holding a small piece just to see if it wants to bounce a little bit because the market is having a few wicks to the downside right now. So we'll see if we can buy back some Amazon. I mean, we often get early flushes, and this could just be another one of those cases. But again, it's only 9:36, so we don't want to. We talked about having a great month, and you could throw it away by a couple easy mistakes. So let's not. Well, we won't throw away our month. trust on that one. But we don't want to make sure that we don't screw too much up here. So we're going to go long on Amazon. And that bottom right there, why don't we just wait for like 192? Looks like 192.30 could be a good bottom there from yesterday. There's what that's, sorry, I guess just the after hours there, 192.30 or so. But, using some of those levels are very, very like wishy-washy. There's no real constant levels here. There's that 192.80. So I feel like this is probably a decent spot right into there. There's 192.40. So if we lose that, we lose that. We're not really going to be leveling into this trade by any stretch of the imagination. So let's go over to Adara as we wait. Nio back upside, as I said. We've already cleaned up some of that, but here comes Nio. Here comes Amazon breaking through 193 again. The market's going to have to hold. We're under VWAP. It's probably time to look short.
Nice push into high of days here for BNZI. This is Banzai. This one's run before. It actually was rallying last week. This morning announcing here a $24.8 million debt payoff and restructuring agreement. It's actually going to involve some participation here from insiders within the company. Worth noting as well, for context, smaller market cap, about $13.5 million in very small float, 427,000 shares, guys.
How are floats even that small? Like, I don't even understand what's going on with this market. So I did a bit of a double out there. I already had an order at 117, and I threw another one on Nvidia. It just bounced off the 116.5. It's retracing toward the high. So I'm holding through high of the day. If you're looking for upside why is this DJ? If you're looking for upside targets on Nvidia, 118. And then a break of 118 has room to 120. So I think it's trending to 18, and then look for a separate trade 18 into that 20 level. DJT is still making it's still. Tesla just broke as well. Whoops. All right, I was on DJT. DJT's trying to make a bit of an SSR bounce, but Tesla just broke 255. So I have it up. I already had an offer at 255.50, and we'll look for 255. Like in front of this 56 level, so I'll look for some 90s as well to the upside. So Tesla going, Nvidia's going, DJT, we might not actually get a retrace through that 12 even. It's still looking incredibly weak. Sometimes, like I said, it probably should have just stayed a short instead of looking for an SSR bounce, because that was the win off the open.
All right, so we got 20s there on Tesla, so I don't know, I guess it's a pretty bad fill, but that's okay. Here it comes back to the upside again. We will start to clean out some of this position here on the upside again, because we've already had Amazon fail on the break. So I don't think Tesla will, but we are. I don't want to say we're licking our wounds, because we're not. But there goes Tesla again. It's a sticky note banger right there. Yeah, man, let's hit those home runs, man. It's a big one there. Good job there, Neil. Look at this, man. It's 255 long. It's Tesla, and it is fantastic. Right now, almost $1 in the money. So good trade there for everybody that has it. It's Tesla. If you missed it yesterday, we got it today. Good trade there, Neil. Let's go back over and see what Adara's up to.
WVE, another small cap on watch here. Wave Life Sciences currently at high of days, maintaining pretty solid volume here off the open, announcing some positive data for its Duchenne muscular dystrophy treatment trial here. So good look for that treatment for WVE. Worth noting as well, this is a bit of a larger market cap. We're talking about $666 million market cap, about 100 million share float, guys.
And a party like it's your birthday.
We gonna sip a party like it's your birthday.
Because, Tesla, honestly, like the way we've been trading Tesla over the last couple days, I mean, banger, and more bangers. So there goes Tesla, $1 in the money there. We took some out. Let's now wait to see what happens, man. And again, you cannot be afraid to use bigger share sizes. And if you are, then like I've told you, man, wrong business. We keep talking about trade the pool. Trade out of prop firm. Why? Because you could take bigger risk. Here at Real Trading, this is what we're doing every single day. So that's a chicken dinner winner right there for Tesla. So let's just keep on going, man. Keep the good vibes rolling right now. We did also short some more NIO up here at 86. So let's see if that one drips down now as well. So there it goes, man. Nice trade there. And again, this is what it's all about. We had written this down, and I could see, obviously, there's traders in the same trade. So it's a good trade there at 255, good breaker level there for us. We need Nio now, and then it's Amazon going the other way. right now. So we'll test down for Amazon, but it is making moves to the downside. It's a good thing we have that Tesla chicken dinner, because other than that, this is a little bit of a problem now
Meta's
for
bleeding,
Amazon, and Meta's bleeding down. So, all right, we'll take some more out there on Tesla in the 80 level right here. Let's see if it can really go and make us feel a little bit better about our Amazon trade, which just keeps going down.
Yeah, so Meta just broke the low of the day. Apple is testing lower. Meta is flushing here, guys. So Tesla's good. Nvidia is fine, but we got to look at what is relatively weak, because the market is threatening to turn red. I feel like when this happens, look, we lost 561. I know we went over that and said I felt a little bit bearish on Meta, but at the end of the day, we didn't look for it as a breakdown short. So should have it if you're looking for a short trade. To me, that was an obvious one. Tesla, I think there's going to be like a 260 level. Every $5 is going to be a big deal, so I want to look at that 560 for an out. Nvidia, we already went over at that 118 level. DJT, still in the plans here. It's now holding the low, so here's a wick bottom and a bit of a better reversal candle here on DJT. So big volume bottom, 1175 low. Just looking for an SSR bounce here in DJT. So probably going to try and get this bid and give it to 1175, the local bottoms, for the first time going long in a long time.
Oh boy, again, man, just bring the money through, man. Make sure you're following at Trader TV, Sean, at Trader TV Live, all of us there, and grab the sticky note, because you can see it right here. It's clear as day what we had written down here for Tesla. 255 long break into 260. So, I mean, here we go again, man. We're here for you every day. Yesterday was the #1 trade, like I said, on the floor, and it looks like it will easily be that here again. Let's just wait to see. Actually, I don't know if anybody behind us actually has it today, so I'll have to double check that, but we do. And there it goes, man. Nice move for Tesla. Glad to be in this name with Neil as well today. So good trade there. You know, you can't pass it. When you see the money being made yesterday, man, you got to kind of go right over to the stock again. Good breakout there right now. Okay, Amazon is feeling ways now, so it's trying to get back upside. We are now flat on this portion of the trade for Amazon, but we need more. We need more. We already took the hit on AMZN. We're waiting at 193.30s right now to get some of this out. I may just take a piece right now. Can we get 25? Yes, we can. Sold right there. Nice play there for us on that name as Amazon. We just get a 30 level all the way back. We're now 18 cents in the money on this one, but we need more to get climbing on that. It's your banger of the day, man. It is Tesla, and it just keeps on ripping. So there it goes, man. And again, just different styles. I'll hit it with a little more shares and just scalp it out. Neil's holding for that 260. So let's go, man. I really hope that 260 can come through. Either way, man, lots of ways to skin a cat. Let's go to the upside here for Tesla. Let's see if Nio can hold this level. Kind of disappointing. Alibaba, let's have a big look at this one. 96, but now fading out is Alibaba. So let's see if Nio can follow suit on that one. Oh boy, guys. Tesla right now. Let's just give it up, man. Where's Ozan at? Where's all my guys at? Where's all my girls? Where's all the traders at right now as we come through? That's some money rolling through there, Neil. It's Tesla, and it is fan-damn-tastic. One more time here today. It's as if we do this every day.
Well, every single day the market is open. You can't do it on a holiday, although it'll be fun to try. There's always a market open. The best thing about real trading is that there's 24/7 offices. There's certainly, you can even trade crypto, although you do have to have the market open for the ETFs, guys. Look, Tesla, I think it's still going to go trend up. So looking for a place to reload. VWAP sits at 254, but the previous high was 254.50. So I think a dip back into that level is going to make some sense here. I did go into DJT, went over that plan. If it breaks a fresh low, I'm out of it. And I paid for locates. I'm willing to short that stock again. Just it's SSR today, so looking for the bounce. Nvidia dipped right into the 116.5. So we grabbed that dip, kind of a bit of a double out. That was a mistake. Still want to be out in front of 118. Need to hold a higher low. The market's coming in here. And in terms of looking for some short opportunities, I don't want to fight anything that's looking strong. And the shorts that I think would have set up are not at levels that I like. Moderna does not break 64. It actually holds on to that 64, but still like a double bottom breakdown on mRNA. It's just not there right now. Might have to short a pop on this if we can get to yesterday's tops instead.
Okay, spin it more for, I mean, look, I know there's a lot of people that are trading NIO, but right now NIO is making a move to the downside. And I know there's people, again, that are short, there's people that are long, all of these names. And I just want to say, like, you know, whatever positions we take, I'm mostly scalping them out, obviously, as you guys can see that as we go. So I just want to say that don't think that, we're trying to hold, or I'm thinking about holding levels down or anything like that. Auto cancel off so we can get some more shares there. All right, so just quickly here. Tesla, again, I'm thinking about just holding this. I mean, we do have another out there, 256.9, 257. We could put an order at 257. Why don't we just do that? And then we'll get another piece out of this if we can in and around 257. So we'll just play it by ear and see where we go on that play. NIO, we got a 74 fill there, waiting for a little bit lower, trying to respect the fact that when we opened up, we tanked, but then we got bought up. Like, we actually have pretty much the bottom of the day there on NIO. I don't think it's anything to worry about. I do worry that there was this big wick and then everything was bought right back up. So I'm a little nervous about this. We are trying to cover some of NIO. We are not trying to cover really any more of this name, and that, of course, is going to be Amazon. So let's wait to see what Amazon wants to do now. It's starting to get going a little bit. We just touched out the 200. We did get a piece out when it faded. Let's see if it holds it. I think VWAP is possible. Definitely 50 period possible as well. We've lost on Amazon, so I don't want this to be like one of those names where you guys think that we're actually winning on this trade. We'll go two for three today with a loss here on AMZN. So we'll hold it and see if it can get that money back. But right now, we are underwater on that play. We are not underwater on Tesla, as that is coming back in, though, a little bit. So we got to be careful here with TSLA.
Yeah, I mean, a few things starting to come back in just a little bit. But I like the bounce happening in Apple and a couple of the other tech names that were weak. DJT just got to VWAP, so that's going to be first target. It's not pre-market lows, but there was a bit of resistance here at 12.10, missing some data in there, but you can see. So want to get that, and then high of day here at 12.30 will be out of DJT. If it gets to the high of the day, I'm probably thinking a reversal and looking for the short. So we're going to try to ring the register on this. Tesla's still trending to the upside. Obviously, Nvidia is still looking okay, but I want to acknowledge what might be pretty. What's with I'm going to close some of these charts and reopen them again. But 15 minutes showing all the data. Double top attempting break on ARM. ARM is churning to the upside as well. So looking pretty good there, as I said. Like these chips long. Nvidia after this break, I think it's the 118 level. I want to be out in front of 118 if it fails this top again. It already came in here once. 117.5. If it fails that high again, I want to jump out and look for the rebound trade back into that 116.5 level. So still just the same three names. Tesla's pushing. Alibaba, I have not taken a second look at. I thought we'd gap fill down on these. Alibaba still has an inside day. So, I mean, it broke the high, came right back in, 95 to 96.5. It didn't break the low, and it looks like it just wants to trend upside. So I was looking dip buy on the Chinese ADRs on an attempt to fill the gap in. That just hasn't happened. So we're sticking with the names that we happen to be in. We're starting to pull back in here, however. Yeah, well, Apple's right back into the lows. Nvidia's right back to 117. It went from like $1 in the money to 50 cents in the money right quick there on NVDA. So the market, it's trying to hold, but they're being dragged down by a lot of Mag 7 names here.
Yeah, for sure. I like that NVIDIA. I didn't realize that was all the way up there. That's a good little run there today, being positive today on NVIDIA. We should look at that one. That's a good call there. I'm getting, we got some out there. I'm just talking about the positions I'm in right now. I mean, Neil's coming back in. Well, we're short right now at 82s. Am I bidding? I thought I was bidding. I'm bidding some 75s right now. So that could be a take for us right into there if we're lucky enough to get it. So hopefully that will come back in again for that one. FedEx is ripping. Okay, there's probably lots of stuff that's going on. I just want to talk quickly about. Okay, there it is. So we do get our last. This is Amazon. Oh, I don't have the offer. So if Amazon breaks 192, we are out, and we are out pretty quickly on that one. I'm not even going to hesitate. Let's put our offer in on that. If we get hit on this name, we are out. So that's going to be Amazon. Watch out right here for a nice move down. We did buy some of that dip down there into the 30s. We got, how many extra shares did we, actually we got 40, sorry. We added about half back in on that one. So we'll wait to see. Right now, decent move up now. Let's get something out in the 70s, then hopefully we can climb even higher here on Amazon if it does revert back up. But this is a very slippery slope. And I thought retail was strong today. We talked about some of the credit cards and how we looked at that, but looks like we'll be wrong on Amazon today. Breaking through 192 is a failure, that is for sure. And then right now, man, I mean, we're having problems with Tesla. I mean, let's just see. It was a dip down. That was a huge flush in the market, by the way. I didn't even notice that. So let's just wait to see. Maybe we do get a little bit of a beat back here with numbers coming, I believe, at 10. We'll get to those in just a minute. Palantir's dumping. All right, we'll have to look at all of these stocks. I'm very sort of pigeonholed right now with Amazon
Tesla's just fine.
and Tesla. Tesla.
Snowflake is whatever. It's not going to break yet.
I feel like as long as, man, I mean, we have 192 on here, 194.50. So the 192 long for Amazon, that dip buy opportunity looks to be the best. So we just got it. So we should have waited for that, but we did play the breakout. But the breakouts remain king right there. We talked about that it was the best trade yesterday. It was the most money I've made on Tesla in a very long time playing that break yesterday. So I'm glad today that many are on this name one more time. So congratulations again. Great trade, Neil. Great trade for myself and hopefully great trade for everybody behind us as well and for all of you watching. So again, Sakino Nation remains supreme today. What's up, Adara?
This part of the show is brought to you by Benzinga Pro. Tired of being late to the trade? Always playing catch up in the market? Missing out on the big moves because you're too slow to the news? Benzinga Pro is your unfair advantage. Get breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everyone else. Pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving and join a thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? Visit benzinga.com/pro and get a free 14-day trial.
Yeah, visit that Benzinga Pro.
Yeah, thank you very much, Adara. And okay, so DJT is about to get to the pre-market highs. And again, like everyone does their own thing. It's an SSR bounce play, which is like kind of like a gimmicky idea. And to me, it's a station-to-station thing. Your SSR, because you were down 10%. This stock is down like every single day. 7 out of every 8 days or just whatever. Like look at the daily chart. I don't even want to get into it too much. Anyways, I'm just taking it station to station. We looked for the first available curl around the $12 level. It didn't hold 12 even. This was on volume. This is the reason why I entered the long. Again, it's easy to see. Biggest volume candle happened 939 on a reversal wick underneath the low. So we went long first consolidation, play to the high. If it goes higher, great. I almost don't care. I'm looking for a place to probably fade this. 13 even makes some sense, or the pre-market highs coming in as we speak for a bit of a curl trade. Nvidia is still trying to hold on to VWAP. Tesla is allergic to VWAP right now, which is a good sign. As the market came back in, it held 255 even. Next time it does that, if we can make another bounce, I think it should be a reload spot on Tesla. In terms of looking for shorts, this is weird, but like Intel's up. However, since that news was announced, so the speculation I should say, because we don't know if there's a deal, 23 quarter is the top. I feel like if there's no actual details or anything happening, this should be a fade up there at that 23 and a quarter. FDX is moving. I'm seeing what about Palantir. Can't really cover everything. I'm really just sticking with the two names that are working. I'm going to hang on. If we get a reload opportunity off 55 on Tesla, we go for that again. But Palantir is looking rather weak. Selling the news today on Palantir. Just want to point out, though, this had a huge rally off of 36.5 yesterday. So if the futures stay on an inside day, I want to respect any support that's out there. 36.5 and 35.80 was the buy. I like 35.80 yesterday. It never came anywhere close. 36.5 on Palantir for those asking about it.
All right, so let's ring the register again here. Spend some money here, and again, you can't make money until you're out. So we take another out right there on Tesla. So again, that's what it's about for me. Trying to make the best plays we can, trying to do them on decent sizes, and try to make some winners. So right now it's too bad because I'm getting frustrated with Amazon. So let's just look somewhere else. Oh, we had DraftKings. Oh man, don't even tell me. Let's have a quick look at DraftKings. Okay, so we had looked at DraftKings, so it's a good thing this is still here. We don't have it out yet. We're looking at DraftKings at this level, and that level, of course, is 40. So that $40 break happened early, but then it just came right back in. So hey man, maybe not as great of a level here as we thought for DraftKings, but let's just have a quick look to see if it breaks that high. I mean, I think that 40-30 where we're at right now, that could be something that we would look at there for a breaking spot for DraftKings at this point. But the market right now down, right? We never really want to be looking for longs when the market's underneath, especially a stock that's not trading sort of the way we had planned it to trade, which is why Amazon's bugging me. Let's just check out Apple quickly. The other name that we have on here is Nvidia. I know Neil's been looking at that. We're still short Nio, so that's a feather in our cap right now. but not by much, man. We're barely in the money on NIO, so we'll have to have another look at that. But so far, so good on the day. Apple 228 break could be something. That's definitely right there as well. So that could be a trade that we look at, Apple. But for right now, it's Nio, it's Tesla. Tesla right back up to those highs, man. What a great stock Tesla's been. Congratulations, anybody, again, that's in this name, but we'll still have to look for some more. I'm just going to hold out hope that eventually Amazon does something. So that's what I'm on right now, is AMZN, looking to do something here. But that's it for me right now. Just trying to take the best opportunities. We said on our sticky note that we'd try to focus here today. So that's what we're trying to do, is wait for these opportunities and then get the right plays at the right time. So yeah, we'll have to wait for NIO.
Holy crap.
Maybe it comes to $6 eventually.
Wow, Intel's kind of screaming into those highs. So be careful.
Okay.
Be careful what you wish for. This is about to tag 23 even. All I was getting at with this is, look, when the Qualcomm, I might have said, I'm pretty sure I said Qualcomm last time, but Qualcomm potential deal, they said they're maybe not buying and might not be interested, but Apollo wanting to invest in them. It just double tapped, in the afternoon, and then 23.30 here. So look, you're going to get there. It looks like you're going to get there. I still think that's a fade. Tesla just made another run at the high. This is like the third time it's trying to go through 257. It does not see VWAP just yet. But if we fail this one, all right, so usually my rules in the opening range, if you fail this high another time, I'm usually getting out here. I'm going to do so and then just reload at VWAP. By that, I mean I'm going to trail this one on Tesla. So we're just canceling one stop because you can only use this one time. And I'm going to trail it. So if we fail the 257, actually, wow, that was fast. Like the second I put the trail in, I'm out of Tesla, and we'll look for a refill right back in the 255 or 254.5. We'll hold on to Nvidia. That's holding the higher lows as well. And there's just so much weakness in the market, and I have nothing that I like short that is, Intel's strong, and that's the stock that I'm thinking to go short on. I should be looking at an Apple or a Meta instead, like Apple holding underneath. I just don't like shorting at the bottom here when I'm overall still kind of bullish on this market. I'm going to have to do some work to find something that I actually like to the short side. Not going to force any trades. Oh yeah, and DJT. So I got out at the pre-market high, goes all the way into 1270. This happened super fast on DJT. I was looking for 13, maybe a curl, but that went to 1270 and dropped 40 pennies in an absolute instant. So whether you got out or not, just remember this is a pop and fade type of stock in a general sense. You got to take profit somewhere. I thought it was a 40-cent move. That turns out it was more than that, but I'm thinking I'm looking for the fade at this point on DJT the next time it revisits 13.
All right. Amazon, unfortunately, is going to break before we get the number coming out, so it looks like this one will continue its, chug some water there. Its downside move. The number that we have coming out is consumer confidence, so as well as Fed composite index. So, okay, are we on Amazon? Yes, we are. So we're long at 65s right now. I'm going to try to get something out if it comes into the 40s again, just because we've been chasing this name the whole damn time, and it's been not great. So we'll have to be patient with it, obviously, as we sit here, but we're already getting out on a 192 break. We'll have to take basically one loss there, and then it looks like it's going to break now. Oh, it's only 30 seconds away from this number, but again, on the push down, we're going to get out. So
going
here we
to
go.
For the number.
We are expecting. It just looks like it came out minus 21. I just heard in my ear. So versus minus 19, so a little bit worse. So there it goes, man. Slap that last little fail here on the breakdown of Amazon. Never want to get out right away. On a move like that, but it looks like this move is real and happening. So there it goes. Okay, maybe it's going to bust up a little bit here. Let's just try a little bit more of a long. We'll get some back in here on Amazon and just give it to that 190. Well, now it's going to break lower here, 191.79 or so. Now that consumer confidence is officially out. So, all right, 98 point something for consensus.
Oh, wow.
We're ready for Adara if you want to flip over there because she has the numbers. So, all right, let's go, Adara.
We actually got that Richmond data earlier, so they came out a little bit before 10 o'clock, about 30 seconds early. Richmond Fed Manufacturing Index lower than expected here for both manufacturing and manufacturing shipment index. Manufacturing is coming in negative 21 versus consensus of negative 17, forecast of negative 13. Richmond Fed Manufacturing Shipments Index, though, sharply lower than forecast here. Forecast negative 6, actual print here negative 18. The number we just got here on time, the consumer confidence number here, CB, consumer confidence, This one also a little bit lower than expected, 98.7, consensus of 103.8. Forecast of 104. So actually in the double digits, we were looking for a triple digit number here for the CB consumer confidence. Sharp downside move here on the S&P 500 as we get those numbers here. We were actually slightly positive here on the day, pushing higher and then continuing to drip lower right before the open. As we can see here, that downside move definitely continuing with that 10 o'clock number. We also are digesting comments from Fed's Bowman coming through. Not a lot of other economic data to watch today, but be aware of some names like PDD. A lot of these Chinese ADRs and some other names are moving in sympathy as well. We have copper, lithium miners, reactions here to China's largest stimulus since the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020. So keep an eye on some of these sympathy plays there. Also, we have Visa actually making a sharp move up as the rest of the market moves lower. But Bloomberg reporting there could be a DOJ probe in V's future, guys.
All right.
Sharp move up in Visa? No.
I don't know, man. We don't like those probes.
Visa was tanking the last I looked at it. So a couple of things. It goes right back in. I'll get to Tesla, but Nvidia dipped at the same level that we got it before. Tesla on that same move dipped right into VWAP. We grabbed it at VWAP. It pushed right back into 255 half, and now it's retesting the low. So I didn't find a short to jump into. We reloaded both the longs that we're in. One of them we're able to get back out there for 70 pennies on Tesla, but we're retesting some of these bottoms in here. Let me just get over. Yeah, Intel's at VWAP. There's just no opportunity for me to short it at this price. If it's trending upside and bouncing off VWAP, that's a trend up, and I'm not going to sit out in front of that one and try to short the stock. I liked it for the short, but that was much higher. We just didn't find our way into any of the shorts. You can slap the fail on all you want, but all I did is buy the longs that were working to the upside. So Tesla in here, Nvidia as well off the 116 half. DJT, I still think can be a bit of a fade, but it's screaming higher. It doesn't care what the market is doing. It's just going to move on its own. If it breaks the high of the day, I'm looking for the 13 level to fade. But there goes Tesla. Like Tesla just did not hold on to 245 and a half and VWAP the second time through. And then there goes Nvidia. So we had to ring the register, but the reloads fades now as we're going to Adair again.
This part of the show is brought to you by Firefly Neuroscience. Firefly Neuroscience is revolutionizing brain health. Our groundbreaking brain network analytics technology is transforming care for patients with depression, dementia, anxiety, concussions, and ADHD. With 15 years of research and a wealth of brainwave data, we're set to illuminate the future of diagnostics and treatment. Pharmaceutical companies and medical practitioners, get ready. FDA 510K cleared BNA technology is here to supercharge your clinical trials and enhance patient care. Join us at Firefly Neuroscience, traded on the NASDAQ as AIFF, and be part of the next big leap in neuroscience. Ignite hope, one brain at a time.
We won't make back what we lost there, but we've talked about flipping up our game plan a little bit, and that is that when a key level breaks, we have to go the other way. So we should have done that on Amazon before, but we had written down 92 as a key level for us. So once it broke it, we stepped out, but then we stepped back into the short. So right now we have 80 cents the other way. So it's going to be a good trade here at the end of the day, but still lost too much early on this trade. We do put on more shares when it's earlier on, and right there Amazon loses it. We tried, so we'll be up on Tesla. Tesla's we talk about it. It will be my number one stock, obviously, but Nio's trying to do that as well. Right now, we just tried to so we got out there at 256.50. We're holding about that 10%, I think, if it was that much. We tried the 254. It lost it. So we got in and out of that like as quick as we could get in. We got out. So that was an easy one for us on Tesla. Still kept. And that's what you have to do, right? We talk about trying to preserve capital, and you're not going to be right on all your trades. And on that one, we make sure that we stay green, obviously. Not obviously. I mean, we throw profit away all the time. But right there on Tesla today. So don't take the big risk when the market's a falling knife. Just flip up your game plan like we did there on Amazon. I mean, now it's 50 cents in the money, back now to the downside. We still like the stock long term, obviously, but just for right now, it's a downside push now for AMZN. So I hope for a lower push here, but again, that's a little selfish. And there we are right now. Look what's happening, obviously, to this name right now. We'll punch some out. We'll take some half prints there. You might have just saw some go through. We'll take some out at 71 now, short 82 on NIO. So this is a good trade. I mean, although we will fail on getting out of Amazon early, we now take $1 in the money on that one as that's breaking now to the downside. And Nio right here, as we attacked earlier, a decent opportunity right there as well. So yeah, man, so far so good. We just got to keep the momentum going right now. And right now it's short off a couple bad economic numbers.
Yeah, that number took a lot of the retail names to the downside. As I was looking across the board, a firm was tanking. All I got out of my longs, the one stock I was actually looking for short, it just, like I said, Intel just never quite got there. But in terms of bleed, so retail, this is a firm which is really, really tanking. If you're looking where the big acceleration is, shout out to everyone in the chat that was mentioning how weak this is to said downside. Like you're essentially about to break a flat bottom if it loses about 42 and a half, not a flat bottom, but just big support at 42 and a half. I'd look to pop and fade this. The name that's actually coming into play is DJT at 13. However, so remember DJT. Okay, so we could have held on to that one a little bit better. The winning trade's a winning trade, but yeah, I didn't think DJT was going to move this well to the upside because it's DJT. I didn't think it was going to go 5% up, but now that it's here, it was 13 that was a resistance the previous day. Well, I mean, the high was actually 1380, but the lower high was actually 13 even. Every single time this has made a bottom, look at it, retrace into key resistance and then fade it. The last time it did it, it was previous day lows. So it was previous day resistance at 13. I feel like that's going to be the next play in here. Let's go back to Adair. Still also want to short pops in Intel if I can, but let's go to Adair at the desk.
Just be aware of Novo Nordisk here. CEO Lars Jorgensen is set to testify right now before the Senate. This has to do with regards to the pricing of weight loss drugs in the U.S. We know Novo Nordisk has their Wegovy and Ozempic. So just keep an eye if you're involved in NVO. CEO Jorgensen currently testifying, guys.
Oh, yeah, they're going to have some problem with the pricing there for sure. Okay, so let's just keep on the same notes here. Amazon, big win, man. We took $1 on that one as that just came screaming right back in. So for me, a good trade there on AMZN. Good thing we reverted into that short, right? We talked about how nervous that trade was for us on the long, which it was. And now we're just trying to figure out some levels on what we want to do right now for Amazon. But it is looking like it wants to come back in a little bit here. So we just take a bid there at 81s we got. So that was the low. Pretty lucky to get that. Let's see if it can hold out now. AMZN on that low for the day right now. So again, retail names, as Neil mentioned there, starting to get hit a little bit. Nio does not want to break, so we'll just kind of hold on to NIO and see if anything happens right here as Nio just kind of hovering around this 70 area with a decent amount of volume, 36 million shares. We said that we would want to fade the Chinese plays today. That worked. What did Alibaba do? Alibaba faded as well. So I feel like those were good ideas to fade China there today. If you had the long early, I guess it was fine, but about 940, a brisk turnaround there for the Chinese ADRs. So we'll continue to watch out for that. I'm hoping Nio can get some of that love back down as well. And there we go to the downside again on Amazon. Amazon continues to crank lower, man. We made a good decision there to reverse this trade off of the posted 192 key level. Nice downside move here for Amazon. Really saving us again is being able to get that feel for the market. We talked about that yesterday. And then just saying, this is going lower. We got the trade. It's not acting the same way. Get away from it and then react later on. So far, so good here for AMZN as it's pushing lower. And yeah, we got it. So we're pretty proud of that trade. Let's just see what the next trade is, right? I mean, Nvidia probably pulling into some key levels as well.
A lot of things pulling into some big key levels. The NASDAQ, by the way, rejecting a 20,000 breakdown for this little bit of a wick here. So the overall market attempting to hold the 20,000 on the NASDAQ. Also some, I guess, yesterday's afternoon support on the ES is also holding. But 20,000, I think, is going to be the big one. DJT just did this move off 12.9. I kind of feel like this is a bit early on it. And I grabbed 78 in here, trying to get out some 70s. I'm not going to hold this to the high. I think I'm just going to get out if it breaks like the 85 level and then wait for it to actually get to 13 even. So want to play a little bit of caution there. Intel just went green to red, now holding underneath. This was one I wanted short above 23. It holds at 23. I'm looking for the VWAP hold underneath now on INTC. So was looking short in Intel. I think it wants to oblige us here underneath VWAP. Tesla, okay, Tesla's not at 250. I think I wanted to wait for that low, and Nvidia wasn't at a level I liked either. So it's just Intel at VWAP I'm looking short. We're in DJT. Let us know what else you guys are looking at. I've seen a lot about crypto. Coinbase, Mara, a lot of these names moving around pretty rapidly. Coin breaking lows of the day. MSTR was flying earlier, but Coin just did a reversal. Bit of a local double top here, 175, and a bit of a reversal to the downside. So Coin, I think, trending down, whereas MSTR, along with a Bitcoin move, was screaming and still working back into the high of the day. So I'm in Intel, but as I said, I think I was early to DJT, to short the way that was screaming. So I'm going to get out, I guess, for a smaller stop than I normally would, but I didn't like that entry point. MSTR strong, Coinbase weak. Not sure what's going on with Coin specifically, why it's not going with the rest of crypto.
All right, 116. We missed that trade on Nvidia. That's too bad because that was a great one. All right, so we're back longs. We got a new position right now. Everything else is the same. But new position alert. Right now it's long Nvidia at 50s, so we'll see what happens. We already took something out there at 70. We'd like something, 10% out. I mean, it's the same thing. Hey, my name is Sean. We'll take 10% out there. Hopefully it can keep on going. We are only 10 cents in the money, so we're looking for a little bit more than that. We did clean out of the Amazon. We talked a little bit about that. We still have a piece left. I don't want to say we cleaned out of it because we didn't. We still have some on Amazon. About 20% left. Let's get a piece out because if Nvidia rips, then we're pretty sure Amazon will obviously rip as well. So we'll take a 191 fill.
Oh my God.
Hopefully it'll get better for us and even go lower. But for me right now, I have many more shares in Nvidia. We have about 5 times the shares in Nvidia that we do currently on Amazon. So hopefully that name can continue back up to the high side right now. Number one stock for me today is going to be Tesla, then Nio, and now we're working on a brand new position here with Amazon. And thanks, Rob, for the Live in Meow refresher right now. Tesla, I think, can get bought. I mean, we've already missed that bottom at 253. I only wrote down 255, so might be another break long here at 255 on Tesla.
Yeah, it's frustrating because Tesla did actually give 51 at the open, and now it's put in a high low. So it's all well and good to say, hey, now we have a bit of a trend forming some higher lows. If it tries to hold this, I think we might get an opportunity at it. DGT is now coming to 13. I think it was right to get out in the 80s and then wait for it to retest that 13 level. It was Nvidia. You already mentioned Nvidia. The other name I wanted to get to in the chip space was ARM. I said early ARM was looking strong.
Nice.
Underneath VWAP now, so throw that one out. So we're short Intel at VWAP. ARM also looking relatively weak. Just going to go back to the well and say Nvidia above 117 has been good. I got out on the reload when it couldn't hold 116.5. I thought you were retesting 115 even at that point, but holding the higher low, trying to break back out the same way Tesla would just be an over-under at that same 255. I feel like Nvidia 117 can be the same sort of story. Look, Palantir is still falling to the downside, but that 36.5 from yesterday is about to get tested. If it doesn't hold 36.5, 35.80. There's only 2 levels I like on PLTR, and I feel like it's going to make a test of those levels. We're only in Intel.
Oh yeah, I gotta find some more.
So we're just in it in front of VWAP. So this is VWAP here at 22, like 62. I'm short at 57s in here, 56.5 actually. I took a midpoint fill. We're gonna get bids out in front of 22.40. That was the afternoon low on Intel, the only position we are in. Shout out to JKL in the chat. Appreciate you. Appreciate you for the super chat. I am an Nvidia homer. They tweet about R&R yesterday. Could you take a look for me? Curious if I should jump in for related play to Nvidia. So I didn't actually see that tweet necessarily, but we're here to talk about price action. I came in bullish on a 117 break because of nice consolidation, 2-day consolidation on Nvidia here. I don't know what that looks about. It's at 116.5 down here as we speak. It broke out. It couldn't quite get to that 118 that I liked for a target. And if it can't get back above the resistance, I mean, it either breaks back out here for re-entry longs into 118 or it retests down to 115. Like, that's the way I look at these ranges. Like, this is the range I want it long when it's strong into this level, the 117. If it's not, we get out and we wait for the lower level. So I'm just step to step here, station to station on Nvidia, and I'm not seeing a great re-entry just yet, but I am getting close to wanting it. We just got first target there on Intel. That's still holding underneath VWAP. If we lose 20,000 on the NASDAQ again, And there's probably other shorts as well. I just keep looking over and still finding some long dip buys that I like for now.
All right, yeah. We bought some Tesla. We bought some Nvidia here, so we're buying these 50s and just going to see what happens. Right now, Amazon continues to flush. So there goes Amazon. We got some out at 191. We talked about that one. It is continuing. So thankfully for us, this is what's happening right now because we are able to make back not what we lost, but we may be able to put back something back in here on the short.
Again?
I actually took it twice at 192, so able to put some shares involved right there. Nvidia, come on, man. I'll take something out at 68, but I'm not going to be happy about it. I mean, that's been the highest it's gone right here is 70s. We are buying some off the 200 period. Let's see if it gets back upside right now. NVDA, Boeing, Tesla, Starbucks right now. We talked about that a little bit on the pre-market. Okay, there it goes, man. We are now, okay, at least we got $1. We've had a couple dollar winners. We also had a dollar loser on Amazon. There's Starbucks now breaking underneath VWAP. So I wanted 92. I was saying that this is really in the middle. So it's actually a nothing burger. I just wanted to have a quick look to see what it was doing. Wow, Amazon is bad. So here goes the Amazon flush, man. It's flushing in pretty darn good from what I can see right now. Down into 116.50, continuously going lower and lower and lower and lower is Amazon. So just watch out now for that trade. It's amazing that we're able to hold out hope on Nvidia because it's right here again. I might just take something out right now at 63 for a dime. There it is. We'll take a piece out. I mean, I'm not beyond doing something like that on Nvidia. If the market's going to go the other way and some of these Mag 7 names are going down like they are, I mean, this is now $1.30 now on Amazon, continuously lower, then you know at some time you got to kind of like throw in the towel a little bit. Apple just turning red right now at 226. So there's going to be buying opportunities for sure. It's just a matter of market being down right now, 0.3. Needs that little bump, man. And I'd like to see it get back to 20,100. I would fade that, but I think that's the bump that we're waiting for. So maybe we have 50 more handles back up to the upside if we have that much. I mean, the market is definitely pushing here. All right, so there's Nvidia down into the 40s. We're actually waiting for more at the 20s. We'll take a little bit of a dip buy opportunity now on Nvidia as it's coming back in. So let's see. Will the market hold 20,000? It didn't want to do it before. Will it do it again? It's right in its crosshairs right now. Yeah, like, so let's not think that this is very far away. We could get taken out right now. 115 out on Nvidia, and fine by me. That will be an L if Nvidia hits at 115. Nio, by the way, is tanking.
So for everyone looking at this bonsai or whatever, BNZI, whatever that is, it's not bonsai. I'm just going to call it bonsai. It's halted. The current tap is flat. It's a NASDAQ stock. It doesn't always update the theoretical auction price for us. So for now, should open up in about 3 minutes or just slightly less than that. And it's indicating a flat open. It's a second halt. It already halted, I think, at least once today, maybe even twice. So BNZI, it has a halt. If I saw a tap value, I'd give it to you, but I just don't actually have any data on the tap. Nvidia, if it's not going to get to 115, it's already double tapped and gone lower high in here. So I know Sean's in it at this level. I'm looking for the bounce. If we're holding 20,000, then it's the longs that I liked that I want to go back to. I don't want to long something that wasn't part of the plan or that isn't relatively strong. Nvidia is still green, so it's about to test this lower high at the quarter level. That's where I want to jump out back in front of. And I could show you the contrast. So this is Nvidia, higher low, holding on to previous close, and then look at something like an AMD, like right at the bottom. So I know which one I would rather take a shot at long, right? Win, lose, or draw. If you think one of the chips are going to bounce off 20,000, you've got one which is bleeding and already red on the day, and then Nvidia, which is at least trying to hold on to those lows. I am short Intel off of VWAP. Again, this is just a rejection of the news level for me, like rejection, lower high, and then lower high into VWAP. Structured trade, like a stair-step down trade on Intel, usually finds its way to the bottom here. But if 20,000 holds, this might break VWAP. I reloaded it, but the out is right there above 62, and I'm short at 57. So it's Intel, so we're risking with slippage 6 cents.
Yeah, that's too bad. I was I'm gonna have to just take less shares here. Oops, that's NIO. We just got missed down there on Nvidia at 25s, unfortunately, or else that would have been a much better trade, and we would have had much more shares down here. We still could get filled, but it's really just flat for me right now. We're long here at 40s, so we'll have to wait to see. We've been pretty patient with this play as well, waiting for this. We wrote down 115. I mean, today doesn't look like we're going to get that low. We could get that low, but the first stage is 116. That's what's been holding. So we'll have to wait to see if it still wants to do that. Nice battle back too for Amazon, as Amazon's trying to get back up there to the upside. Let's take a little bit out here at 40s on Nvidia if we can. There we go. We got some there at 42s. Again, I like the stock, but very slippery slope today, trying to find some longs. So we'll wait and be patient for that. NIO, I said tanking. It was a mistake. It came up on the scanner there. It hit the 200 period. I thought the 200 period was a lot lower than where it was. So we take a fill out right there. Good trade for us today. Never in doubt was the Nio short. But, you know, covering some now. We are out of 3/4 of NIO, and a decent out for Nvidia, but it's pulling back in right now too. So what's up, Adara?
This part of the show is brought to you by Trade the Pool. We got a great update from Trade the Pool. Now it's even easier to get funded. As you know, Trade the Pool built a unique program to evaluate stock traders like yourself and provide you with the company's funds to trade with. It's real shares, and you no longer need to worry about the PDT rule, but that's not all. I have some exciting news for you today. Trade the Pool has introduced a new tier with $20,000 in buying power, making it easier to pass the evaluation and speeding up the process of getting funded much faster. That's right, it is that simple, and it works. You don't want to miss this opportunity. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description for more information. For small cap recap today, we're going to get right into some of these small cap gappers, starting with Maison Solutions, MSS. This one not near its high, but holding nice support here, up about over 100%. Having more than double here on a year-over-year basis for their Q1 sales. So nice Q1 sales report sending MSS to the upside. We also have BNZI. A lot of people talking about this one. Worth noting, they have a very small float, around 427,000 shares from what I was seeing. They have run in the past. They were running a bit last week. Steady volume. Halting a couple times here, though, too. They also did just announce here a $24.8 million debt payoff. This is also notable because their market cap is at just under half that, around $13.5 million. Last but not least, WVE Wave Life Sciences. This one is a slightly larger market cap, around $666 million, announcing some positive data from the trial for its Duchenne muscular dystrophy treatment. So these are the small caps, quite a few on watch, guys.
Well, I know what that spike was.
Broke there.
So I'm gonna slap the I'm gonna slap the fail.
Sorry.
It was just a big spike in the market, stopped out the quarters on Nvidia, and then it didn't just break the quarters, it broke the evens pretty much in one shot. I have a 3-minute chart up, so it's maybe not the same effect there, but in that same moment, to the downside, there was this flush. Like we broke 2250 on Intel, and it was at, like I was getting filled 50s and then 40s almost in exactly the same shot as that's heading back into the low. DJT pulls back in, but this is now it's bleed as we just lost 20,000 again. This market is, that. When was the last time? I can't remember the last time I hit that key, to be honest with you guys. The NASDAQ losing the 20,000 level. I wish we could have found a few more shorts in there. Obviously, it would have been nice to have. It's a weird moment when, like the Tesla long still probably, it was a great long. We curled out. It couldn't hold VWAP. At least there was one little dip. I think 250 is the next spot. But when I zoom it out, 250 is just that high yesterday. The actual support was all the way down at 247 in the afternoon. So you could always bleed a little bit further. DJT, look, I said wait for 13 and then got in at 78 the first time through, stopped it out at 85, then waited for it to actually get to 13. Just pull back into 1270. What's weird about this is it's holding a higher low here. So DJT doesn't care about the market. If it doesn't VWAP retrace, I'm not reloading the 13. This could easily squeeze higher. When the market decides it wants to go down heavily, squeeze names can get some juice. So I'm not reloading 13. It either pulls into VWAP now to get me my last out, or we just get out in front of VWAP itself. So let me just I'm just going to get on the bid here. I want to make sure we grab that in front of 40s. It's about 41, 42, that's VWAP. I'm going to sit in front of VWAP, stop out in front of 13 even on DJT. Obviously, the long should have been held a lot longer. But what are you going to do at this point? So we got Intel working to the downside, Tesla close to that 250 level as well. And that it's not necessarily Bonsai. BNZI, Banzai, fails 10 even, on the reopen, dips into 9 and is trying to retake 10. So it did fail to break on the reopen, still in a bit of an upward trend. I'd be very cautious with this. It's done 24 million, but the spread is varying from like 5 to 10 cents at times for a $10 stock. I personally don't want to trade this unless it settles at VWAP or something, so I'm staying clear of BNZI. A little bit spready, not as much liquidity as you would think.
Yeah, no, I know there's some people in the chat looking at that name as well. So we'll try to do like something similar to what we did on Amazon. I mean, I don't know if it's going to work similarly as it did on Nvidia, as it did on Amazon. 190.50. I'm going to put a little bit of a bid here. We might as well start to cover some more of our Amazon trade. We'll put some bids at 190.75. That seems like that might have been the bottom there. So we'll wait to see if, come on, one more. Apparently there's maybe a bid for Nordstrom right now. We're trying to
there's a lot of deal speculation for them now.
Yeah, there always is, right?
Always
Family or this or that. So we'll have to wait to see here what happens with Nordstrom getting a nice little bump up. Did we get that Amazon? No, we did not. All right, we're bidding 75s. I hate when I'm doing this and then we don't get the fill. And then we're that close to it. So I'll put it right here, whatever. I'll go the mid 80s. Okay, there it goes. So we'll take a little bit of props there going short on Amazon. That trade seems to have worked. So at least that one was good as we go short there. We still are short on Nvidia. It just pulled back to flat for us. It just bounced off of 116. I'm trying to give this one to 116.50. I feel like 50 cents is like a drop in the bucket for Nvidia. If we can get this right, then we can cash in on this. But for right now, the market is trying to think about 20,000 again. This could be a bad spot. The market could want to go upside right now. And if it does through 20,000, then we'll get stopped out at 116.50 and call it just a mishmash of a day where we were long early, which was wrong. Actually, I mean, the Tesla long is fine. The problem with Tesla right now is where it's at. It's at 251. So a nice little move down there for Tesla. So this is what's making me nervous. I could see some bouncing spots now, including 250, including the market at 20,000. So what goes up can still go down, and we're going to wait to see what happens now with the market. Nice downside move. Have we potentially found a bottom now on the NASDAQ? Here's a longer term look at it. I mean, I think 19.9 looks something, right? I mean, if you're going to break down below, which we just did, we just wicked the bottom of 19.96. But there it goes. There's the take of 20,000 again, as I see. So we're at there, 20,100. So there goes Tesla back up to the upside. Could be a good 251 long bounce there for Tesla, as a lot of these markets are trying to recover back up. We'll give some back here, obviously, on Nvidia, as we made some money there long, gave it back short, and now we just sit in this L for Tesla. We're out 25 cents, on Nvidia. We're out 25 cents right now, and maybe we should have covered for flat. Average in, maybe here at 30s is where I'm waiting, but for right now, let's just hold out and see what happens with Nvidia. It looks like it wants to make that move higher right now. Damn it.
Yeah, I mean,
we'll see.
Current president Biden's talking right now, and there's been some geopolitical discussion as well. There's some rockets, Israel. There's been those headlines going as well, but that might be weighing on the markets. I don't know. I just reloaded on Intel. Like, it just, after that last move to the downside so rapidly, it just snapped right back up. So a big snap back to the upside on a few names. I mean, at least what I was watching here. So I'm shorting back into VWAP in those 50s. I'm not reloading DJT. I think that belongs in its own bucket here today. I should have looked at AMD maybe a little bit closer, because AMD is the weakest of the chips that I've seen. And the daily chart, 200 period rejection last week. And then you're essentially looking to fill like that 200 period rejection. You just broke those lows. I think you could fill this gap back down underneath. So that 200 period being underneath, this could easily be trending back into the 50 on AMD. It's just relatively weak. I should be shorting this instead of something at VWAP. So I want to look for the next available pop in AMD. Let's see what's going on in the world of crypto and how it's holding up in this market reversal, Adara.
Bitcoin not holding up particularly well here in this reversal. We're near a low of days right now on this daily chart, cracking below the $63,000 level. When I pulled up this chart, we were above $63,000, so certainly feeling that pull to the downside that we've got with the rest of the market. It's worth noting too here on the daily chart, after a 6-day streak of wins, we're now getting our second red candle in a row. Yesterday's pretty much a topping tail candle here into that previous area of interaction, that $64,000 level. So this could be kind of pivotal for Bitcoin. We're already about $1,000 down from that point. Right now, hovering just below 63K. Ethereum down a little bit more so after leading yesterday to the upside. To ETH down about 2.5% here, just holding on to that 2,600 level. Rest of these names a little bit mixed. We have some downside moves in names like Toncoin, Avalanche, Ripple, but then we also have BNB up about 1%, Dogecoin barely holding on to positivity, Cardano doing quite well here, up about 3%. So very mixed bag for crypto, but the two lead names here, Bitcoin and Ethereum, pushing lower, guys.
Wow. Cardano,
Yeah, if you're up
strong.
today, that's good.
Oh, man.
Seriously.
We
Like
got,
on-
yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
No, I was going to say on days like today where you get a reversal like we just did, I feel like the things that have maintained strength you should really like. You always try to eliminate, or not eliminate, you try to put things into different buckets. Like just as I was saying that, I should be shorting AMD, blah, 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 it's much weaker, it's trying to catch a bid. So just very quickly going to run you through the thought here. Yesterday's lows or double bottom in and around 155.25. The opening range, forget about the opening range. This nasty wick down here at 10 o'clock was into 155 quarter. So I was looking short this consolidation to that quarter. And as quickly as I'm in at 55, like it just starts breaking up. But that was the thesis. I wanted to short the bottom consolidation, still at VWAP on Intel, but even that's starting to bounce a little bit here. So Intel, we reloaded it. I'm still working with 62.
The market's going to go now.
Probably not going to turn red on it, but I think we should have been more patient. If it loses VWAP, I don't mind reloading this one more time in front of VWAP. In terms of anything long side, Tesla didn't quite get to 250, which I kind of half talked myself out of to wait for 247, but it bounced off 250 and a third. So we probably missed a dip buy on Tesla. Sometimes you should just stick to the plan and take the long if it sets up. It's the one long that was pretty clean the entire way, and look at it bouncing off that 250 even on Tesla. So for now, DJT and Intel still holding on. Market trying to put in a bit of a bounce. I want to find something strong that I'm not bottom picking on for a long trade, and I haven't really come across anything yet.
All right, we're just kind of like babying this trade here. Maybe we'll get something out at 116 flat. We told you we were taking 116.25s or 30s there, so we did average that in. Now we're short at 116.09 here on Nvidia. My out's going to be 116.50. I just want this to I don't want it to flush. I mean, I do want it to flush. I'm short everything. I'm short Nio, by the way. I mean, I can sit here and talk about, all these other names until I'm literally blue in the face or broke in the pockets. But for right now, I mean, this is a good trade here on NIO. Let's just punch some out. I punched them out there, got 68 halves right there. I didn't even notice that we had gotten these fills because I was too obsessed with everything else. But there it is, NIO. Again, we talked about fading this trade, so we did that. Good move down, and we never have enough shares on the winning trades, but we have enough this time because we got reloaded. We would like a little bit more. We talked about what we were taking there just a little bit, and then as it opened up, we said as it gets closer to 6, that's when we wanted to put on a few more shares. So now that this name is down 20 cents, it's a good one. No matter what kind of shares you have, that's a good name there today to the downside. We'll just check out on Alibaba one more ADR. So still underneath VWAP, still not performing that well is Alibaba. Come on, market. You can do it, man. You can flush back in. All right, so we do get that one right there. We'll ride the bear on Amazon, although early it was the bull, late it was the bear on Amazon, and that was a good trade back in. We'll see if it breaks 190.50, but right now, futures are just at that spot, man. It is what it is. Right now, we wait for a downside push on the NASDAQ if that does happen. Some more outs there on Nvidia near 116, but this name also not really participating the way I thought it would. Hoping for a downside push. You looked at AMD, it was pretty weak.
You know what, I got wicked out, but it's right back underneath. It's still holding the same bottom. We're still under 20,000, which to me, under 20,000, we just wicked that level. Still in the bottom consolidation. I'm just on the offer trying to get back in here. Fill, no fill, just no fill yet. All right. I should just, there's a refresher at 10. Give me a break. So I'm going to see if I can get 7s in there. So I just took 7s. I was sitting at 12 there was a refresher at 10, I punched 7s, and then of course it goes through that 10. The news on Nordstrom was actually that an unconfirmed rumor suggesting that Ryan Cohen would launch a bid for the company. There's been a bunch of buyout rumors from internally and for Nordstrom's for a while now. Obviously, Ryan Cohen gets everybody's spidey senses, I guess, going, but this is an unconfirmed rumor for Nordstrom's on the daily. I mean, this would, if it squeezes through 24, that's pretty spectacular. But yeah, it got to the high of the day and stalled out. But just keep an eye on this. It's just unconfirmed rumors, and if 24 goes, I feel like this could really, really squeeze on JWN. For now, it's just at the high of the day, so anyone that was looking at that news, I think it's an interesting catalyst, but no confirmed report there. I don't want anyone thinking, hey, there's a bid for Nordstrom's. We haven't seen anything concrete with that just yet. So back into AMD, still in DJT, which is at the 80s. I'm short at 99, literally. And then we reloaded Intel. Probably should have got it right here off VWAP, but it just wicked into VWAP. I'm going to sit mid 50s again and see if we can pick that one back up. So the shorts, to me, are running the day here. So you had to be able to flip over. Tesla was a great long, but it's threatening to go red at this point. Even the strongest names are falling here.
Yeah, we're just hoping that a strong name is not Nvidia. So you know, we're short. We just got more short. It's coming in a little bit here. I'm bidding some in the 20. Let's go to 85. I was bidding some in 70s. There's a lot of volume right now hitting on NVDA. So let's just see if we can, you know, sort of absorb some of that volume to the right side here and get a couple more prints. So we just got a 90 right there, 91 actually, to be honest. So now we'll wait to see if there is more follow through. A lot of volume turning over here at 116, like a lot. It doesn't look like it on here, but I can see the way this is moving when it was trying. There it goes. So there's the flush. So there's a battle here, pretty good. I'm gonna cancel my 85 bid and just put a 90 bid there and take it. I feel like there is a flush coming here. This is gonna sound stupid, but just the way it's trading, there's like a big move that this is trying to do, and I feel like the buyers are trying to hold this thing up. The futures basically just ticked low again, and Nvidia didn't really do anything. I mean, we were just at 116 flat. It went to 116.88 there or something like that, or 115.88. That's not a big move. So I'm going to put see, I'm talking to myself. I just put another 92 there. I'm getting out now, and it's just like, it's only 25 cents, but again, trying to absorb some of this beatdown that we've had on the long so far here today. All right, Nvidia, come on, man. We're bidding in the 70s now. Let's get a flush. Just leave it alone. Where are you at, Kathy? Let this thing go, man. Stop buying it up. There's someone right now buying this name up. Let me see what AMD's doing. We should have just flipped over what Neil was talking about.
That's my physiotherapist.
Right now, look, yeah. So right there, I guess this is not really going either. 155. So they're trying to support some of these dips right now in the market. So 116 and change. Hey, man, I'm going to get another piece out and just say, you know what, win on that. We'll take out an 04 there. We're getting lighter and lighter on this name. Watch out, man. If we break above this 116.50, we have to get out of this one. That's a 200 period, but we've gotten a lot lighter on this. So far, so good here. Would obviously like a downside push, Neil, but I
think so too.
We're all short everything. I mean, it's funny because I'm short Intel, you're short Intel and AMD, and we've got this one here. But Nio is still working. Let's just hope for more downside.
Well, the battle that Sean's alluding to, I mean, it's not just Nvidia. I mean, there's a few names. I mean, AMD's battling the low of the day as well. But you look at this NASDAQ, you just go to after overnight lows yesterday, it looks like we just are wicking underneath. So the 20,000, like any futures level, you can be above or below by 10 handles, and it doesn't mean the battle's done. Like, it got about 30 handles underneath and caught a bit of a bid. So I think that quarter needs to get taken out. You get back underneath that, 25 points underneath the 20,000. I think some of these things are going to start to drop. But AMD, which I got wicked out of the first time, bounced off a higher low at 75s and is trying to go. I took some profit on Intel as well, as it's bouncing a higher low. First it went to 37, now it's bouncing off of 40, so it's still working underneath VWAP. But like you said, you're catching some bids here. Tesla's at 250 right now, and the market's not at the low. Tesla is at the low.
Okay.
Like if this happens at 9:30, I'd be long Tesla at 250. But I'm feeling pretty bearish right now, and I don't want to be standing out in front of this. I think we're going red, and I think we're holding red at this point, so I don't want to just sit on any kind of a bid. We're going to hang on to the shorts because I feel like that's... Whoa, Moderna just broke as well. So Moderna broke that $64 level. I didn't think that was going to happen this quick. So flat bottom break on Moderna. That's yesterday's bottom. It's also a big level on the daily. Moderna making fresh lows.
He's back.
Randy in the house with, we got Sector Watch and
Nvidia finally, guys.
whatever that is.
Another one.
Nvidia downside here. Kathy Wood has stopped buying. Randy maybe is buying right now, so we'll find out. More about Randy sitting. Randy is Kathy Wood? No. Randy's much more beautiful. All right, let's go back over to the desk now or the screen with Adair, who's wearing all green on a tanking day.
It's kind of like a grayish green.
Not a ton of sectors green here today. There is some strength in transportation. Uber here to the upside. Consumer services not bad either. We also have CAT, Caterpillar, lifting up the producer manufacturing sector, announcing it's going to be appearing here at Min Expo 2024. So good look here for CAT, but a lot of these sectors are going to be a bit more mixed or weak. In terms of sharp weakness, of course, we have to talk about commercial services. We know Visa here, V to the downside on this Bloomberg report that is going to be facing a DOJ investigation with regards to antitrust, bringing down some of these other credit card companies alongside it. We also have quite a lot of weakness in technology services, Meta and Microsoft to the downside, though electronic technology a little bit more muted with the exception of Broadcom and AMD. Finance a bit weaker here as well. Health technology more mixed. Really mixed bag today. We'll have to see if any of these sectors get a little bit stronger to the upside or downside. But right now, with the exception of commercial services, a bit more calm to start the day, guys.
Right, I was just showing Randy here, like we were long on Amazon here, and then we lost the bid at 192, which was a posted level here, Andre, thank you so much, or Ramin, of 192. So as soon as 192 left, we went short, and right now it is going to be a deuce right now in the money. The market's kind of dropping a deuce right now, down to the downside. That's 190 trying to hold right now on Amazon. Oh boy, Amazon goes to the downside right there. And we got it, baby. We got this one. Let's props it up. It is, this is a brisket trade, but we're still trying to make back some brisket here. Nice move to the downside right now for Nvidia. Now 70 cents in the money. It's a good thing, Randy, we believed in this trade and was able to hold a little bit of it. We still have on about 40%. So let's get to the downside right now. Thank you for subscribing, man. If you subscribe, you get to see Randy more often because you'll get the note that we're live on the air. And Randy, every day you're here in the office, you grace us with your presence.
Yes.
So we thank you for that.
But he is gone now, despite the graphics still holding up. When did they? Okay, whatever. The bulls should be switched to bears at this point. But not everything broke the low of the day. So low of the day just held on AMD. Now, the NASDAQ made a fresh low and is trying to get back above 20,000. So, like, if we fail 20,000, I'll just look for a reload there. But AMD starting to come back into the upside, and there goes Tesla. So Tesla wick and maybe a lit grab underneath 250. If this can put up a higher low, that looks a little bit more appealing if we can hold that 20,000 level. It's probably the only name that I'm actually looking long. I didn't really find anything that was looking great, but Tesla starting to go on the rebound. DJT, it's starting to stall out here. Like it's trying to get to VWAP on that flush from 13, but it's running into some support here. When the market kept falling, it's up 4%. It's a squeeze name. It's short sell restricted today, all that good stuff. So I do feel like it's trying to catch a bit of a bid. I'm just going to trail it to 75 at this point. So I'm still holding for VWAP, but no longer going to wait for break even. This might just be as far as it's going back up. And when the market tanks like this, sometimes squeeze names get a little bit in the favor. So DJT, I'm going to get out if it hits VWAP. I'm going to get out if it breaks 1275. We're just trailing it. And Tesla, that 250. Yeah, now it's starting to scream back above that 250 level. So much for calmly putting in a higher low. I mean, I'm still feeling pretty bearish about the market, but Tesla's that one stock. That's that one stock that's looking pretty good here.
Yeah, I like Tesla. I also like this one right now. We'll give some props up and we'll do a little bit of an airplane. We actually haven't talked about Boeing yet right there, but some money coming back in now for Nvidia, thankfully, on that one. As we get a dollar now, we're $1 in the money on Amazon, $1 in the money on Nvidia, and we just took some more out on NIO right here at 71. I mean, we got 65 twice, man. We got 65 and then, 67 and 65. So some really good levels there for us on NIO. And I'm just looking at Nvidia now. And we took another piece just right now. We're taking some out as you are starting to do some bar coding. So we have 3 outs down here at 50s. So our best out is 50, 55, 58. So all into here, all into the 50s. It was dropping. I mean, again, we knew that we'd have too many outs here in the 80s. But again, sans that crystal ball, which we'll have to try to hit it again to see if there's going to be maybe a market rebound. Those are pretty good outs for me. So maybe we'll get another out here if it breaks above 70, which may happen right now. And then that'll be it. And then we'll just wait to see if there is more flow, because look where we are on the futures. You can see it on the bottom here. We're back up to the 50 period and 20,000. So if you take 20,000 again, just psychological level, it's going to start some algos. It's going to start some programs again, seeing if they can hold 20. And if they don't, then you get that flush move, which is what that first move was, I believe, on Amazon and on Nvidia, as we broke the day's low and then just kept on going and going and going as there were no buyers to be found. So yeah, they're okay. Oops, as I continue to talk, I'm just going to punch out. So there we go. Actually get a 71 there. We meant to get out if it broke 75. It did. I was late to the party, so we punched out and got 72s. My bad. So we do get some 72 fills there on Nvidia to get a piece out. We are now only holding about a quarter, maybe a little more than that, maybe a third of this Nvidia trade. And let's just see what it does. Let's see if we get a fade off right there. Cleared some out of NIO, and we have 5% right now of Amazon left. So we haven't done the best job on this, but we have some good outs right here, 190, 80s. Those are our best outs, but it does go into the 30s. Wow, Amazon, huge bounce. As you mentioned, Tesla, looks like Amazon had a great bounce as well.
Yeah, we might have missed a chance on Tesla. I'm at 50.5, but we're probably not going to get it. Intel broke VWAP, so out of Intel. It never went underneath the second time, that 2240 level. We reloaded one last time at 55, but there's the break of VWAP in 60s, so we just jump out. Still, I mean, DJT doesn't care what the market's doing, so it's still going to go. It tried to get to VWAP just there and just missed it. Bounced off 1251. Yeah, it's probably making a bottoming pattern here, so forget about 75s. We're just going to give it to 65s now. So just adjusting. I don't actually use like trailing stops in the traditional sense where it's like, oh, if it bounces 10 cents or bounces a percentage, I pick the level that I like and I put the trail in. So I just manually keep adjusting it. I know there's probably easier ways to do it, but that's not how I roll.
Yeah.
No, like you can set one that just says if it bounces every 5 cents or something. I've never really done that. I've always tried to pick a key price level. So there's Tesla. Yeah, it's now 251 quarters. Maybe we'll get a retest back here at the half, and I can give that to the 50 level, but Tesla's starting to go. So I think the short party temporarily over, going to look for bounces into VWAP. Ideally, Tesla would be the one. I'd rather have that than just about anything else. Steve J, how people now on Netflix? How are people now, I'm assuming you mean, on Netflix? I'd say that's a strong name today.
Again? Oh,
congratulations. Netflix, while the market's bouncing off the lows, Netflix is breaking the highs. And yeah, this is about to make an all-time high test when the market's at those lows. That'll be 715.75 I have is breaking that top. And Netflix, before it gets there, should probably be along if we hold 20,000. I don't know if you're going to get VWAP at this point. The market probably has to retest that 20,000. But Netflix, sneaky. You're absolutely right about that. Insurance Casino in the chat. It is a sneaky long. Didn't even notice that this one was going to the upside. See, we don't consider it Mag 7 anymore. And then it does stuff like this.
Make sure you buy some insurance if you go to the casino, especially if you get like blackjack. You're playing blackjack, you can insure your hand.
True that.
You have like a 20. You might want to grab that insurance against.
I needed fantasy insurance when I went to bed. I was up by like 30 points, and then I woke up.
Yep, I know.
And Joe Burrow and Terry McLaurin did some things.
Yeah, and then, he was facing that. I was facing Jaden Daniels, who is just an absolute monster this year. Again, he has like 38 fantasy points in 2 straight weeks or something like that.
And break fantasy.
Yeah, what a monster some of these guys are this year in fantasy. So this was kind of a funny week, though. It was like, you had kind of all the good players. You didn't do very well this week, I feel like. And then some of the unknown heroes this week in fantasy were pretty darn good. So, yeah, congratulations. Make sure you hit the like and the subscribe if you want to continue to enjoy the content. We post every single day. The market's open. We are live here. And then today in the midday, I just see my guy throwing down now again. What are the topic du jour today, Sharif? Okay, so, all right. Okay, perfect. So changing shapes and patterns, textbook patterns. What happens when those patterns dissolve, I guess? Yeah. Is that a good word, Sharif?
Okay.
I mean, it's not really a word of the day or anything.
Dissolve, I like.
Okay, we haven't. Okay. Oh, okay, we get it. We get the dissolve on that one. Yeah, it's been a minute since the word of the day. I feel like
Ramin is fast
we should
on
be.
that.
No, that was Sharif, man. That
Was it Sharif? Oh, he was quick.
That was Sharif, man. He's right there.
He ran to the keys.
All right, you know the one I like is this one right here. Let's go. There we go. Wake up, guy. Right there. The market is definitely waking up and not liking what it sees. It's like Groundhog Day all over again, but it looks like it saw its shadow, goes back into sleep right now, and the market continues to now make a move higher. It's funny we talk like this, and I just look over and I'm like, oh man, the market, this is such a bad day. Minus 0.2 right now for the NASDAQ. It's just been a minute, I guess, since we've well, I mean, it did this yesterday. It floated around, so I don't know. It just felt more dramatic than maybe it was. ES down 0.13 right now. NASDAQ just down, and happy to say it, just down 0.2. I'm in a very chilled spot right now, and part of the reasons for that is we've emptied out. We talked about we wanted to punch those 70s when those came through there for our friend Nvidia, so we did that. We also had some good outs down here in the 50s. We had 3 outs we talked about down there as well. So we're still holding right now 20% right now of Nvidia. So good move to the downside. Amazon is the name. Amazon and Tesla, from what I can see, have definitely retraced maybe the most back up to the upside right now. Amazon off 190, pretty clean. And then my number one stock, which Nio, I only have, look, I'm 2 for 2, 2 and 2, 2 red, 2 green. Tesla looks like it much better bounce. The only problem with Tesla is it actually breaks 250. So I don't really consider that a great bounce. It was more like a great hold off that level.
It's more like a reversal.
You'd had to have held it, right? I mean, how could you hold a 250 break?
Well, you could. The thing is, if you don't take it, so I'm mad at myself because if you don't take the 250 break, that means you're not in it and don't have to hold it against you.
Right.
But what you can do in that moment, which I should have done, obviously I got to be real. I should have made this trade. It holds. Can we come to the chart for a second? Ram. There we go. So you look at this aftermarket kind of supports underneath 250, like 249 and a half or so. It goes right into there, holds a $0.50, and then you take the break back above 250 with the stop at the low. Like that is a classic reversal setup. So been there before, just didn't do it, and now you're going to get all the way into VWAP. If it does that, look, that's a strong stock going into VWAP. I'm not going to short it in there. I feel like if there's anything, like if I take anything at VWAP for a reload on the short when we get to overnight lows in 2 seconds, AMD would be a red to green. Bro, I'm just holding on DJT right now. So we're gonna
trade the red to green.
Yeah, it's the old Christmas tree trade, I suppose. Was that a call for?
Yeah, because we're late for.
It's 10:53 already.
Talks. It's 10:53.
My bad.
You're bad.
Money here, DXY continuing to consolidate around that low here, that 100.6. We've been here for about a month now with these lower highs and this base of 100.6, 100.5. Let's see if we're able to crack below this. We did have the market cracking lower with those 10 a.m. economic numbers. Chiefly here, the CB consumer confidence for September coming in a bit lower than expected, 98.7 versus 103.9 estimated. The prior number 105.6, so down about 7 points here from that prior number. Interesting look there. Richmond Manufacturing Index also coming through at 10 a.m., also lower than expected, negative 21 versus negative 13 was the estimate that we're looking for there. We also had comments for the first time since the FOMC meeting from Fed Michelle Bowman, who was the one dissenting member who did not agree with that 50 basis point cut we got. Michelle Bowman saying that we need to have a cautious approach to rate cut and saying that inflation concerns must be balanced with the labor market concerns and stability. This could be interesting because we actually have some labor numbers coming out next week, including job openings and NFPs. So notes there from Governor Bowman. No other economic data on watch the rest of the day here, guys.
Was that Governor Michelle Bowman? All right, so we'll have to pay attention to her coming through again.
Open the pod.
You have to be careful when when the different governors are speaking and whatnot, because again, this is what opens up the Pandora's box. All right, so I was just like looking down and was like, okay, Nvidia, we'll see if we can get a reload. And we did. So we shorted there off the 50 period MA with a bid there at 96. We'll take some out. We just shorted it again right here. Like this is, now we're back in our comfort zone a little bit. Let the market try to settle down a bit. And then, use kind of that spidey sense here to get a feel for what's been happening. The market retook that 20,000. We definitely had missed some opportunities to get long, but we did not miss opportunities to get out of our short. So I feel pretty confident and pretty good about how we traded that move down. Now we could get burned on reloads. So when that happens, we do not reload it. We're still waiting for 116.50. That's the 200 period. If that breaks, we're gone. I'm still going to give it that level. We are going to average in if we can get a 20 fill like we did before. So that gave us $1. But you know what's the most important? And it can always be late for Money Talks, but sometimes we miss this. We cannot let you down, as there's a lot of people in the chat that want to know what's for lunch. Maybe they don't, but it's my party and we'll cry if we want to. Today is for all my Greek friends out there. We head to the Danforth, we'll get some souvlaki. We'll do all of that at some point. Come visit us here live in Toronto, the home of amazing culinary experiences. Toronto.
I agree.
Again. All right. So shout out. This is my bid for mayor. Eventually, when we're done here, we will be running for the mayor of Toronto. Watch out, Olivia Chow. All right, Greek style breast of chicken with feta cheese, black olives, and some mini tomatoes. So we are definitely liking that one, so we can get reloaded on some Greek food right there. This goes well with one of my favorite type of style of potato, mini roasted potatoes on the side there as well, with again, homemade, I put this part in, homemade grilled pita.
Oh, I'm all about the pita bread.
But the funny thing is here, me too. I made the homemade part, probably not, but anyway.
I mean, it's the caterer's.
Yeah, catered grilled pita. The funniest part about today's menu, Greek-style breast of chicken with feta cheese, olives.
I don't like feta.
Side Caesar salad.
I don't like feta.
All right.
I don't like Caesar salad.
Here we go. Just cross the Mediterranean there. See my guy Julius Caesar and see what's going on with the salad. So there it is, man.
That's the Rubicon I don't cross.
It is what's for lunch. Some Greek food with side Caesar salad. So there you go.
90% of Caesar salads that you buy they put way too much dressing on it. I'm just not a fan.
The good thing you put your own dressing on this situation.
Well, it's also I also feel like it's too they always do it too creamy. It's a little too rich. So it's never for me. So as I said, that's the Rubicon that I will not cross eating the Caesar salad here. I'll stay away. My plain salad has no dressing on it, and that's the way I like it. I'm back into AMD. I haven't used salad dressing in a long time. I feel like as long as a salad has enough in it, just don't put, it can be lettuce, add enough vegetables in it, give it flavor. I like to make a salad that way. Give me some cherry tomatoes, cucumbers in that, a little bit of carrots. There's so much. You can put some nuts in there, like walnuts work really well. Maybe some cranberries. Like that's how I flavor my salad. I don't need to have salad dressing, but I do need to have AMD come down because this market's still screaming up. So
you should have a podcast about
slap the L on AMD up here.
Neil's culinary preferences.
I can talk about food all day long if you.
Yeah, I know. That's what
nobody wants to hear that.
No one. You just went off on that one there.
Trust me, I can go off on
rabbit food.
I like food.
Yeah, everyone likes food. I hope.
Hey man, salad's good for you, and to me, like make healthy foods taste good, and then you enjoy eating them. Like if you want to work out, do stuff that's active, that makes you happy, that makes you feel good, that you enjoy, and you're going to do it more. Make healthy foods interesting to you and taste well, and you're going to eat better. Instead of trying to, oh my goodness, I have to be miserable to be healthy. That's utter nonsense, man. You make anything taste good. Well, almost. Broccoli sucks. Cauliflower sucks.
See, guys, this is what I'm talking about.
What? I can see
throw the ones. I think we're on to something. I think we can do a podcast of Neil's culinary delights. I think that could be the name of the podcast. I think we can go there. I feel that's you just went.
I'll do as long as I get to eat while I'm doing it. I'm happy.
I love broccoli.
I'm down with that.
I actually really like broccoli.
Oh, do you?
You can eat while you're doing it, man. You can the podcast, baby. You can smoke joints. Man, remember that? Remember we saw our guy there, Elon.
Drugs are bad.
No, I'm not saying you can.
Drugs are bad, kids.
What's up, Chef Joe? Yeah, once we'll get back on that podcast tip.
Why'd you hit that, Ramin? Wow, I'm trying to tell people that stay off the drugs, kids. But just back to trading because it's actually 11 o'clock right now. As I only noticed because they flipped it over to Shreve.
Drugs much healthier than drinking.
And Dara just there. So AMD just came out, and that's in the bad way. But the only thing that we still have on is going to be DJT just broke VWAP, so it's heading back in. We got the low, we got the high, and now we're just going to hold underneath VWAP. What goes down must come up, and then what goes up must come down for DJT. I'm now trailing back underneath the 50 level But it's learn and trade here at Real Trading, and you've got Sharif, you've got Adara. Go get them. Go Bills. I just remembered that.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as the Midday Show. That is Adara, and I am Sharif. And we're going to wait for everyone to find their way on over from the other stream. We already have the OG Darwin gracing us with his presence, as well as Dr. Fez, a proper paradox, joining us as well. Shout out to you, Mateus Lane. And Charles Moe. We got Cairo. I haven't seen Cairo in a hot minute in the chat. Jeremy Newman as well. The beautiful Gate, Nvidia, Novak, SOS. And what day would it be without Big Asian? We got him in the house as well. Enjoy fun with Josie coming in as well. D-Loaf. Haven't seen you in a hot minute, D-Loaf. Shout out. Welcome back. Mary L. Glenn Smith. Juan Alejandro Castillo, as well as Ronaldo. We got Robert Isaac. We got Jimmy J. We got Nick V. We got Nasby. I love all these names with the little letters there. Justin E. Cass M. New Mexico Misfit, as well as Jammer TJ Lee. Shout out to the OGJ. We got Brian Rubin and Daryl Finch. Ichiban Hedger as well. Love that. Damn, the Skips 8, as well as Juan Blanco. Dude 5, as well as Stock Up, Blue Arrow, Mo, Aaron Smith, Apple Fritter, Neil's favorite. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Welcome. Thank you for joining Adara and I. Good morning, Adara.
Good morning, Sharif. How are you today?
Not too bad. Can't complain. How are you?
I'm okay, thank you. We already took a bit of an L here in this visa, but I don't want to talk about this because I'm happy with the execution of this trade. So if you've seen this show, you might know I have a bit of an affinity for spready tickers that are not cheap. Visa, you got both those, right? So I was looking for Visa for a while. I love this double bottom. Shout out to reversal patterns this week and last week as well. Look at this double bottom, right? We push up higher. I had a dip buy sitting here waiting for VWAP. I already had my stop set as well. I was like, you know what, we'll see what happens. And I got this happened probably around like 10:50. So whatever. So I come to my desk, I get filled nice. But right before we flip over, my stop gets hit. So I was risking 50 cents here, 277.50. I liked that as the potential idea. My whole thesis, right, was if we can bounce off that previous resistance, then we're bullish. If we can't, then we can't, right? Then we're not. But we'll wait and see what happens here. I don't have any other trades in Visa right now. I did get long as well, EWIM, for pretty similar reasons to the long for in Visa. And by that, I mean coming here, bouncing off these levels. Now, to be clear, that topping tail candle, 270, 220.70, not the vibe. So that's where I was going to be taking out some profit. Alas, though, we got stopped out of that one too. Where's the next trade? They do say. And again, with that, I might also want to shout out Obi. Thank you so much for covering for me yesterday. We're here. We're back. Taking less L's, making more M's. What M's are you looking to make over here?
I'm looking at Google. The market nicely retracing off that early morning sell-off there. We started out in positive territory. We are getting back into positive territory on the NQ, just getting green now, zigging and zagging. But Google looks to me like to be the strongest of the bunch, retracing well off the lows. Have a look, Katina, man. It is well green, up half a point, and it's now knocking on the door of those IB highs. Where are those IB highs? 163.09. We are breaking through the $250 level right now, 162.75. So good recovery for goggles here. You can kind of see the umbrella hockey stick pattern on a lot of these Mag 7 names. Down, a little bit of a consolidation, maybe even a V-shaped retracement, and coming into some key levels. You've got the likes of Microsoft coming into VWAP, Apple at VWAP, Amazon retracing into VWAP, likewise with Tesla. Google, we already said was strong. The market as well, touching the volume weighted average price as well as that closing print from yesterday. It really seems though like Nvidia is the weakest of the bunch, and shout out to the OG Darwin there in the chat. I saw what you wrote, Darwin. Thank you for that. I didn't actually have eyes on that. Looks like Jensen was selling again, so we'll keep tabs on that. Nvidia CEO Jensen Huang sold $713 million of stock. He's done for now, says Barron's. Shout out to Darwin for that. Did not know that. So we'll keep tabs on what the Jensen one is doing, at least for the time being. So that is a look at the market. I've got a whole bunch of small cap gappers that we will get to in short order. But before that, we will start the lesson du jour. And I got to say, Katina, man, I kind of whiffled and waffled on the name of the lesson. It's kind of very easy. Variations from the ideal patterns. And that's what we're talking about. Nary do we get the pattern manifest in real life as it shows up in the textbook. I mean, you might get lucky, it might happen to you every now and again, but most of the time, these patterns are a little bit skewed, so that's what we're going to talk about today. So by the end of the lesson, we hope to understand the concept of variations from the ideal chart patterns, recognizing some of these common variations like the double tops and bottoms, and applying this to real life trading scenarios. So this lesson will also explore the practical applications of how to include these non-textbook like patterns in your everyday trading portfolio. So let's get right to it, baby. Let's introduce these. We've been doing reversal patterns all week and last week as well. So the patterns that we talk about today are all going to be of that ilk. They will all be reversal patterns. So let's just cover what they are super quick. Major reversal patterns such as double tops, double bottoms, your head and shoulders, your rounded bottoms, your saucer patterns, whatever you want to call it. They are signs of potential changes in the prevailing trend. That's what they signal to us in the market. Traditionally, though, these patterns follow well-defined structures, but in real world markets, these ideal patterns rarely exist, and they're always a bit, skewed from what you see in the textbook. So traders often encounter these variations that deviate slightly from the textbook picture, but these actual patterns still hold significant predictive power, even if they don't look like the textbook. So let's get right to it. So variations from these ideal patterns, let's talk about some key concepts before we actually show you what we mean. So variations from the ideal patterns as a statement, as a phrase, essentially refers to instances where reversal patterns do not match the textbook examples, but still fulfill the underlying principles of reversal behavior. So even though they don't look like what you saw in the book, they are still valid. John J. Murphy goes on to explain in his book, off which this lesson is based, how traders can still benefit from these variations by focusing on the core attributes of the pattern rather than strict adherence to structure. So let's get right to it. The double top and double bottom. This is the first one we're going to talk about as a variation from the ideal. So these patterns often vary in height of the two peaks. For the double top, or the height, or the not the height, but the the descent, how low the troughs go for double bottoms. One peak or trough may be slightly higher or slightly lower than its counterpart. Additionally, the neckline in the double bottom from where we get in for conservative traders, this also may not be horizontal, but rather it may be inclined or declined. And here's kind of what I'm talking about. So, this is not going to show you the decline and the incline, but this is going to show you the difference in the peaks. So on one side, you can have the left peak of the double top a little bit higher than its counterpart, and then these are the even ones, obviously, and then this is a bit of a different one with the left side a little bit lower than the right side. Same business, no difference for the double bottom. Again, going back to our lesson on double tops and bottoms, really the only difference is the formation time. Double tops seem to reverse a lot quicker than double bottoms do. Double bottoms take longer periods to form. Why that is, not really important for our purposes, but it's just a statistical fact. So this is what we're looking at here in terms of double tops and, double bottoms, You've got the left trough a little bit lower than the right. Here they're equidistant, and this one, the right trough, a little bit lower than the left. It's not the only type of pattern, though, that varies from the textbook standard. Heads and shoulders, for sure this one varies. So for this pattern, the variations often occur in the size and the formation of the shoulders, not necessarily the head, but the shoulders. In some cases, the shoulders may appear uneven, with one being significantly lower or higher than the other. The neckline, very important for head and shoulders, very important for double tops as well. The neckline, though, may also be sloped, affecting the timing of the breakout, because if you refer back to our lesson on heads and shoulders, the neckline is where you're taking the trade. So if it's sloped, declined, or inclined, your breakout point may be higher or lower than if it was just completely horizontal, okay? And volume, traders should wait, traders should wait for a close below the neckline to avoid those false breakouts. And here's kind of what we're looking at with respect to the neckline. You'll see over here the trough of the right shoulder a skosh higher than the trough of the left shoulder. So your breakout point is going to be a little bit higher than it would have been if they were equidistant. Likewise over here, this is kind of the horizontal neckline. This one, you have a decline, and that's kind of what they look like IRL. So here are the textbook versions, and here's what they actually manifest into when you extract them off a chart, right? They're never going to be super clean. Like, look how this left shoulder, well lower than the right shoulder, also much less developed. Look at the arch of the left shoulder. It's almost like a V rather than the right shoulder over here, which is quite rounding. You actually had a bit of a consolidation area on the top. Look at this one over here. Look at the left shoulder. It took almost, I don't know how many trading days, 20, 30 trading days to develop that left shoulder. Then look at the right shoulder. We basically went up and down in one candle. So you're never going to see them. Well, I shouldn't say never. You will see them less, manifesting in these perfectly shaped textbook patterns, and you're going to see them more in these type of real life IRL in the wild type patterns, but they do hold the same predictive power. So it's incumbent upon you to actually scour these charts and be able to see them in real life. And here is again another example of the head and shoulders, where the left shoulder markedly lower than the right shoulder, also markedly shorter in duration than the right shoulder, but equally as valid. Let's go on to the rounded bottom. My favorite pattern. Variations of this pattern typically involve the symmetry of the curve. I'll show you what I mean by that in a second. Essentially what I'm talking about is you may not get that clean rounded bottom. There may be zigs and zags. In some cases, the rounding bottom may not be smooth. It can appear more irregular with different levels of volatility as the price moves towards that breakout level. Volume as well in the rounded bottom may be inconsistent, which actually ends up complicating the identification of the ideal breakout. And here's kind of what I'm talking about there. Sure, you're seeing eventually higher lows and higher highs. Absolutely. And this one you were seeing lower lows. But, without really putting that yellow curved line in there, it might be a little bit hard to identify that this was actually a rounded bottom. Right? It kind of maybe even looks like an area of consolidation where you have multiple peaks and troughs of the same level. So it could look like, just a low consolidation pattern. Kind of hard to see unless you really dive deep and look to the higher lows and higher highs. So the rounded bottom, not always as clean as maybe the name makes it look like. So how do we handle these variations in reversal patterns? Let's talk about some filters and confirmation that we can use. So traders should apply filters to confirm whether the variation of the pattern holds that predictive value that we're using it for. So volume analysis, number one in terms of filters. Volume often declines as the pattern nears completion, but it's followed by a sharp increase once the breakout or breakdown occurs. So you have declining volume as we get to that area of support or resistance. But once you break out or break down below that area of support or resistance, you should have an increase in volume. For example, a double top with a slight variation in the peak might still hold if the volume behaves accordingly, which is rising sharply after the second peak. You should also employ trend lines where appropriate and support levels. So trend lines can serve as useful tools for confirming variations. If the price breaks a support level after the formation of an imperfect double top, for example, it often signals that the reversal is still valid. Let's talk about some of the psychological factors that influence the change in shape of some of these patterns. So John J. Murphy stresses that minor variations in the pattern appearance do not change the underlying psychology. The market's behavior, which is influenced by supply and demand, fear and greed, is what dictate whether a pattern will succeed or not its perfect shaping. So a double top that slightly deviates from the ideal form still reflects buyer exhaustion and a potential seller dominance in the ensuing days if supported by the price action and volume confirmation. So what John J. Murphy is trying to say here is that despite the skewed shape, despite the non-textbook form or form factor, I should say, it's still giving you what you need in terms of understanding why the market is showing up like that. It's basically just manifesting the supply and demand and the fear and greed a little bit differently than the textbook would have you think. Now let's talk about some practical application trading strategies for this. First and foremost, you want to wait for that confirmation. Because the shape is not so perfectly designed, you really need to cross your T's and dot your I's. So when a pattern shows variations, patience is key. Avoid entering trades solely based on a partial or imperfect pattern. Wait for the confirmation, such as a break of the key support or resistance level, and increase volume. Always increase volume. Use of stop losses as well, super important, given the potential for false signals in the patterns that do not conform to the ideal. Traders should place stop loss orders at logical points. So why do I say logical points rather than giving you a key area to get out or to get in? Because the shape is skewed. So if we were to say, okay, your stop is above the right side of the double top. Well, that right side of the double top is, say, a couple of bucks below the left side of the double top because it's skewed. So you really need to think about where your stop placement goes when the pattern varies from the ideal, because it's not going to be so cut and dry. Last but not least here, the target move, or measuring the target move. Even in variations, the measuring technique remains consistent. Remember, like the top from the head to the neckline of the head and shoulders, from the area crest of the double top to the neckline break, you're projecting that down or up. Simple. That's what we're talking about when we're talking about the measuring target move. So even in variations, the measuring technique remains consistent. For a double top, measure the distance between the peak and the trough, then project the distance downward from the breakout point to determine the potential profit target. We've already talked about that ad nauseum. I'm not going to go into that again. So here's the procedure. Here, 1, 2, 3, 4. Identify that the pattern is close to completing, but is not ideal. That's your first look, okay? Wait for the price to break below the support level formed by that trough. If you're talking about a double bottom or a double top, for example. Then you're looking for the confirmation through an increase in volume after the breakout. Enter a short position if it's a double top, for example, once all the confirmations are in place, targeting the measured move from the peak to the trough while placing a stop loss just above the peak. And now what I'm talking about, obviously, is that double top. And just to conclude, guys, what we should really be taking from this is variations in the ideal patterns are common. And in fact, they're probably more common than these textbook patterns actually appearing IRL. And understanding that not all patterns will conform perfectly to the textbook examples is essential for a successful trader, because if you're waiting for that pattern to manifest as it shows in the book, you're going to be waiting a long time, baby. By applying filters, confirming the pattern with volume and trend lines, and waiting for those clear signals, traders can certainly capitalize on these variations. And I would suggest to you that mastery of the skills allows you to adapt to real world markets where these ideal patterns, rarely occur. Oh, Daryl.
Yeah, thank you, Sharif, for going over that lesson and for preparing for it for us. And yeah, I think this one is really key. I was saying this to you off camera as well. It's such a different one because it is, like, honestly, you're way less likely to find a beautiful head and shoulders, and that's part of what, you know, trading is. You have to figure out, you have to discern, hey, like, is this pattern close enough? Is this going to make sense? Am I, you know, going to be able to work with that? So I think that's really key here as well. My read on this market today has been, okay, I don't even want to say it's been bad, because there are two trades that I got stopped out of immediately that honestly would have worked. This PDD short is not one of them. This thing, I liked that bearish engulfing candle. The book was looking bearish for a time being. Got short, didn't work out. All good there, baby. But man, I have words for IWM. And when I show you guys this chart, you'll see what I mean. So, like, oh my lord, oh my gosh. So again, long IWM, 220.45s, decent size, risking it pretty tight here into 220.30s. We get stopped out pretty much immediately, and then this thing goes up almost a whole point. So not super proud of that. You can have the idea right, but maybe I should have been giving it more room to run. Things to reflect on. Coinbase, almost the same thing. With Coin too, a bit of my issue as well is, and I'm still working on this, the way I set my stop, I lost way more here than I was looking to lose. So COIN, I liked the long, bouncing off the 9 EMA, and then kind of having a little bit of a 166. I was trying to get out here 166.25. That's where I had my stop. Didn't get filled till 166. We bounced off 166. So you know what? You got to stay positive even when the market is like, no. And then Visa as well. So Visa, I tried the long. I told you guys this. Then I tried the short. I did not like this short because every time I was like feeling good about it. The book would give me something kind of spicy. So I got out. Clearly, I got out too early. Now this short's working. If we reject off to 77.30s, I'll take a really small position, and I'll risk getting into a bit of that area here of 80s. Rogelio wants to know my thoughts on the Cybertruck. Oh, okay. Not a pushback moment yet, but TSLA is doing something here. So I don't want to say double top, but certainly a bit of a double rejection area here at this 253.20s. However, get this topping tail candle here, and we get a bit of a bottoming tail candle. So we've touched now on this 253s twice on a week basis. I'd like to see if we get below 253. At that point, I'll have more of an idea of what we're going to do, because if we bounce off 253, I honestly think it could be a long here. I think Tesla's trying to discern what it would like to do when it grows up, what it would like to be with its life. Also, I want to talk here about a super chat we got. Thank you to JKL for the $5 super chat. For the love of Pete and maple syrup, somebody look at RR. I don't want to show it to Sharif, because I know Sharif has talked a lot about these robotics names. Now, Starbucks could definitely benefit from robotics. We know Brian Nickel is a bit of a robotics fan. In fact, right after he left CMG, we had all of that stuff with CMG and the robots. So RR, nice look here on the intraday chart. To this bottom this is in the pre-market at 71 cents, pushing higher highs, higher lows, bit of a VWAP bounce. And let's take a look at the daily chart as well. Yeah, daily, okay. Daily chart, double top here at $1.70, but maybe a higher low here. Let's see how things resolve it for RR. But I think this tree looks a lot richer if we can close on the daily above 170. How are you doing in Softy?
We're doing well. We're about 40 pennies in the money. I'm looking at wet my beak at 77s, got short 30, covered at 29. So we took 30 pennies quick as you like. But now I'm waiting for this area consolidation over here, and it didn't spend too much time. I am worried about it finding support generally at 429 owing to this area crest. Here we go with the 80s. We're printing mid 80s now. I'm waiting at 77s. So we get that print, I'll be happy. We'll see. So 86 now showing up on the bid, 89 on the ask. A 3 penny spread ain't that bad for Softy. And there it is, baby. We take the win right there super quick. Thank you for that, Adair. Thank you for that, Katina, man. We're going to watch this one and see what it does. Don't want to let Microsoft off the hook. Why I entered here, super simple. Topping tail candle through the volume weighted average price. This was a look. I got off the lesson. I'm like, what is Softy doing? It's at VWAP. All right, what's the candle showing me? 2 topping tail candles. Felt that sellers were at least, for the moment over here, pushing this down a little bit. So I was like, all right, let's get in. Better here than never. Where my stop placement was the top of this candle. I did put it at 88, so I was risking a little bit there, getting in at 30s, 58 pennies. So there's the first one on Softy. Softy is down the most of the Mag 7 names, followed by Amazon. 1% for Microsoft, 4/5 in the red for Amazon, followed by the Zuck train down a quarter point, but the Zuck train printed all-time dang highs yesterday. The thing is a rocket ship. It's going to $600. That's what it feels like. This thing was $88 in October of 2022.
That's wild.
I still can't believe that. Yeah, I mean, that's just what it is. The market really did not like it at that. But Microsoft seems to be the weakest of the bunch. Apple's doing the exact same thing. Let's put some, this is doing the exact same thing. Well, I don't want to call it a triple top because we did a lesson on triple tops yesterday, and this is definitely not it. But you have 3 candle rejection at 227.5, a little bit higher than the volume weighted average price, but essentially does the same thing. You're getting that rounded top at the $0.50. And now we're knocking the door of the whole dollar. Do we break 227? Apple's been negative. It did get a decent bounce up there midday, or like at 1040, whatever. We'll see if it can keep its legs under it, or it's going to continue to sell off. So AAPL, interesting look here. They're all kind of doing the same thing, except for one bad boy, and that is NVD. What a recovery here. This thing's got no brakes. Look at this thing go, bro. We're not that far off the high of day, 40 pennies or so, 117.25, 117.33. The high of the day is a little bit below that two-thirds of a dollar. You have the closing prints, though. Forget about these wicks. The closing prints are all at a $0.50. So we're 25 pennies away from essentially the high of the close there, the closing print high, I should say. So good recovery right now for NVDA. Seems like it's certainly the strongest of the bunch of there.
Yeah, speaking of Mag 7, I want to shout out your Microsoft trade. I was just staring at Tesla because I was trying to short Tesla 250, 365s. And that is because I said, I think it was Rogelio in the chat was asking my thoughts on that Cybertruck beep beep. And I said, I want to see what it does at 253s. It bounced at 253s. However, now Tesla gets a pushback. We could not, and I repeat, could not eclipse 253.70s. I watched this push lower in the book. I tried to get short. Tesla was like, yeah, cool, Adara. I don't care. And I was like, fine, Tesla, live your life. However, you know what I'm also seeing, and I want to shout out, this actually, I think, is in the wild example of our lesson of the day. To me, Tesla looks like kind of a sloppy inverse head and shoulders. Look at this head at 250. We have a little bit of a shoulder at 250, 275, another one at 250, 275. However, we are up on the day. Inverse head and shoulder does work a little bit more if you're down on the day. So I want to keep that in mind. But honestly, if we can push above 70s here, I'm absolutely going long on risk gate into 20. So I'll take a small position to start. I'll add if we break above into 254s. Kate, this is where we're going to have to strike here. Do I strike? Do we break into 70s? Come on, Tesla. No one can tell me, but okay, there we go. Tesla's decided it does want to break into 70s. Also decided probably doesn't care about me. That's fine. Okay, perfect. So we got part fulfilled. There we go. So we're going to burst this into 250. We'll do 253.21s because I might have a bit of an affinity for that number. I wonder if you can guess why. Good look. IWM also printing long here. So EOM, definitely did not want to get involved in this one on a whim. I got involved when we had that that VWAP bounce here. If we stay nice here above that into that 221.10s, I might add a bit. Happy with this position and also happy to thank our sponsors at Benzinga.
Are you tired of being late to the trade? Are you always playing catch up in the market? Are you missing out on the big moves because you're just too slow to the news? If so, Benzinga Pro is your unfair advantage. Get those breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everyone else and pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving. And yes, join a thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Are you ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? If so, visit benzinga.com/pro and get yourself that free 14-day trial. Shout out to the good folks there at Benzinga. All right, let's have a look at the small cap gappers du jour, Ram, because we haven't said anything about those, and that's not good. So shout out to her. All right, look, the number one name on my scanner is MSS, but as you can see, what MSS is doing. It has another, okay, whatever. I'm not going to say that stupid joke. BNZI, number 2 gap scanner on my list. This one a little bit better, but also south of the volume weighted average price. It is, though, finding some support, at least it seems, near that pre-market high. That pre-market high takes us to about 750, and you've got a bunch of bottoming tail candles right now bouncing off 750. So I like the look. I'm going to keep it on the side chart, but I won't take it as a long breakout trade until it finds itself above this white horizontal line over here, which is the volume weighted average price. I will not take a small cap gapper as a breakout trade south of VWAP. Keep that on. We're going to keep it on watch because it looks awfully good. WVE setting up like a beauty. This is beautiful. You've got pre-market highs off which to base your entry. It's trading above VWAP. It's very, I don't want to say it's stable because it'll make me look silly in a hot second, but it looks more stable than some of these small cap gappers typically look. Let me give you the details. It's up 41%. Not really a small cap gapper. It's knocked on the door of $1 billion market cap, $940 million market cap with 7.7 million shares traded today, and the float a little bit larger as well, about 102,000 shares. Let's find out if that short float is going to give us something to work with here, baby. WVE. Let's shout out Trade Ideas and the Nos Boss and his crew over there. 3.42%. Also showed note that they're saying the float is 98 million as opposed to 102. Potato when it comes to that. I like this anywhere off the volume weighted average price, right? And you're really gonna, I hate to say put your stop on, the south side of VWAP because these are bamboozlers in chief. They can definitely wick you in and wick you out, but it's just been so respectful of VWAP, whether before the pre-market, during the opening, before the pre-market, in the pre-market, during the opening range break, or now during the midday. It's been very respectful of VWAP. So if that's going to be the case, I want to base something off it, and I don't want to give it that much room. So WVE looking like the best of the bunch here. And let's also put some respect on AAOI's name because it's awfully directional as well. This one hasn't even made it down to VWAP. The love affair here is with the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. That is that green line depicted on my chart. Every single retracement, guys, into that, well, with the latest one being at 1030 to 1045, bounced off. So let's see, we're awfully close to it right now, printing 16 and 2/3 of 10 exponentials at 1655. Does it hold? Good look for AAOI. I'll give you the details on this one super quick before we throw it back to Adara. And this one is a $711 million market cap, so a bit larger as well. A bit less shares traded today, 3.15 million as opposed to WVE. And the float, 36 and 2/3 million shares. And let's find out what the short float is. This one's a good one. Okay, 28.86%. Not a bad look for AAOI. Now it's going to behoove us to do some charting on a wider time frame so we can kind of gauge where these shorts are. Well, guys, we're not that far away from these recent highs. Okay, so December 23 till March of this year was kind of like the peak area of this name. So you gotta assume the shorts are likely somewhere around 18, 19 to about 23, in and around here. So if we can weasel up 19, 18, something like that, we could squeeze some shorts out. Keep in mind that this 28 some odd percent is subsequent to this area having developed, right? So we've been down here. You got to assume the people that were short down here have already been squeezed out. Who's left? Well, it's the people up here. So this one looking real good, man. You can leave this one on the side chart. Maybe it has like a second day play tomorrow. It's been very directional essentially since August onwards. Since August, the mid-August, it's up 150%. So not a bad look. AAOI staying on the side chart.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I need to clean my side charts or what. Yeah, this is, we're still trying to find opportunities here. The Tesla long, I like the bull flag. I actually added on that bull flag. Then I ended up getting stopped out. I moved my stop at that point. I think I was trying to risk the same amount. IWM, once again, Adara, what's going on here? So I added, when we got kind of above that 221.10 area, maybe I shouldn't have. I moved my stop accordingly. And to be fair, I will admit, I want to say, I don't like what I did here. I realized, because I don't like to look at P&L. I did in this case just because I knew we had, like I said, Coinbase, where my stop was triggered, I lost way more than I wanted to. So I knew that the risk that was happening was like maybe not the vibe. And so then I moved my stop here to 220.85, which is VWAP. I should have, according to my risk management principles and what I was trying to do, I should have given it another 10 cents. But I didn't because I was like, oh no, Adara, blah. Calm down. Yeah. So moral of the story, I should not have done that. I should have stuck to my principles regardless. Really disappointed in myself for that because that is just honestly sloppy on my part. But you got to stay positive. Am I positive in the day? Not at all. But my mindset always is. So you got to keep going. If we see this hold here at 221, I might go long 221. Risk it to 220.85, but honestly, there's definitely less risk today than I would like there to be as of right now. And I want to say, I think one of my issues, I keep talking about how excited I have to have stop orders. That's great. But Adara, for the type of triggers you trade, that's maybe not the vibe. I like trading spready names. Spready names are not going to necessarily trigger you where you want to. Coinbase, Visa, both those trades, I lost more than I intended on losing because of where my stop triggered. So I think that's something for me to note. Like an IWM, sometimes even a Tesla, whatever, that's fine. But I need to be really cognizant and working on my style when it comes to these stops because that is, I'm disappointed, I'm not going to lie. But you know what is not disappointing is voting. Because if you vote, guys, you know what you get to see? You get to see Sharif.
Gesticulate wildly.
Gesticulate wildly. On a screen that is green. Also, I love that. You should one day. But anyway, so guys, make sure you like and subscribe because if you subscribe, you can vote for the segment that is brought to you by Real Trading. If you want to be confident, if you want to know what the Neelage has to say, and he's going to be dropping some Neelage soon. Oh, yeah. So his hotline drop or hotline bling over there, because that can only mean one thing. That you guys should be voting for your tickers. Okay. We'll pretend that was a cleaner plug than it actually was. But yeah, Visa curling lower here. Like I said, not a lot of opportunities left here in terms of risk, but if I see anything that sets up, I will go for it, throw full throttle, and Tesla break below 253. Not a bad look. at all. How you doing?
What is going on here, man? I'm trying to look for anything out of Nvidia. I'm not getting anything. Taiwan semi-secure $7.5 billion to boost. No, we already knew about that. That's from the CHIPS Act. That's nothing to do. That's obviously good for Nvidia because they're taking all of Taiwan Semi's capacity for these advanced GPUs. That's why AMD can't seem to make them. But okay. This is what DOG Darwin was talking about earlier. Nvidia CEO Jensen Huang sold $713 million of stock. He's done for now, according to Barron's. But this is the look on Nvidia. And I just looked over the Katina man and I said, what is going on here with Nvidia? And he's like, look, man, it is green. It is on the way up. And that's the look. I mean, I didn't really get much in terms of what we're going to do at this point because it's like on the way up, 18 and a quarter. It's been how many now? Let's call this candle a green candle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 green candles in a row. In the 5 minute, we're at 18 and a quarter. Do we have resistance at 120? Okay, so this has been a nice little consolidation. Yes, there is resistance at 120. Whether you go back to September 12th or September 19th, resistance does exist at 120. We're going to have to see if it holds strictly or does what it did on September 12th. Is that 12th? Yeah, 12th, which is breach 120, weasel up to 120.75, then end up the day closed at 118 or so. It is on the dang way. It keeps printing highs as I speak. This thing is a rocket ship to the high side right now. Wowzers. Single-handedly keeping this market high because you're not getting the move anywhere else. Really, you're not. On the Max 7, maybe some other names, certainly. But it is really Nvidia keeping this market green and at least the NQ up a quarter point. This is the trade that I'm kind of disappointed in myself for not taking. Here it is, double top on Softy, breaking of the neckline, 428.80. It is on the way down here. Microsoft looks like it is just on the way down again. It just breached the 10 exponential. And where does it find support? I'm looking probably 427.5. There does seem to be some candle support in and around there. Is this the area? I'm going to wait possibly for another pop-up. No, it's not going to give you a pop-up. It's just printing lower. Go, Microsoft, go. It's on the way down. Here comes 428.40. Lots of weakness. So you can remember we were talking about variations from the dang ideal pattern. Well, there you go, baby. You got a variation of the ideal pattern. The left side of the double top, a little bit higher, but that neckline, because there's only one trough, remains the same. And that trough was 428.80. I suck for not taking it. I had eyes on it. I didn't pull the trigger because I was unsure what the market pumping because of Nvidia, what the hell Microsoft would do. And that's what it did. It continued to flush. So trust yourself and your analysis. Big move down here nicely on Microsoft. And I love the pattern as it's manifesting on the 5-minute chart, like this rounded top. Apple's doing the same thing, guys. I mean, it's really not just Microsoft. I hate to, emphasize that Microsoft is weak. It is, but there's other names that are doing this exact pattern as well, where you get into VWAP and then you start rounding the top. My only concern is this an inverse umbrella pattern where I get, caught trying to get short ram, and then it just takes me right back above 430. I'm just worried because the market keeps pumping. Separately here, aside from Microsoft and Apple and the rounded top they're putting in at VWAP, Nvidia, I'm not shorting this obviously, but 184.54 HOD kind of finding a little bit of resistance right now. Where is he? The OB one is not here because I was going to say OB's probably salivating at that reversion trade on Nvidia right now. I'm going to wait for 120. There is prior history of resistance at 120, at least locally. I'm talking about in September. If we weasel up into 120 on Nvidia, I think that's the better trade. I'm going to hold out to there.
Yeah, I love Ramin's comment here. Trust yourself or you'll wreck yourself. I agree. You're right. You have to believe in yourself. I talk about this a lot. Shout out to Darwin, who is coined Confidera. I talk about confidence, right? And honestly, very happy to say it. And you know what? Sharif, small victories. First winning trade of the day, TSLA, let's go. I like this trade because, and this is honestly, I would say I take this type of setup enough. It's probably a playbook. This is what I also did with Chewy that day. It flushed, came back. So when you've got a big move down in the market and then it almost immediately recovers up into a point of previous support, that is when, that to me is a short. Same with like if you have a big old pop, then you come drop, but you don't drop beyond that previous level of interest, you push higher. So I want to explain what I mean here. We had clear support, my Tesla 253.20. I've yapped about this ad nauseum. I loved that level. 253.20. Then we basically push up into that area and then we stop. So I watched the book. I said, Adara, if you don't like the book here, you're not going to take it. But you know what we get? We get a beautiful, clean rejection. So I risked one risk unit, and I want to be clear here as well. If this trade did not work out, I was getting shut down, but I was cool with that because I really felt good about the setup. And I was like, you know what, Adara, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. This shot feels good. You like it. It's a good setup for you. I went short. Initially, I was looking to take profit 250, 255s. I honestly think, well, now, as I speak, we would have gotten that. But the reason I like that level is just because, you know, that whole 50 cent level, that's also was basically the bottom of this move. Alas, I ended up taking about 45 cents. I got out at 75. So that was an area that we had a little bit of pause in that book. But if we stay weak here in TSLA, I want to take some more type of trades on this name. I have not traded. I used to trade Tesla like daily, and I've definitely let Tesla go. But you know what I mean? Maybe I'll regress to some of my old ways and go back to scalping this bad boy, to use a Sharifism, because Tesla certainly gives you some good opportunities. John Von Sauer wants me to check this AAPL. This AAPL does not work, but asked how high Nvidia will go. I mean, the thing is, I would like to see what we do at 120. 120, they get natural resistance level for Nvidia. But you know the other name I would want to shake a magic 8-ball for would be PDD. Because PDD, what are you doing asking for a friend? Up about 10%. With PDD, it's worth noting, I read a lot of order books. I've talked about this a lot. That is, I would say, one of the hallmarks of my style. This PDD order book, crazy fast. So this thing is like, it's here 1 minute, it's gone the next. It's up, it's down, it's sideways. It doesn't run your stops too badly, so shout out to you, PDD, on Coinbase. You know, some other names definitely not getting that kind of respect from me. But PDD, I like the, you know, it's a fun name to trade, but you know, this thing can run like wildfire. We just got that bid creep into 112.70s. Let's see what happens to me, though. The reason I brought this up is because I think this is very similar to Nvidia, continuing to push higher. Just had a bit of a bull flag here. Let's see if this goes up. If I can find an area that it makes sense to risk into, I would take a small PDD position, but I don't want to take a big position on PDD because, you know, with this one, you have to be, to use a pun Ramin once used in our ear when I was trading the stock, you've got to be pretty darn diligent with PDD just because of how that thing runs. Ramin says, I'm actually very wise if one chooses to listen to me. You know, I would say she, you know, she's nicer than we give her credit for. Okay.
You can have your own opinion on this. Have at it, girl.
She's like, get the word we, like, who's we? But yeah, no. So shout out to Ramin. Shout out as well to PDD. I actually really like the idea of going long here at the top. I know that is a weird choice, but this looks like a bull flag to me. What are you seeing? What patterns are screaming at you, Sharif, over here?
I'm just kicking myself, Adara. I just printed on Microsoft again, but I suck. I suck as a trader. I kept saying 428.80. It went back to 428.80, brah. It's not that hard. Put the resting order for sake. Look, this is an obvious area of support. We got long there. Look what it does, brah. It goes right back into that area and rejects off that area. That gives you 60 pennies quite so quickly. Frustrating. So we just took a little bit of a beak wetter there. Gonna wait for a bit of a bigger move down. Let's see if we can print something like in the teens or the 20s. We're knocking the door of the 30s right now. Some selling coming in. Just in case you guys are wondering, the yellow on my time and sales means mid-print. Those are mid-print orders. But the orders that come in blue and red, blue means below the bid, and red means at the bid. So it's moving up here. I've got to be careful because now I'm out of the money on this and I don't want this to go against me. Now let's see if we can put an order at 80s again. But now I've got two bottoming tail candles. So I don't know if I want the smoke here. Two bottoming tail candles and the market's at highs. It's not the smoke that I want. No, I'm going to set up at 80s again. If it wants to come in to that area and reject, then we'll basically look there. But the market's just too strong, bruh. The market's too strong. We're at 20,000, almost 150. We're getting into that IB high that we put in at 930, 20,153. We just printed 20,143. So the strength really coming in on the market, man. We are not far as well from that 120 on Nvidia. We are talking 25 pennies. We printed 179, guys. 179, calm down, bro. 119.73. That is essentially right at that 120 area. This is what I was talking about when I said there's resistance at 120 on NVDA. Here's the half an hour look. You reject on the 19th, couldn't break 120. Even on the 12th, when you did break 120, like on a technical basis, you got into 120.75, and then the smoke came right there. You break, where did that go? Is that before that? Yeah, there you go. 120.75, and then you ended up closing out the day at 118.50. So I don't need to be first into that NVIDIA 120 trade because you've seen already its propensity to kind of give you an opportunity to get in. Even on the 19th, when it did get into that 190, sorry, I keep saying 190, 119.70s, give you a lot of opportunities to get short before it really flushed. These are half an hour candles too, keep in mind. So there was a lot of action that took place here near the highs. You're gonna have to pack your patience to get this short. And by the way, like on this day, the 19th, it started going red at 130. So you didn't get the move midday, you got the move after. Let's see what it did on the 12th. When did it start selling off? It started selling off at 2. So this is really interesting here where NVIDIA seems to be getting this midday pump, right, into 120, only to wait for that more liquid time of the day when the big, is it coming down?
Dude, it's broke 120.
It broke 120, which is fine, Katina, man. We talked about what happened earlier with that 12th. It got to 120.75, so that's completely normal. 120.12, the Katina, man, absolutely accurate there. Let's see what it does. I'm not going to be first to this party. Reason is, again, you've seen it over here. It hangs out near that 120 area only to sell off later in the day. Likewise, over here on the 12th, hangs out in that 120 area only to start selling off at 2 o'clock. So we'll see what we get here with NVDA, but obviously it is the monster we all remember it to be. Put some dang respect on this one's name, 3% in the green, Adair.
Yeah, and it's worth noting too, while you were talking about that, I kept remembering how we were all feeling when NVIDIA broke 1200, which would be the equivalent, level of the 120 with that split. I remember sitting there, I remember trading NVDL. This was early June. That was all the excitement. So NVIDIA 120, very exciting. But what actually else has been pretty exciting here? It has been PDD. I got long PDD, a high of day. Obviously, not a decision I took lightly, but I looked at the pattern. I was like, this is a bull flag. It ended up manifesting as a bull flag. Basically, what's happening here in terms of my plan for profit taking, this thing is just really strong. I'm kind of just going to let it do its thing, 21, because I have a feel. I know what I like. I'm going to take out profit way too early. So what I'm doing is I'm just doing stops at 3-minute prior bar lows. That's what the plan was. If you guys saw me in CEG last week or DRI last week, we know I have a bit of a tendency to get kind of skittish about stops, be like, oh, get out early. No. PDD, whatever this trade wants to give me, it'll give me. I already am happy that, like I said, my first couple trades today, yuck, whack, whatever, But that, that was before. Where's the next trade, right? As Obi says. So shout out to him. He's not here today. PDD, basically, I'm watching here as what we do. Again, not like I'm saying this can run forever. Obviously, it probably can't. There's something bizarre with 113.15s. And it's funny because before we broke 113, I was like, Adara, maybe set a profit taker here at 113.15s. Let's see how that goes. That could be an interesting level. That was just random. I was just like, what's an area above 113 that this thing could fly into? 113.15 actually ended up being a bit of an area. So we'll see how this goes. I like this look. I'm happy with this trade. Shout out to Pretty Panda saying, I've been a poet today and it's nice. So thin, I'm completely out. Let's take a look at Poet technology. We know Poet has been running or writing, I guess, as of late. Wow. Wow, Poet. Higher highs, higher lows, beautiful little uptrend here. But you know what could drive you up to that uptrend would be, it's not slow. We're going to talk about here some VinFast.
VinFast, Vietnam's leading electric vehicle manufacturer, has announced its Q2 2024 financial results. Delivery surged by 44% quarter over quarter, with 13,172 EVs delivered, bringing the first half total to over 22,000 vehicles. That's a 101% increase year over year. Q2 revenue climbed to $357 million, up 33% quarter over quarter. VinFast's success in Vietnam is pivotal, driven by rising EV adoption. With global expansion and new models like the VF3, VinFast aims to deliver 80,000 vehicles in 2024, maintaining its commitment to sustainable mobility. We're going to shout out the good folks there at VinFast. I just remember I was talking with Obi about this yesterday. I was at Yorkdale Mall, and Yorkdale Mall obviously has a VinFast store, as does Tesla, as does many of the other EVs, Lucid, Polestar, they're all there. Well, actually, Polestar's not there. What am I saying? There's a different one. In any event, so I went into the VinFast store, just shoot the breeze, so to speak, and that VF9 was there. Oh, baby, that VF9 is a looker, right? It's quite pricey, especially on this side of the border where the buying power is a little bit weaker. What's going on, Katina, man? They won over 100. It's good. It's good price. But when you compare it to some of the Lucids, Katina, man, where it's go up to 300K, keep it down there, Ram. It's a joke. So yeah, VF9, fantastic look. What are you looking at there?
Okay, so PDD stopped me out, break even, and that was actually kind of ironic. And I've said this before, I have like a bit of a tendency, because, we're looking at Poet, and honestly, again, great look there on Poet. So we looked at Poet, because I had the 3-minute candles, and that's my bad, honestly, like I didn't get to finish my stop, whatever, it's all good there, baby. And that's one of the things too that, like, I think it's such a unique experience. You're hosting and you're trading at the same time, right? So just have to have your stop set and wait. Basically, I got wicked out with my stop. I think prior bar low at that time was 112.70s. Get to 112.70, we're holding up decently for now. However, I'm now at the point where I think PDD is a short. Now, could that be revengey? Potentially. But I'm not going to be like, oh yeah, like I'm faultless on that. But why I like PDD as a short now? Look at this big old red reversal candle. Now, to be fair, we had that before. I tried shorting that and then we went higher. But PDD right now, I mean, this thing's up 10%. Like, I liked the long at the time, but as I said earlier, can this thing really run forever? I'm almost definitely inclined to say no. Like that's a lot to ask of any stock, right? And we're creeping below this 112.70s here. I want to watch. I want to wait. The area that I'd be comfortable shorting would be if we break below this previous support at 112.40. To me, that was kind of the area from whence that bear flag propelled. So if we break below that, then I'm comfortable shorting and I'm comfortable risking it into 112.70s. Until that point, I am not shorting. Jetboy wants to know why I'm not watching Nvidia. Yeah, I'll take a look at Nvidia. Honestly, I'm trying to trade more kind of setups that I'm comfortable with, right? Like you want to kind of develop your style, develop your type of trade. Nvidia is a great name, but I find there was a while where I was just trading Nvidia and Tesla because they were Nvidia and Tesla, not because I actually had setups I liked in them, right? So Nvidia, great look up here. So many great candles. However, we get to that 120.60, and honestly, again, I don't want to compare it to PDD because they're very different companies, but they're both kind of behaving similarly today, where we get to the uptrend and then we get to a standstill. And although PDD is up more in the day, I think the Nvidia chart looks a lot better in terms of just that intense uptrend, especially given how much of a reversal this was. I want to see what we do here at 119.80s. That was the area that we opened this last green 5-minute candle with volume. Now we're getting a bit of a red candle. If we break below that 119.80, that could get a little bit dicey, but it's also worth noting, I think it was Caliber Debt. I don't know if Big Smile's over here, but he puts a big smile on our faces every single day. Shout out to him. But he's talked a lot about like how you can kind of use volume to trade things like the SPY. And I think what the volume's telling me here in Nvidia, buyers are far overwhelming sellers. This red candle that we're getting, this red doji candle that we're getting, not a ton of volume. But and this is something I believe Obi told me this. I want to shout him out here as well. Sometimes these doji candles, no matter what they do, they're often just seen as a moment of indecision. So if we close like here, like at that 120.50 area on NVDA on this candle, that's when I want to see what we do from here on out. Regardless of what the volume does here, again, volume saying there aren't that many sellers. Let's see if this direction ends up switching. Grav saying SMCI reaching resistance again. Yeah, I have some levels on SMCI, Grav. I'm going to see if I can work them out. I will say yesterday morning I said to Sean, I'm like, if SMCI breaks above that 457, I want so much smoke. And then, yeah, that thing broke out, basically immediately gave you $20. I was not there, and it happened at the open, so I wouldn't have been able to trade it anyway. But I digress. No, I'm joking, I'm not even in Tesla. But SMCI here, the levels I like, 457, of course, 464 and 472. So until we get those levels, I'm going to wait. But the other thing, too, is we are at a key level of resistance. But SMCI also having some higher lows. So I want to wait. I want to watch. I want to scheme. I want to plot and hopefully get some money. I fully missed my PDD short area. So let's see if this thing can end up manifesting. I'm going to have an order ready at just below 112.40s. And PDD is like, yeah, no, holds my Temu, we're going to go to the downside. How are you doing?
I'm looking at the future. Look at this, guys. We're awfully close to 20,200. And this is a big move because this is 1 hour candle right here. So we got off the schneid from 20,075, as my friend Neil likes to say, and we're going to break through or get to 20,200. When is the last time we were at 20,200? September 19th, and we rejected. Do we reject this time? I don't know, man. This is one hell of a candle. There goes 20,200. Now we're at 20,207 and still going. Generally 20,200, excuse me, but what a move up in these here markets, guys. This is the NQ 5-minute contract. Since 10:40 this morning, there is no red candle on the 5-minute chart. There is none. Keep looking. There's one yellow candle over here, which means that it opened or closed at the exact same spot that it opened. And hence the volume is yellow as well. So what a move up, man. I mean, I did not have this pegged. I don't usually have a bias one way or another for the markets. I just kind of take what the market gives me, but I did not expect this. I did not expect Nvidia to be the leader. I guess maybe the market looking at Jensen selling as maybe an opportunity because he owns so much. So they're just going to buy the shares that he has to sell. I don't know, man. We are blowing through the levels that I had earmarked. I was looking for a 120-ish reversion. There is no red candle right now on Nvidia, man. This is absolutely parabolic. Okay, and that's not an exaggeration. This is a $3 trillion market cap. To move it like this, you need big boy money. What the hell is the market cap on this thing today? Okay, it's a little bit less than 3 trillion, 2.96. You guys get the point. In any event, to move it around this aggressively, that takes big boy money, but that's nothing we haven't seen in the past. It's just too wild for me. Here, I didn't anticipate this at all. Fantastic look for the market, man. Google's also at or near highs, I should say. We were waxing poetic and how Google was the strongest of the 7. That's obviously changed since we made that analysis, but let's put some respect on Google's name. It's also up nicely here. Right up into that pivot point, essentially that 163 high a day that we put at the IB high. So it's not just Nvidia moving up, Google moving up, but obviously Nvidia parabolic, Apple as well, breaking through the volume weighted average price, incrementally stair-stepping up, breaking through this resistance at the $0.50. We'll see if that can continue. But there's a lot of small cap gappers. And I saw Dara talking about Poet over here. Somebody was asking you about it. Fantastic look for Poet. But here it comes. 560 touch the high a day. Volume weighted average price 505. What better entry than VWAP for a small cap gapper? POET. Good directional name. 19%, much higher at the highs and giving you predictable levels off which to get in. We'll see if this 505 wants to act as a level of support, putting in a bit of a hammer candle or a bottoming tail candle. Now we'll have to wait until this closes before we give it a full analysis. AAOI as well, coming down off the high, $17 acts as resistance. I would submit to you though, there is some support at 1620 to 16 to 1620. Topping tails, the wicks go into 1620. The closing prints look like they're basically rejecting off 16. You also have the volume weighted average price at 16. So I like AAOI, man. I mean, I like a lot of these names today. They look awfully good. Poet, AAOI. EI, uh-oh. Is that what you wanted, Raymond? Jokes. AAOI, no, seriously though. I mean, off 16, I think this is a hell of a look. I already wax poetic at WEV, fantastic look there. BNZI also reclaiming the volume weighted average price, but with this one we were talking about how this had an interesting support level right at where it was forming a base at 17 3/4 to 17 1/2, and it was basing, I'm assuming, off these areas of previous resistance. I wasn't going to take it as a breakout trade because it was south of VWAP. Let's see if it can hold above here, maybe reclaim 9, and then we can talk about maybe moving back into that 11 1/5 to take out the highs. highs, but BNZI, like this market, very up on the day, up 103%. The market finding a bit of a resistance at 20,200. Only one red candle right now, like I mentioned, on the NQ since this morning at 10:40. If this candle closes the way it is, got to think about a couple of minutes left before this candle closes. It will be the first red candle at Dara since 10:40. Wowzers.
Wow, yeah, wowzers indeed over here. PDD, I am short. I'm very proud of myself. I waited, like I said, I thought it was like, oh, I missed my boat. No. I waited, I said, get the I guess not a dip buy, a rip sell at 112.40s. That was the area I liked. It worked for like a couple seconds. The plan was to take some out here at 112, then add back in. We never got to take any out there at 112. Clearly some kind of area. And we did get stopped out of PDD, and we actually got stopped. We're shut down just of where that PDD stopped out. I need to work on my stops clearly because this is the third time today where I've lost like exorbitantly more than I should have been losing on a stop. And PDD is not really, I think, spready enough for that to make sense. So it's all good. We're going to take some screenshots. We're going to switch over to the sim. We're going to keep giving you guys a good show. You know what I mean? You have good days. You have bad days. You have meh days. Sreev's having a good day with that Nvidia. Let me tell you, and I love that area of entry because that was that previous talk.
See, it's risky, Adara.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I will not opine on that, but I will wish you the best of luck in your purple shirt.
Thank you.
Because I really do like that shirt. Also, Tesla. So, Tesla is umbrellaing hard here. We are hard umbrellaing, okay? We have that push down. We get that push up here to 150, 5250s, umbrella, Ella, A, continuing to the downside. However, I will believe that we're actually reversing because the umbrella handle pattern is a continuation pattern. We're in a downtrend. You get a sharp move up, then you get more rain to the downside. Inverse umbrella handle pattern, same thing. But I will believe this is a reversal if we can push above 550, 250. At that point, I'm like, cool, I'm wrong. We're reversing. As of right now, I believe Tesla is a short, but it doesn't matter what I believe. It only matters what I can trade and what I can do. And that's huge, right? That's one of the biggest things that matters here in this market that we are all taking part in, right? So that's an interesting note there for TSLA. What else do I have in my... Oh!
Do you want me to take over while you switch?
Yeah, so I just want to quickly look at Snow before I switch. Thank you, though. Snowflake. Okay, Snowflake, bull flag. Snow flag over here. Look at this bounce at 110 higher. Look at this chip top. What was that level I liked on this? Oh, 113.50. So we're a little far removed from that. But Snowflake right now, just flying that beautiful flag to the upside. I will probably get long this in the sim. I just wanted to let you guys know about that. It's unfortunate things happen, but you know what you got to do? Keep on moving. Keep on swimming. Shout out to Finding Nemo or Finding Dory. Right now, we're going to find our sim login. How are you doing?
All right. We took a bit of a beak wetter on Nvidia, but as you can see, we got stopped out for the rest. This thing is a dang rocket. So, like OB did last week, I want to pack my patience. I saw that trade he had on Apple. I saw that trade he had on Meta. And he packed his patience. I want to pack mine. So, if this sets up, I really want to underscore if, because I'd like to pretend that I'm a trend trader, and this is definitely not the trend. I'm going against the trend here, but I just did not see this type of parabolic nature on Nvidia. But I need to remove my bias. The fact that I didn't see it doesn't really matter at all, the market. The fact that it's going up should be good enough for me here. So this one does not look like it wants to stop. One red candle amongst the sea of green today on Nvidia. And I got to tell you, Nvidia and the futures look almost identical. And by futures, I'm talking about the NQ, right? Almost identical to how they've developed essentially from 940 onwards. 940 was the last green or last red candle on 935 was the 1035, excuse me, was the last red candle on the future. And I believe it is 1040, the last red candle on Nvidia. So very much moving in tandem today. And it behooves me to go with the dang trend rather than thinking that I am going to be able to spot the tops. Let it come down. If it wants to come down, that's fine. We will deal with that trade then. What's the look right now? We got 35 highs. All right, let's do some charting on Nvidia over here, even though Neil's ready. Okay, all right, my bad. We'll do the charting after we do get back from the hotline dropper himself. He is Neil Roberts. His lesson of the day.
Thank you, everybody. Your lesson of the day today brought to you by Firefly Neuroscience, revolutionizing brain health. Groundbreaking brain network analytics technology is transforming care for patients with depression, dementia, anxiety, concussions, and ADHD. With 15 years of research and a wealth of brainwave data, we're set to illuminate the future of diagnostics and treatment. Pharmaceutical companies and medical practitioners, get ready. FDA 510 cleared BNA technology is here to supercharge your clinical trials and enhance patient care. Join us at Firefly Neuroscience, traded on the NASDAQ as AIFF, and be part of the next big leap in neuroscience. Ignite hope, one brain at a time. Ignite the markets, one Nvidia tick at a time. This is going to be we're at the tops now, and I was just reminded of a quote that's going to inform this lesson of the day, because I was going to do one thing, and let's be real, we got to talk about something else here. Anybody that's seen Trading Day? One of my favorite movies of all time, Denzel says to Jake, "It's not what you know, it's what you can prove." So I don't know why Nvidia went meme crazy. Personally, I don't care why Nvidia went meme crazy. I got up to go for a bit of a break, went to the bathroom, we'll check to see if lunch was there, and the stock was at $116 something. I sat back down and this was breaking out the top and going absolutely parabolic. But I didn't know it was going. Like everybody else, probably the first thing I did when it did this move to this move, and I had just been up and about for a little bit, like, okay, well, what is actually going on here? I see nothing. Like, oh, well, I don't want to join it. Feels like a little bit like too parabolic for me when I'm trading it blind. And the best you can do in a situation like this, look, don't get me wrong. Like, I went from green to red on Nvidia today. The longs were pretty solid early. I wish we'd actually gone long at that bottom. The best you can sometimes do, A, is like limit losses, B, wait for key price areas. And I think I heard a lot of people talking about $120 on Nvidia, and this is $120. When if you look at it up here, this is 121, and then you go back to last time it was in a bit of a downward trend, and the resistance was actually a little bit higher in that 121 into 121.5. If it breaks out that, you're looking at 125. When things are going parabolic, you can always do yourself the favor of zooming way the heck out and at least saying, okay, if you're going to take a shot at a reversion on this, of course you're going to look for a huge upside on a reversion trade. You know, and sometimes if you don't get me wrong, if I scalped this, I actually would have made money short. Like that should have been a scalp trade and then out, but it wasn't. I'm reloading it at the top, and it keeps trying to go higher and higher and higher. And when this is going on, the best you can do if you're going to do this is you pick a spot, profit from it, and then hold. Like profit, hold. Or find yourself a very strict entry. When we talk about mean reversion, a lot of times I'll do something like this, like look at the trend to the upside. Well, that's thrown out. But look at it when it trapped people short the first time. Like just look at my own execution, right? There's a trap. And then so this is the first short off 120. There's a support. Look at that 121 short. There's a support. So maybe I don't want it again. Instead of guessing the high, I'll just look at where it dip bought when people were entering into the most reasonable short trades off of 20 and 21. And if it loses that, then you go for a reversion. And like I said, this is going to be a little something on the fly. I could have looked at other names in here, but obviously Nvidia is kind of doing it. And if you just short every single little bit of a curl that looks red, some of them are going to end up with a candle that ends red, and others will just look like a curl, and then it just makes a fresh high. However, if you break a newly established trend line, at least now I can formulate some kind of a trade. Anybody buying the dips on the traps up here after it went parabolic can be trailing to there. If I short underneath, at this moment, it's going to look like, you know, underneath here at probably at 75, and then you're out at 121. And we always talk about patience. And a lot of times, the thing about being patient is you have to be willing not to be like dead right. So everyone wants the bottom and everyone wants the top. But when something is happening like this, sometimes you want to take a step back, say, hey, if it reverts without me, so be it. But it's got to set something up that is worth taking. And if it's not worth taking, then you can easily just stay away from it. So I'm going to save this trend line because I I kind of want that to still be there when I go back and leave it up on another chart there. If it breaks this 120.75 and closes underneath, I think that provides you with something. The other thing that you can sometimes consider when something like this is happening is, okay, well, look at the sympathy play, or a sympathy, I mean, not the sympathy play, I mean a sympathy play. So go over and look at something that was weak, that goes parabolic with it, and then start to compare. So SMCI, which was weak all morning long, kind of like all the other chip names, this bounced and broke VWAP as well. So this test of the high in SMCI, when it finally went above pre-market highs, right in here about 11:48, so 20 minutes ago. At 11:48, Nvidia was making this break of 120, and it since went to 121.60. So Nvidia is still going higher. It tried to turn there, and it's still trending higher. Meanwhile, SMCI is putting in a lower high. It's not to pick on SMCI, it's just the absolute truth here. Since Nvidia got to the first level that most people would have been looking for short, the majority of people I'd say were looking at that 120, SMCI wicked the top. When Nvidia made its second high, which is at the 121, which is even higher, but at the bigger resistance level on the 15-minute, SMCI was making a lower high. So the sympathy play, and what's weird about it is you saw me just going over and over again into Nvidia, not doing the sympathy play. But when it's GameStop, I don't have any trouble doing this. When GameStop goes to the upside, you know me, is Cost going? Is BlackBerry going? Is AMC going? Is something that is not GameStop going? And then I want to fade that the second that I think it's a short opportunity in the thing leading the market and going the most parabolic. And I'm not telling you that SMCI is going to pull into VWAP with 100% certainty. But if Nvidia pulls back into VWAP, SMCI is almost certainly going into VWAP. And one of them is a moving freight train and the other is not. So, your lesson of the day, very simply, if it doesn't make sense, it doesn't matter. Okay? You don't need to have a story behind something to be able to rationalize why a move is going on. Sometimes what you need to do is just take a step back, evaluate it based on the price action, find the right levels to at least trade off of. If you can, find a sympathy play. If it doesn't make sense and it's going to revert, take something else. Like either get a really good entry, like I said, the trend reversion, or find yourself a sympathy play that, hey, if it unwinds, this is going to go too because it only went up following it like SMCI. But if Nvidia just keeps on making highs and highs and highs, well, SMCI was never making fresh highs anymore anyways. So now you've got something which is relatively weak in a move, and you're not necessarily as worried about it cracking the top. It's not an easy thing to do in the heat of the moment because you see the biggest opportunity in the thing that's moving the most. But it doesn't necessarily mean the best mean reversion trade or the best opportunity is in that stock unless you're joining the trend. So in this particular case, it could be SMCI. I mean, heck, you could probably look at maybe Micron or maybe an ARM or something else in the space works out. It just so happened that I used SMCI as an example. But when you get a parabolic mover to the upside, you want to be very, very particular about your entries. And if you can, find something adjacent to it that's less risky and a better setup for the reversion trade because traders are going to try them. We're going to try and pick bottoms. We're going to try and pick tops. The best you can do is take the best opportunities for those reversions and not just every single one that looks half decent. That's your lesson of the day. Good luck, everybody. Nvidia, mean crazy again.
Thank you very much, Neil. Informative, eloquent, and just all around awesome as always, man. If you're around these parts, if you're with us at noon, Neil Roberts dropping hot lines every day around that noon hour. Thank you very much again, Neil. And I really want to echo the sentiment he has there because it's basically building on what I was just saying on Nvidia. I'm sitting here trying to rationalize in my mind why everybody and their mother's cousins buying this up after Jensen was selling. It doesn't need a story. The price action is a story in and of itself. I need to stop trying to look for reasons. Thank you, Neil, for reinforcing that idea. I think a lot of people get a lot of stuff from what you say every day. So right now, yes, I did short Nvidia again. I got a little bit of a beak wetter, 25 pennies, super quick. But look what it's doing. It's moving up again. through 121. So I'm done doing that. I think that is going to get me into trouble. If it didn't get me into trouble yet, it will get me into trouble later. I need a full out mean reversion here, not a whiffle and waffle in the formation of what looks like to be a bull flag off these highs, right? I don't want to be shorting any bull flags because we know what that is. It's a continuation pattern. It usually manifests in higher highs. So we'll keep that in mind, and we'll keep on the lookout for different trades. So the future absolutely at highs, likely because of the pump on Nvidia. Big day for Nvidia. Big day. Well, not a huge day for the future, but up 0.2%. Not bad. Apple also breaking through VWAP and incrementally putting in those higher highs and higher lows. It was a gnarly sell-off at the open on AAPL, and it was a big drop down. Can't break through 230. 230 has been a hot level here for a minute. Even on the day, the rebalancing day on Friday, when we did decidedly break 230, where do we close? Anybody remember? Oh, I do. 228, 227. It didn't close at 230. So sure, intraday moves are great. They're fantastic for day traders and intraday traders, but it is the closing print, that money that wants to stay in the position after 4 o'clock. That's the money I want to take notice of, and it closed below 230. So in my humble estimation, Apple still has 230 resistance. Can we play that to our advantage today? I think so, because we're respecting key areas of support and resistance over here. So have a look at this. So once we break through this area crest over here at 227.50, now we're starting to use 227.50 as support. So all these wicking candles really finding their footing at the $0.50, weaseling up incrementally into that 3/4. It's not parabolic, it's not Nvidia, but it is putting those predictable higher highs and higher lows. Let's see if we can weasel something off a nice retracement over here. It's put in now 2 lower highs and 2 higher highs. So not a bad look right now for AAPL, but definitely not the strongest of the bunch by a long shot. Amazon also breaking through this 192.88. We were talking yesterday with the OB about the Bezos shelf, that 200. When can we see another attempt at that Bezos level? Because we know that it was rejecting off 200 to no end, assuming that Jeff Bezos was selling. I think we did actually get a story around that $200 level when Amazon was at that $200 level that Bezos was selling. So I'm going to pack my patience to have a look and see what these futures give us. All right, let's look at Nvidia over here. All right, so now we're getting the lower highs. Okay, this candle, the 1205 candle on the 5-minute look, for the moment, is the area crest. That crest, 121.62. Subsequent candle, that 210 candle, lower low, lower high. That 1215 candle, lower high. We're still waiting on that lower low. Did we get the lower low? Yeah, marginally. So maybe coming back down. The thing is though, here's the thing. If we come back down, are we using 120 now as support? We know 120 was resistance at least 2 days in the past little while, this month. If we clear it by $1.62, which is what we've done on the day, do we use 120 as support? That's going to be a question. Get it, Katina Man. The Katina Man short Nvidia over here. He's pumped. We're going to shout him out, and we're going to hope he prints up multiple storms. Because I'm looking at Nvidia, and it's on the way down, and you got pumped up. That's how I kind of guessed, Katina Man. So NVDA looking nice. It's coming back down. But my question to you guys is, what do you guys think? You guys think 120 holds as support? And the thing, Ram, is that 10 exponential on the 5, a level that I love for intraday trading, is right at that 120. So, I don't want to put too much I don't want to put too much stock into, one measly moving average, exponential or otherwise. But it is hanging out at that whole dollar level, Adair, or that $10 level. So good look right now. We're going to shout at the Katina Man. We're going to hope he prints up multiple storms on that side of the desk.
Yeah, so I shout out to there. We hope all the storms are printed. I hope it is a category 7,000 hurricane with how many storms are being printed over there. I hope it, we were talking once about how the hurricanes are named after people. I hope Hurricane Winifred or whatever is going on.
Did you hear about that storm that didn't have a name a few days ago or like a week ago?
Yeah.
It was a nameless storm.
Nameless?
I don't understand what was up with that.
It's Storm Doe. Instead of Jane Doe, John Doe, Storm Doe.
That's so weird.
Yeah, it's a weird... Wait, no, that's what I meant.
There it is.
Okay, so Palantir. Guys, also, I want to clarify again, I am in the sim, got shut down, definitely need to work on my stops. And by that, I mean, what is happening is I am losing, because I trade a lot of spreadier stocks, losing way more than should theoretically be lost. And I'm like I'm placing them, we're getting run, so it's all good there. PLTR. Okay, initially I was long here. I like the higher highs, I like the higher lows. Then we fat fingered and we got out. Now you might be like, Adara, then why would you go short? Well, I realized I was like, hey, Adara, hey, look at this rejection of that hard previous support at 36.65. I went, smells like opportunity. So I went short. I also figured out, because I've said for whatever reason, I have more buying power in the sim, but I'm able to take less shares. It doesn't matter what stock. Figured a way around that. Had a couple. If you get them already before any of them fills, you can take more shares. I don't know why. So I got that. Taking some more shares here. And again, I'm clarifying, this is the same way I'd be trading it live. I would be taking more shares of Palantir live, just based on how I'm risking. My average price is, drumroll please, just so I can tell you guys, because it's, 36.57. I'm risking into 70, so I'm risking 13 cents. I want a low of day break here. Will I get one? You know, I could totally be wrong, but I want to try this trade. And again, not just because I've had figured out of the long, I do think it could be a bit of a short here. Also, I was asked about PDD and Tesla, so I'm going to give my opinions quickly on those two. We know I have opinions on. And PDD, Mo, I think in the chat was asking about PDD short. Now, I was honestly, like, I was trying to get the long PDD. At one point, I was short bias PDD. Right now, I wouldn't take it either direction. And that is because we can't break 112. 112, we had this bottoming wick into it, right? Then we come higher. I was like, oh, maybe we'll reject 40s again. Did it for half a second, but then we came up and reclaimed. Now, to be clear, the balance, the evidence, and this is a bit confused. I don't know if a jury would return a guilty verdict or not guilty verdict. We'll make it a hung jury here. We might have to do a retrial. And I say that because we got a lower high here, slightly higher lows. There's obvious support at 112. So I think until we break below 112 or we break above 113, I do not have an opinion on this stock. However, I would like to make it known that we did make a higher low in our most recent, traverse to the downside here. So with that in mind, right now, I think PDD could still be bullish. If we break below 112, my opinion will be changed. Palantir is chilling there. Well, Tesla was the other one I was going to look at. Vikya Novak was asking what I thought about. I think it was a Tesla long. My opinion on TSLA, kind of similar to my opinion on PDD. I need it to give me a direction. But Tesla's giving me a little bit more clarity than PDD. And I've talked about this a lot. I find it really bullish or really bearish if you've got, instead of a double bottom, you have your area of support, then you find support or resistance if you're looking for, a short at the same level, and then you get a bottoming tail or topping tail candle, because that means we're so bearish or bullish, we can't even get to that level again on a closing basis. We just bounce. So for me, I actually like Tesla long. I would get long. You know what? We are going to get long here, 50s. We're going to risk it into 252s. I'm fully cool with that. And I like this. Let's go. Let's go for TSLA. Let's see what happens here. I would be taking some profit at 253.20s. Then I'd be adding back in if we come bounce here. I love these bottoming tail candles. This position I really like. We're going to give it a ones. Also, I want to try something here too. I've talked about how I like having stops for these tickers that are with tighter spreads. I find the stops don't work for me for spreadier tickers, so I'm not saying I'm going to trade spready tickers in the sim for the heck of it. But if I see a spready ticker trade set up here for me, I will be attempting to trade those without a stop because I'm in the sim, just because I feel like that might be a better solution for myself. How you doing over here?
Good. I'm just keeping an eye on Nvidia. It's still, whiffling and waffling, but still above the 10 exponential. So just staying put. A new small cap gapper has emerged midday. Look, this one did a big boy pre-market move, but it did basically nothing since, the pre-market, or when it printed that high in the pre-market. What time was that? 7:30 until now. Look at what it did. It was below VWAP, just barely holding on to that $1.18 that it closed out yesterday. I'm talking about FAAS, FAS. 6.12 million shares, $103 million market cap, and the company float is 26 2/3 million shares. Let's bring down trade ideas and find out what the short float is on FAS. 4.46%, certainly not the biggest ever, but also not negligible. I like this. It's getting its volume midday. You know how I feel about these midday small cap gappers, the ones that haven't exhausted all their volume either in the pre-market or in the opening, phases of the day. This one, volume coming in, big boy, right at that 12 o'clock time slot. So better part of 20 minutes. It is going, baby. It is not above the pre-market high, but it's at that $1.82. So it is going, and I've loaded it up on a trading screen. Thank you for that, Neil. I did see it, but shout out to Neil Roberts, baby. Always keeping tabs on this market. Here's why this is moving. Digi Asia shares jump on Paymate's unit acquisition plan. We don't need to dig deep into this, but it behooves me to tell you that this headline did come in at 7 o'clock. So this is not a new headline. This headline here was likely the reason we pamped at this 7 o'clock time slot. It popped up into that $3.10 area at 7 o'clock. I'm assuming these 8 o'clock prints, these are institutional prints, and I'm not gonna go into a dissertation on what these things are, but there's all sorts of theories. But this here is a real print, 7 a.m. That is real. It's on low volume, obviously, or lower-ish volume. Again, no halt parameters in the pre. That's how it's able to weasel its way up like that without actually getting volatility halt. 310, that's the look there. 183 is the official high day. That is the print after 9:30. Good look, respecting the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. Even before that big boy volume started coming in at 12 o'clock, it started moving, breaking above the range right at 11:45, I want to say. It wasn't on big boy volume, about 66,000 shares printed there. But look at the subsequent candles at 12. 500,000 here. 700,000 there, 583. You guys get it. There's big boy volume and there's enough liquidity for all of us. It's just how we weasel into this trade. Kind of weird why it started moving midday, despite the fact that the headline was a 7 a.m. headline. Doesn't matter. Maybe somebody's digested the news, they like it, they're gonna start positioning into the trade. So I've got it loaded up, FAAS up over here on a trading screen. It's, like I said, $1.82. How I play this, I'm a little unsure. Just started looking at it now. There is a bit of a double top, ironically enough, over here at this $1.72, $1.70. So I'm thinking a $1.70 would likely be a good entry point, and then I can give it to VWAP, which ironically is at $1.60. So I'm going to front run the size. I'm going to put it at $1.72, see if I can weasel my way into this trade. I'm telling you from now that I likely will. Dollar cost average in between that 172 entry, if I get filled, and the volume weighted average price at 160. I like this as a breakout trade if it's able to hold above that volume weighted average price, which again on my chart right now is 160. The problem is though, look at all these topping tails. I don't like that. I don't like the topping tails. It usually means sellers overwhelming buyers at that level. We're printing 172s and now we got the fill. So come what may now. Now, where are we going to put our entry for our DCA? So exactly the level is 160. So I'd like to front run that 160 level by a skosh. Let's put it at 162 and see what we get there. Dropping below 170, 171 on the ask right now. So we'll see. We'll see if this one wants to hold up. It's obviously in play. A lot of volume coming in midday on this one. And we're going to look to do, hopefully, a little bit well on it. Hopefully, we don't get stopped out. First beak wetter is going to have to be 10 pennies to test the high at that 182 level. Otherwise, we're going to get stopped out, Adara, on the break of the volume weighted average price. We'll see which one comes first.
Yeah, so I got stopped into the Palantir short. I am not long Palantir, just so you guys know. Still in the SEM also, just in case anyone came in late. Tesla also got stopped out here. I added to the position when we got that push up into 252.75s. Then I moved my stop because I've said to what I'm trying to do with regards to rules with my stop losses. If I add in, I'm going to move it so I'm risking the same amount. Now, why do I like SMCI long? Okay, so bull flag, but that's not the only reason. I like this bull flag. I like the fact, like I said earlier, Nagrav said, and I started to Nagrav in the chat mentioning, hey, this could be a bit of a short. I think that's when we were in that 470 area. My thing at the time was we have higher lows. My thing is still we have higher lows, but that's not the reason I got in. This book looks really bullish to me. We kept having little bit creeps here. I think if we get into 468 yeah, there we go. So we get to the 468. Now we're starting to pump here. I said I'm trying an experiment, not using stop losses like hard stops in just because as I'm in the same, I may as well work on this. on these spreadier tickers because I find it does not work for me, and it's actually kind of cramping my style with regards to what I'm able to kind of trade, so I don't love that. What I'm going to do here, though, is I'm going to use a mental stop at 466. I like these wicks here to 466. I think if we break into or below 466, I don't want... Sure, I want none of that smoke. I don't even want a bit of that smoke. I'm like asthmatic at that point if we get to 466. So if we stay above 466, I'm cool with that. Then you might be asking, maybe you're not, you probably aren't, but if you are, Adira, where would you be taking profit? Well, I like 470. I like 472 initially is what I wrote, but 471 seems more realistic. It'll be kind of basically the top of this little bull flag pattern, that 470 40s. That's where we're going to be taking out some of this position. So that is just over I guess around a 2-to-1 risk reward. Either way, my thing has always been, as long as I am not risking more than I am trying to make, I am pleased as punch with that. So that is where our Beakwater is. Happy I have the initiative for this SMCI. We are over a point in the paper money, not, in the same here, but happy I took this trade. This is why you gotta have to wait for opportunities that make sense to you. Had I been a little bit more patient, live, I could have taken this trade live, which obviously would have been a lot sweeter, but woulda, coulda, shoulda. That's how you learn. You learn from your mistakes. Tesla, I said 252 bounce would be pretty clear. Tesla bouncing off 252. I may try this long again, but I want to see us clear 252.85s. That's a bit of an area of resistance earlier. This is interesting. Gurov saying SMCI on the 15-minute has an ugly shooting star candle with volume, which is why I took short. Let's take a look at that 15-minute. Yeah, I mean... I see what you mean. I do see what you mean there. That is a bit of an ugly-looking candle, but I think, too, even on the 15-minute, you do still have, I think, a bit of an interesting resistance support flip at 468. And I've talked about this sometimes. If you've already had resistance support flip, and you're like, oh, maybe I'll get resistance again. No. I will say, I find they actually do flip-flop. So if it served as support, then it serves as resistance. You're probably not going to have it serve as resistance again. You might see it form a support. That's just something I've seen from observation. To me, honestly, I'm still seeing some bullishness on the 15. That shooting star, that's an ugly candle. I fully agree. And I'm not trying to smoke any hopium, I promise. I'm in the sim. I just really believe in this look. And I think the fact that we can't get below that 467, honestly, nice look. Did you just, Drew's saying some naughty things.
No.
Oh, I thought you were saying, being
No, it's an inside joke because I've got a broken finger. I'm not going to disgust everybody by showing it to them, but I discussed Ram, so that's okay.
That's what you guys do, yeah. How was that fast?
It's good, but I'm really proud of this trade a lot more. Nvidia got into the 10 exponential on the 5. Where did I get long? I got long at 70 something. I was able to wet my beak in the high 90s. So I took 25 pennies quick as you like on NVDA. Reason I got in here, super simple. It really did respect the volume weighted average price and it ended up green. So I was like, all right, look, if we're going to whiffle and waffle and respect, I said volume weighted average price. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. I meant the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. It got right back in there. So I was like, all right, if we're going to start curling back here and looking for support to be, at that $0.50 level or the 10 exponential, whatever it is, I want to get in. So I was able to scalp a little bit on this one. I think I'm going to try my hand at this one again if it does do that kind of hold at the 10 exponential and then start curling back up. But what I mean by that is if we get this area where we're keep getting buying in and around that $0.50 to kind of shadow the 10 exponential and then incrementally put higher lows and higher highs, not by that much, but we get that curling effect. You know what I mean? Where we're rounded bottom. That's where I'll look to get in on NVDA. Shout out to Ram. But that's a look. So NVDA, the monster it is that we all know it to be, manifesting again on the day over here. Let's see what the rest of the day brings for said NVDA. Let's go back into our other trade. Oh, baby! We just took up the top on fast Adara. So nicely in the money on this one. We're going to put our next out, guys. Let's put it 92s. What's life without whimsy? So we'll put that, and then we're going to hang out at 92s. We're at printing 86s. We just got the top of the day break there at 82s. Now we're printing 86. We'll see if we can possibly test that $2 level. I'd like to front run that $2 level, knowing that there's probably going to be a little bit of zig, a little bit of zag with respect to selling at that level. Note that I still have my DCA, dollar cost average order on FAAS still active. The reason is, well, it really hasn't given me a reason to remove it. I mean, it's putting in higher highs, higher lows here on the 5-minute chart, which is good. So, and it's trading above the volume weighted average price. You know, if you've been watching the show for a hot minute, you know that my rule is with these small cap gappers, I never take them long as a breakout trade below VWAP, never take them short as a breakdown trade above VWAP, but I will range trade them from time to time below and above VWAP, but not as breakouts. Certainly not as breakouts. Here we go. Testing 86 again. We're waiting at 92s. Let's see if this one can get parabolic. I'd like to see if this one can take out the top over here. Definitely some selling coming in into the high 80s. All right, so showing 87s now. Keep your eye on the tape. You can get bamboozled on the level 2, but you can't get bamboozled on the tape. Even iceberg orders are going to show up on the timing sales. Can't hide that. So we're going to keep our eye on that. Look for big boy orders coming in over here and looking at what gateway they come from. That's important as well. Maybe we'll have Obe do a lesson on that. We're one of the traders there on the floor because they do really focus on that kind of stuff to see which gateways are doing what on the day. So here we go. 86 again, showing up over here. Happy with this trade, but looking for more. Looking to weasel into some more with this DCA still active to defend the volume weighted average price. It looks like the seller over here at 85 holding off the buyers for the moment. We're going to see if we can pack our patience and get that final print. Only a couple of beak wetters on this one, guys, but happy with this stuff over here. Let's see what people are. My eyes can never unsee Sharif's broken finger. It's getting worse, Ram. It's spreading. Yeah, anyway. I have an interesting, you know where spreading is, right? Remember? Yes. And by the way, who's that individual that I didn't know today?
Michael Key?
Yeah, I did know who he is. I know Key and Peele, man. I know that show, Key and Peele. I just didn't know his full name, by the way. So I do know about that individual. So just wanted to put that out there. That's not good enough, says Neil. Sorry. Brandon Townsend, thank you. Shout out to you, my man. I'm saving y'all's eyes, says Ram. And by the way, I totally forgot to tell you guys about this, but we have an afternoon segment. Who knew? And you guys are invited to vote right now or anytime from now until 1:50. That is the cutoff. Vote for your favorite takers every day. Have a look at the screen. There is the prompt on the screen there. Exclamation point. Join, the word join, then space, $, and the ticker of your choice. Something tells me, though, Ram, that today the #1 ticker will likely be NVDA. Just a shot in the dark there.
I think it might be sea poop. No, I'm joking. It's just a reference to that day that Sharif kept calling C-pop sea poop, and then everyone voted for sea poop. Also, Smicky. You know, some people have said in the chat, they made this joke before I found it, oh, Smicky, you're so fun, you blow my mind. Hey, Smicky. But yeah, shout out to SMCI. Now, I know I said I was initially waiting to take out a piece till I got to 470.50s. I changed my mind here because to me, I actually think there's spicier resistance at 469.50s. Are you laughing at Neil trolling you with Cowboys?
Why does he have to do me like that?
Yeah,
Because his boys are winning. They're winning hand over fist. Mine are getting pooped on. And, like, you know, he's just got to make me feel some sort of way all the time.
Williams are having a good time.
There you go. He's feeling himself today. He has a right to be because you guys dominated. That was big boy domination yesterday. Sorry to interrupt you, Darren.
That's okay, no worries.
Yeah.
So this SMCI, basically, I still feel good about this as a bullish case. And actually what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to take some out here, 469.50s. That's, to me, a pretty clear area of resistance. We get really skittish on the book at that level. But a level on the book that I love as support is 467.88. Is that highly specific? Absolutely. But has the book pushed it in my face? Dare I look at this? Yes, it has. We get to 467.88. Does not matter. We bounce. So I'm going to set once I get filled here, I don't want to add till I take some out. I know it's in the sim, but I still want to be fiscally responsible and trade this how I would trade it live. That is what I like to do. I will be adding to this position at 467.88. Now, I don't have a hard stop. I've said what I'm trying to do while I'm in the sim is I want to use this opportunity to experiment with not using hard stops on spready stocks. I find it just chops me up. It's not conducive to having good risk. It's not conducive, in my opinion, to me being able to formulate my trades appropriately. Also, it's interesting that so you broke the middle finger in the left hand. That's the same finger of mine that's been like injured forever. So shout out to middle hand. Middle finger.
It's a little bit embarrassing how I did it. I was actually sleeping. So I was like tossing in my sleep and I wailed my hand on my night table and it fractured. Yeah. And it woke me up, but I was like, yeah, man, sleep's just way too important. So I fell back asleep, and like literally days later, it started manifesting. I tried to go
It's the
to
worst on a media.
yeah, it's brutal. It's brutal. I tried to go to the clinic over here, but shout out to Ontario Health, the best health ever. There was no lineup or anything there.
Sarcastic.
It was super quick to get in, Adara. There was nobody waiting.
Sarcastic, right?
Yes, I'm being sarcastic. It's hideous. Anyway, so yeah, I didn't get to see a doctor. Hopefully today I get to see the doctor. It's just, yeah, anyway. So that's a look. So I'm having to deal with this, but let me tell you, it's not that bad to lift weights with this unless they like the two fingers go together. Otherwise, when I'm holding weights like this, I feel okay. Yeah, it's not bad, Raymond. I'm serious.
Raymond,
Like I don't feel the pain there, but I feel the pain when the two fingers kind of.
Sharif, did you see this pull is almost definitely an attempt to troll you?
Of course.
Yeah.
It's Neil doing the absolute most and invoking Ram's help for that as well. So shout out to both of them.
You don't have to ask her twice to troll Sharif. You don't even have to ask her once. Honestly, you say the word Sharif and she'll be like, oh, troll?
I'm gonna just play along here for wet and giggles. I'm gonna hit short Dallas Cowboys because I'm pretty peeved off with the Madeira. Quite frankly,
They're doing well.
No, they won the first game, but the offense is not firing on all the cylinders. The defense is really hurting right now. We're getting just cut up. Although we were supposed to be one of the best defenses, we'll see what exactly happens. But the NFL is so unpredictable. Whoever is good this year may not be good next year, and vice versa. So that's just the way it is. Take the pain, says Gary. I am, man. I am not even taking any painkillers, just using this Voltaren Amugel over here, no big deal. Anything you want to drop hotlines about before we start the lesson?
Yeah, really quickly, I actually have a question then. So would you say, if we're talking from a trading perspective, we know long Nvidia has been the vibe. Is long Nvidia, or sorry, I guess in my opinion, which is the better bet then, long Nvidia or short Dallas Cowboys? That's actually my question now. Because I'm wondering from a trading perspective now, right? Like if we're talking about trade,
it's a good question, Adara.
Great bet. Is short Cowboys a better
on the season or like in real
on the season? Because I know they got like cheerleaders. I told you I watched.
Can I tell you after 5 games? So we've gone through 3. Let me answer that after 5,
okay.
just so I have a bigger sample size.
I like that.
Come on, Neil, give me at least 5 games, bro.
SMCI long, trucking along. We're making higher lows on the book. We can't even get below 468. Now this can always go against me. You know what I mean? That's how things go.
Yeah,
but
basically.
You never know until you try. And I love this look. Hey, Dave is saying long Nvidia apparently a better bet. I saw that and actually typed LVDA. I actually want a long Nvidia here. I'm not going to lie. I will, but I don't want to chase it. Initially, I liked it 120.70s, but I was busy watching this McKee book, which if you're going to be in an SMCI trade, especially, because I said, to be clear, I'm not no stop loss gang. I am just mental stop loss gang when it comes to the spreadier tickers, and at least it's something I'm trying while I'm in the sim. As I said, I got shut down, and I used a lot of risk just at getting my stops run, so like that's obviously not the vibe. But I like Nvidia here. I like that 90 EMA bounce, but again, I liked it better around 120.70s. I have no interest in chasing this. Actually, though, pushback. 121 Nvidia could do something for me. If we can't get above this level, look how many little wicks we've had into this level. This to me is a short and a half. I don't know why I made that ugly face, but I mean, to me, I think this gets ugly for NVDA. Now, to be clear, we did the thing that I find bullish, where you get that 120.40 bounce, and then you get it again on a double bottom on a wick basis. That is a bullish pattern. But to me, I don't know if NVIDIA's got the juice here. I mean, it's NVIDIA, probably does. But if we get here into this 60s area, I am going to short it. I'd add if we get to 120.40s, and I'd risk it into 121s. Also, we did get half our position out here on this McKee. Like I said, I'm going to set my dip buy here to add a little piece at 467. We'll do 89s because I actually like 88s, but it's SMCI, so you want to give it a little bit of wiggle room here. I'm going to keep my stop the same because I'm averaging in, but it's going to be, I mean, for SMCI, 30 cents is kind of chump change. And when I say stop, I am still using a mental stop for SMCI, and that is only because I find I have a tendency to get horribly chopped up in these spready tickers with stops. Tesla, I was like, Tesla might hold up at 252. Tesla's like, but do I have to do that? No, Tesla, you don't. Let's see what it does here at the highly specific level of 251.42. And I say that because we've wicked there twice now. Let's find out where we go from now. Let's get into making sure you're voting for ticker exclamation point join space $ ticker. Before I pass it up back to my friend Sharif, hey, Davis saying, don't doubt yourself. You said you're feeling it, so take it. With that, yeah, I think I probably will take this NVIDIA short. I just want to watch it a bit more because that bounce off 75s, I don't necessarily like. I will always, like I said, no matter how much I like a chart, I'm not going to take a trade until I see what it does on the order book. If I see something I like on the order book, that's going to give me a heck of a lot more confluence and confidence. And with that, we're going to dance over to this lesson of the day, which is, you know, on that deal pattern, what about its cousin? The variation. So we're going to talk about variations on a theme over here. Shout out to Sharif. Kill him.
All right, guys, we are talking about reversal patterns. We started talking about last week. We're going to stay with that theme this week, but we're going to talk about variations, basically different manifestations of the reversal patterns that we've already talked about to date. So by the end of this lesson, we hope to understand the concept of variations from the ideal chart patterns that we see in the textbooks to recognizing common variations like the double tops, the double bottoms, and understanding these variations and applying them to real world scenarios. So let's get right to it, baby. Let's talk about and introduce the topic for those who are joining us late and weren't with us last week. Reversal patterns or major reversal patterns such as double tops, double bottoms, heads and shoulders, inverse, heads and shoulders, triple tops, triple bottoms. You guys get it, rounded bottoms. These are all reversal patterns. They're very important in technical analysis because they signal to you a potential change in the prevailing trend. So traditionally, these patterns follow well-defined structures, but in real-world markets, these ideal patterns rarely manifest perfectly into what we see in the trading books. So traders often encounter these variations that will deviate slightly from the textbook's examples, but they still hold, even though they deviate, they still hold significant predictive power. And that's what reversal patterns are, right? They have predictive power. You see that head and shoulders, you're making the assumption, you're making the prediction that the uptrend will end. So they all have predictive power, or so the textbooks say. And even if they deviate from that perfect shape, their predictive power remains intact. So let's talk about the variations and the key concepts of these variations. So like I mentioned already, variations from the ideal pattern refers to instances where reversal patterns do not match the ideal textbook example, but still fulfill the underlying principles of reversal behavior. And John J. Murphy, that is, goes on to explain how traders can still benefit from these variations by focusing on the core attributes of the pattern rather than looking for strict adherence to shape, size, length, whatever. Okay? It's not always going to work out that way, and I promise I have examples for you in a hot second. Let's talk about the first of these variations, the one that I feel like we say this the most. The double top, the double bottom, it seems to be the most overused, right? So these patterns often vary in height of the two peaks. That's for the double tops, or they vary in the height of the troughs for the double bottom. One peak or trough may be slightly higher, slightly lower than its counterpart. Additionally, the neckline, super important here as well, because we use the neckline for the breakout or breakdown signal. And what we've looked at in the textbooks is a neckline for the double top or bottom is usually horizontal. That's not the case in real life, man. Usually they're diagonal, whether tilting up or down. All right, and I'll show you what I mean by that in a second. So they usually do have a bit of a non-horizontal shape, more of an incline or a bit of a decline. So here is the example of the peaks having different heights. You can see basically over here, the left double top has a left peak much higher than the right peak. These are basically the same height. And the third variation is where the right peak a little bit higher than the left. Same holds true for the double bottom. I'm just going to take this opportunity to remind you that double tops and bottoms are almost identical in how they form, with one exception. Double bottoms take longer to manifest. Don't know why. I'm assuming it has something to do with the accumulation that we learned about in Wyckoff's method of accumulation distribution, where big money's adding in at that low. Okay, not exactly sure, but that is statistically accurate. Double bottoms take longer to manifest than double tops. Double tops usually are V-shaped and very violent, more violent usually than double bottoms. Let's talk about the head and shoulders. right? The variations of these head and shoulders super important. For this pattern, the variation often occurs in the size or the formation of the shoulder. In some cases, the shoulders may appear uneven, with one being significantly lower or higher than the other. And the neckline, again, super important here because it affects the timing of the breakout. And I'll show you what I mean in a second. Traders should wait, ideally, for a close below the neckline of the head and shoulders to avoid these fake out breakdowns. And there it is. Look how the neckline here in our left example, ascending. It's an ascending neckline, meaning the trough of the right shoulder is higher than the trough of the left shoulder. So when you draw the connection, you get a bit of an incline. So that changes the area where you're taking the breakdown trade. Why? Because if you were to base it on this area trough, you'd have to wait to all the way down here. When if you base it on this one, the trend line is broken right here. So the ascending or descending neckline affects the breakout or breakdown area for the head and shoulders. This is your normal neckline where it's horizontal, and this one is of the descending style. Now, I want to show you these bottom ones as well, because these ones are in the wild. The reason I want to show you these is not to harp again on the neckline angle, but to show you the different formations of the shoulder. Look at the bottom left over here. The left shoulder took much shorter of a time period, to develop than did the right shoulder. In fact, we kind of almost consolidate sideways on the formation of the right shoulder. That didn't happen in the left shoulder, so they don't look identical. Same thing is true for the bottom right corner picture over here. Look at the left shoulder, man. That thing developed over like a period of a couple of months, it looks like, based on the amount of candles that it's got over there. But when you compare it to the right shoulder, there's one wick up, man, for that right shoulder, and then it tanks. So you really need to be ready for different shapes, sizes, and all sorts of different manifestations of these patterns because they still hold that predictive power. And again, I just want to show this over here to kind of show you how skewed or, dissimilar, that's the better word, the left shoulder is as compared to the right shoulder. But it still holds true. I think most people can look at this, Adira, and say, yeah, okay, that looks like a head and shoulders. It's not the perfect head and shoulders.
It's going too hard on the right shoulder in the gym. Like benching next to 25 pounds.
There you go. Right, it's got to do some symmetry work there.
Yeah, I was going to say asymmetrical.
Mm-hmm. So that is a look there, head and shoulders. Now let's talk about the rounded bottom or the saucer pattern, whatever you want to call it. Variations of this type of pattern manifest a little bit differently. They typically involved symmetry or lack thereof in the curve that creates a rounded bottom. The rounding may not be so smooth. It can appear to be more irregular with different levels of volatility as the price moves towards a breakout. So in this case, what you might see is volume to be quite inconsistent, complicating the identification of the ideal breakout point. And here's the example, man. I mean, if you were to look at this, kind of looking at it without seeing this yellow curving line here depicting the bottom, that's what Michael Noss typically draws when he's joining us on Monday and Friday mornings, is that he draws these circular kind of rounded bottom lines below what he perceives to be a rounded bottom. But remove that. Doesn't it look like a consolidation area with this area over here being the area support and this area over here being area resistance? So unless you really inspect it a little bit more and are able to identify initially the lower lows and the lower highs, and then finally find that area in the chart where you don't print any more lower lows. In fact, the subsequent low is a little bit higher. And that is the giveaway there for the rounded bottom. Point is, you're not going to get these smooth, perfect, curved shapes. It's going to look something like this most of the time. Okay, and it's going to be incumbent upon you to be able to, recognize it. Let's talk about some filters and confirmatory techniques that can help you in identifying these variations. Let's call them. Traders should apply filters to confirm whether the variation still holds that predictive power. Volume analysis is super important here. Volume often declines as the pattern nears completion, followed though by a sharp increase once the price breaks out or breaks down. For example, a double top with a slight variation in the peak height, I should say, still holds, if it still holds the volume behavior accordingly, rising sharply after the second peak. Trend lines and support levels, super important here as well. Murphy stresses that minor variations in pattern appearance do not change the underlying psychology. The market's behavior, which is influenced by supply and demand, fear and greed, nothing we don't know, is what dictates the pattern shape. So even though it's not perfectly shaped like it looks in the textbook, the pattern is still reflecting market forces of supply and demand, fear and greed. So you needn't worry there. Some of the psychological yes, I just talked about this, so we'll skip that. Let's talk about the trading strategy, some of the practical applications for this name over here, or for this strategy. Get some water here, Ram.
So did you see who made a little cameo, as you mentioned, Rounded Bottoms? Obi is now somehow miraculously in the chat saying Rounded Bottoms? Oh boy, because there's like secret senses.
He's not even on the floor.
Yeah,
where is he at?
I am literally put in the chat. I was like, how? How?
I love him. It was so funny yesterday. He's like, I was all low on his thing.
The chair was, yeah.
So I was like, oh, you look, too stressed out over here, brother. Are you taking too many shares or what's going on? He's like, oh, I'm relaxed. And then he got it. And he's like, oh, okay. And then he sat out. Everything was good. All right, so let's talk about some trading strategies over here. I'm going to suggest to you waiting for confirmation is super important because of the variation in the shape. So while a pattern shows variation, patience is key. Avoid entering trades solely based on partial or an imperfect pattern. Wait for confirmation, such as the break of a key support level or resistance level, and always increase volume. Stop losses, super important here as well, but a little bit of a different take here on stops. So allow me a minute. Given the potential for false signals in patterns that do not fully conform to that textbook ideal image, traders should place stop loss orders at logical points. And that's what I kind of really want to stress here. So if we were doing a head and shoulder breakdown and I was getting short on the break of the neckline of the right shoulder, where would my stop be? Well, my stop would likely be on the high of the right shoulder. But if it doesn't form so perfectly, then that may not be the best area to put it. So what I'm trying to say to you guys is the general rules for stop placement and beak wetters doesn't always hold true when there's a marked variation in the pattern. You're going to have to get a little creative where you place your stops. So I just want to make that point. And building on that point, measuring for the target move. So even in variations, the measuring techniques remains consistent. For a double top, for example, you measure the distance between the peak and the trough, and then you project it below the breakout point, right? And then that's where your first beak wetter is. So that still holds true. And just to kind of not summarize, but just to kind of give you a 1, 2, 3, 4 look at how to look at these trades. The first move is you identify that the pattern is close to completing, but not ideal. So it doesn't fit that textbook narrative. That's step number 1. Step number 2, you wait for the price to break below the support level formed at that trough or at that crest, whatever the pattern you're trading is. And then number 3, you're looking for confirmation through an increase in volume after the breakout or breakdown. So that's step number 3. Last step number 4, Ram, you're entering a short position or long, depending on what the pattern is. Once all the confirmations are in place, and then you're measuring based on the pattern where your first beak wetter is going to be, your first profit taker, okay? So that's step 1, 2, 3, and 4 for these patterns. And just to conclude, guys, variations in the ideal patterns are common occurrence in financial markets. Understanding, though, that not all these patterns will conform perfectly to your textbook examples is essential as a successful trader, because I'm going to submit to you that very seldomly will you get that perfectly shaped textbook pattern IRL. And by applying filters like trend lines and volume analysis, you can definitely capitalize on these variations. And last but not least, mastery of this skill, identifying variations in these patterns, will help traders certainly adapt well to real world markets where these ideal patterns, Adara, rarely occur.
Yeah, they really rarely do. And that's the thing, is you've got to figure out what it can, but if it doesn't end up happening how you want it to, you have to be able to adjust to that. I will speak about that, not in terms of reversal pattern, but in terms of SMCI bull flag. But guys, we do have a bond auction in 4 minutes. It is the 2-year note, so we will let you, guys will obviously give you a note on that. SMCI though, so this to me was a bull flag. I loved the higher highs, higher lows. I love that To me, it is probably arguably still a bull flag as long as we stay above 467. But I got stopped out because I switched my, because, you know, with the fact that I'd added, I switched my stop to prior bar lows on the 3-minute candle. That ended up working out. I probably missed like $1 maybe of what the move could have been. But you know what? I managed the risk appropriately, and that you can always live with. Let's see, though. There's SMCI getting a bit of a creep to the downside here. I want to see what we do if we get step 467.50, because this is holding up well on that book, that's for sure. Unfortunately, this was a sim trade, but that teaches you, it's like, hey, Adara, wait for these A+ setups for you instead of, you know, chipping and chopping and doing all that random stuff. I like this PDD trade as well. I have, you know, I want to shout out Mo in the chat. I said PDD is a short, depending on what we do around 112.70. Now, I still might be early to this. I want to clarify. But to me, the book got really fatigued. It got very weak. It got like me around like 2:38 p.m. And by that, I mean really exhausted. That's what it was kind of giving me to the downside. Getting our first peak order here, 112.40, clear area of support resistance, in my opinion, based on what I see in the book. Then 112 is the area where I'm going to be taking out another piece, 112 for the players well, but also where the support resistance dwells on. Also, guys, I am not long PLTR. I got stopped out of the short, and then I think the board thought I was long. Apparently, DJT is squeezing here.
DJT.
Also, yeah, Tyler ATX saying we have to emphasize the right parts of the words. It's, oh boy. See, that's true. Like, oh boy. Shout out there. I know Opie has made a couple cameos here in the chat today, saying the reversions have him saying, oh boy, which is pretty in character. DJT, okay, I guess squeezing, but I think it's worth noting, guys, the volume on this DJT is not as squoze as it could be. I'm seeing under 100,000 shares per candle from what I'm seeing, so I just want to put that out there. Is it pushing up? Sure. Is the volume weak? Also, yes. And it is worth noting, I like that 1260 area, rejection. Support. If it holds up above 1260, that could be some decent support. But even with this push up higher, again, volume, low. High, lower high. So keep that in mind. 2 minutes till that auction. I will let you guys know if we see that re-auction. And when I get that number, everyone will be apprised. SMCI bouncing nicely off that 467. I still think this could be a super trade to the upside, but I don't want to rush. Happy with how I executed that first long. I don't want to make a mistake here. How are you doing, Sharif?
Good. I'm just looking at what Apple is doing here in the market in general. A little bit of weakness coming in here, guys, on the market. The future below 20,002 on the way. It looks like, guys, to 20,150. We'll see. It's at the 20 exponential moving average on the 5. The NQ, let's put some respect on this one's name, up 0.43. It's not negative or anything like that. And I got to tell you that all the indexes today, including the Dow, which is kind of flat, is all green. The Dow up 0.03, the rest 0.1, the NQ, the best of them all, 0.43, and then the ES 0.13 on the day. So we're going to keep tabs on the MAG 7 right now, because I'm looking for a possible bounce here, Ram. We'll see if we can get something on these right now. You've got Microsoft breaking down below VWAP. I saw Neil throw it into the chat that ARM, or was at VWAP, ARM, still up 0.75%. In fact, yes, ARM did bounce, although, you know, not by that much off VWAP. Here is the look on ARM. What's going on over there, Katina Man? The Katina Man is still short on these markets. Keep that in mind. If you're not following More Trader TV, you're missing out, because Katina Man and Neil's trades are on More Trader TV Live. The link is in the description, but I know the world's greatest moderator will likely throw it in the chat. Shout out to Bears versus Bulls. This is what I'm talking about, Ram. Look, a nice little move here on ARM. We go from 139 3/4 to 144 3/4, and then we're kind of halfway. It feels like here with the volume weighted average price at 142.5, finding some support. No specific catalyst today for ARM, obviously, but there is, you know, the look there with Qualcomm and Intel. Obviously, Intel competing with ARM directly now for the PC business. A lot of the PCs switching to ARM-based infrastructure as a result of the energy savings. So Intel obviously doesn't want to accept that, and they're going to be doing some stuff to try to maneuver around that. So, you know, they're maybe moving in sympathy. Who knows? But yeah, not a big move on ARM today, up 0.8. I'm watching Apple here at 227. You know, a nice rounding top, but we have some support on Apple at around 226.80. So I don't want to be jumping into this trade, but if we can get a green candle here and start making higher highs and higher lows, I wouldn't mind trying along here on some of these Mag 7 names. I was looking at the small cap gappers, and look, a lot of them they're still in play. WVE is still in play. AAOI is still in play. QH and Poet all still in play, but they're not getting that, parabolic move to the high side over here. So no real urgency to take any trades on these. They're kind of just still setting up or just increasing incrementally here. There is really nothing happening all that exciting, Adair.
I'm not seeing the bond yet, guys. Sorry, I've been watching. Also, Tampanda, to answer your question, as I wait for the bond, I will be trading the SMC 467 breakdown, absolutely, without a doubt. Based on I need to remember what levels I liked in the book in terms of where I would set my stop, but 468.50 wasn't bad. I'll keep an eye on that. But guys, I'm just waiting here to see what happens. Okay, we got the 2-year note, 3.52%. So the previous year, 3.87%. So slightly lower than expected. I'm not seeing much of a reaction here, but it is worth noting Nvidia. I was looking to short. And I said, honestly, I stand by this earlier. I said I liked Nvidia as a short potentially, but I wanted to wait. And everyone was like, if you believe in it, take it. I agree with that. But like I said, I wanted to see stuff I liked in the book first. I never saw what I liked in the book, so I didn't take the short. And I'm happy I didn't, because then we push above as high as 121.50s. However, I still like this as a short, but I'm still seeing higher highs on the book. And by that, I mean, before we got to around 120.75, now we can't even crack below 120.80. To get below 120.80, I'm getting hecka short this NVDA. I will take it with the viciousness, with the swiftness, with the ferocity it deserves. That's going to be a look at that. Still not short Palantir. Still not long Palantir, sorry. And still short the PDD. Took out my first profit taker here at 112.40. Waiting for the next at 112. We'll see what happens, but I think this thing could still be curling. Happy I tried the trade. I'll be getting stopped out. If you break above 113, and I'm gonna have some water. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Sorry, I became Mickey Mouse. Smicky Mouse, maybe because I've been trading SMCI. But yeah, SMCI, Tampanda, like I said, I am very comfortable. I would love to take that 467 breakdown. I don't know if it's going to manifest, though. Right now, we're chopping, and I don't want to play it as a range to the downside either, because I still think this could potentially be a bull flag. Going to wait what happens. Nvidia is a short now. Everyone's saying, yeah, I agree, but you have to wait. Like, the thing is, too, it's one thing to have, like, you have to have your own kind of idea, right? Because people could approach the stock, people could all be in the same stock and trade it very different ways. I remember there was that one day that you, Sean, and I all had the exact same out to the penny on Meta.
Yeah.
But we traded that trade completely different ways. Like, I think, more scalping it. You guys have got at a different point. So I think it's really interesting to note, like, every stock, you can trade the same stock and have a different approach to it. With that in mind, I like Nvidia short, but I do not like Nvidia short until or unless we get that 120.80 smackdown. How are you smacking down with that AAPL right now? Looks like you're sipping on a little bit of apple juice there.
We're waiting. My ideal goal here, Adara, is a volume-weighted average price retracement into 26s. We're zigging and zagging. We got into 20s. I didn't want to wet my beak on any profits. That's not the move. We're going to give this to the candle low. So if it stops us out, it stops us out. I haven't taken too many trades today on Apple. Anything on Apple, quite frankly. So we'll look to see if this one wants to hold the area low. Zigging and zagging right now. The future also indecisive at this level. Doji candle showing up right now in the future. Nvidia, though, wowzers, man, still holding that dang 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. NVDA really not giving back much of anything, guys. 121.62 HOD. We're above 121 again, man, and we're putting in higher lows. So if you look at the last time we did touch the 10 exponential was over here at 1225, and we held it. And this over here, sure, the wick goes below the 10 exponential, but look at the closing print. Holds the 10. So it's a good look. Right now, we're going to keep our packer patience, see what Apple wants to do over here. We're 5 pennies out of the bunny after being in the money, but I'm not going to wet my beak at this level. Let's see if 227 holds. It's been holding the last little while, but I didn't even give it to below 227 strictly. I give it to the candle low, which is well below 227. We'll see if we can get a nice volume-weighted average price retracement. We don't. That's fine. Let's look at what else is moving on these here markets. We're waxing poetic about how Google was the strongest name. Obviously, that was before the big boy Nvidia pump, but it did get into a predictable level of resistance. This candle over here on GOOGL, this is the 925 candle. it takes us where? 163.20. Oh, baby. Where did we get over here? Oh, 163.22. And then what did we do after that? 162.50. So excellent level of resistance on Google. Sadly, I was not alive to this trade. Otherwise, I would have been very interested in it. But Google coming in to, so even though it did reject off 163.20, 22, whatever, it's at an interesting area currently where it's at right now, 162.50. Why? Because this is a nice little consolidation area where it looked like buyers and sellers were, at least for the moment, at equilibrium. How do I know that? Well, because they're doji candles with the top and bottom wicks basically being equidistant. In fact, you have one candle that closes yellow, which is a perfect parity between buyers and sellers on the close of that candle. So there does seem to be some support here currently where we're at right now on GOOGL. I think this is all really predicated on what the market does, right? If we sell off after this 2-year note, which is still negative, by the way, the 2-year futures contract is down 0.51. I'm talking about the 2-year yield, not the 2-year bond. Guys, there's a difference between that. Someone came at me in the chat before about that. So right now, that's what I'm keeping my eye on here. Go dead one. So the dead one is weaseling its way back into the volume weighted average price. I'm just wondering whether I should wet my beak here because the dead one looks quite dead. And guys, I'm just kidding. But when I call it the dead one, this is my biggest name. I don't mean any disrespect by it. I'm just kidding when I call Apple the dead one. It is not dead at all, but we'll see if it can weasel something, Adara, into around that 227.25 because that's where I'm waiting for the volume weighted average price. John Del Segno, JetBlue looking to break tops. Oh, baby. Let's find out what JBLU is up to on the day. Not one that I had eyes on. Here it is. All right, so what's the look right now on JetBlue? We're up 0.87. Not much in the way of volume, John. 1.46 million shares traded on the day. You can kind of even see, just by looking at the candles, that the volume is low. This is kind of what they look like. But yeah, you're not wrong, John. The IB high, 585. We broke through it, 588, and now it looks like we're using 585 generally as some support. Look at that, all the closing prints closing above or at 585. So you're not wrong, my man, but there is it's not really my cup of tea, this trade. Pack my patience, see what Apple does. Right back down to 227 again. Two topping tail candles on Apple. I don't like that look at all. I don't like that look at all right now on the 5-minute with two topping tail candles south of the volume weighted average price, but still holding 227 for now. Underline that for now. What are you looking at?
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually long Tesla here. And basically what happened was I had been staring at Nvidia for the longest time. I was like, Adara, you're not going to get the short that you want at those levels. Wait, breathe, look at other opportunities. Well, you know what sets up? You know what backs eyelashes at me? Saying, come hither, Adara. I'm here. Tesla pushes above the 90 MA. So that alone is not a reason for me to take a trade. I like the 90 MA, but that's not going to cut it for me alone. No, the reason I like this long was because I talked a lot about that 252 support. When we break up into 252, Mama wants that smoke. I cannot believe I said those words. That's what we're here to do. We're trying to keep things spicy. Again, I am in the sim today. It's funny. I saw someone in the chat, I think it was Rivian Millionaire, saying, Adara should trade every day in the sim for the entertainment value. I mean, like, whatever. I'm good with whatever, right? But I take trading really seriously. I'm not happy I got stopped out. Like I said, shut down. And I think part of it did have to do with how I'm setting my stops. I've talked about that a lot. So that's something I'm going to continue to work on and do some aggressive journaling about. This TSLA, though, don't love the bearish engulfing. I feel like a little bit, like Sharif, like what he was saying with the Apple, where some of the bearishness comes in, the bears start roaring. But I have my stop here, 250, 160s. I'm going to wait for my stop to hit. If my stop doesn't hit, I'm not leaving Tesla. And I say that because if my stop doesn't hit, then look what we still have. Higher lows with bottoming tail candles. So until I see a change in the tides there, that will be no reason for me to leave. That being said, the topping tail candle in the 5-minute, kind of ugly, but got to stick with your pattern, got to stick with your plan. I'm comfortable with this. This is a trade I would take live. This is the amount of risk I would take live. That 112 support is strong on PDD, says Mo. Oh, absolutely. And I would actually contend, Mo, it's not even just the support at 112. 112.40 has also been really spicy. So I have my profit taker, and I think that was the initial bond reaction. That's the auction reaction. For those who have not heard that particular weird pun of mine, that is what I call it. We got wicked basically into that fill. I still had another 3/4 of the position I wanted to disperse throughout the trade. And then PDD is like, oh, I'm actually going to go back to way up. Is that okay? And then I got stops at 113s. So PDD, yeah, I would say 112 very strong, but I would also say 112.40 is a level to be contend with and a force to reckon with. Some people mentioning some Intel, but you know what, guys? If you want Intel on any stock, Steve knows where I'm going with that. Please get in the chat! Exclamation point! Join! $sign, that ticker. So Intel, great look here. Words I've never thought I'd say. Intel, a great look. No, but if the balance of the evidence comes in, and Intel's a great look, you got to deliver that verdict. Look, higher lows, higher highs. I don't know what to say. This thing's clean. I like that break up here at 2302s. To be clear, this is not moving like with the, the intensity of an Nvidia. It's trucking along, but it's a good look nonetheless. And with that in mind, I must talk about SMCI. I'm honestly happy with how I executed this. I know I got stopped out a while ago here, but I executed the trade appropriately. It's all good. The pattern, it was a bear flag clearly, a bull flag. So I was happy, the pattern ended up being correct. Happy I tried to trade it. This is a trade I would have taken live as well. And honestly, that's why I'm a little annoyed. I should have waited for this type of setup live. So I could have taken it live. But you know what? Woulda, coulda, shoulda. You live, you learn, you grow. This book still looks really bullish to me. For those who care about my book read, which might be nobody, but your local librarian here at this desk saying this book still looks. I'm seeing lots of bulls when I'm reading this picture book right now. That's the look on that. How are you doing over here on AAPL? AAPL 2?
We're okay. Got stopped out, got back in, wet my beak. So I haven't looked. I don't really look at the P&L until the end of the day, but positive on it currently. We're long 93s. We just wet our beak at, what are we wet our beak? 8s or whatever. I'm still looking for a VWAP move into that $0.25. I may not get it. I've moved up my stop to defend my entry. So if we get stopped out for the last little remain here, that will still stay positive. Well, I don't, for this position, I don't know if we're positive on the day. I have to look back. But AAPL, yeah, it's interesting. It's not doing what I thought it would be doing. Certainly, that's the look there. Amazon, I want to mention, I don't know if you had eyes on this, but Amazon's got one hell of a range here. What is going on here on Amazon?
Didn't.
What is this?
Boy.
192.90. This has been in play all day. And funny enough, it's shadowing the pivot points. And we haven't done a lesson on pivot points, and I haven't really been using them all that much. Lately, I've left them up on the charts, kind of looking at them from time to time. But this dotted green line, guys, as opposed to the solid green line. The dotted green line is the pivot point. Just a quick lesson on what pivot points are. They take 3 data points from the prior day. The high, the low, and the close. They add them together, divide by 3, we get the average, and we plot the pivot point. So that's the dotted green line. Off this dotted green line, we can then create new lines of support and resistance. Support level will be the red line right there. That's first support. You get two resistance with pivots. You get the first one, which is red. The first one, which is support, is red. The first one, which is resistance, is this baby blue, aqua blue, however it appears on your screen. Then if you zoom out a little bit more, you get that dark blue and that orange. That's support level 2 and resistance level 2. So Amazon, very much respectful of whatever this level is, a pivot point 182.85, 182.90 or thereabouts. So we'll see if the Amazon wants to continue to do this on the day or whether it wants to break free from that resistance level. Apple still above 227. I'm not going to take anything out, nor am I going to, do anything unless I get stopped out or I get my beak wet at 23s. Shout out to the OJ Jordan. Where's VWAP? I may need to adjust that. That's wrong. 19s. So I'm going to adjust that for VWAP. So we're going to look to take it out at 17s, because what's life without whimsy? See if we can, that's basically front-running VWAP, because right now VWAP on my chart's at 19. So that was the original trade, to try to take it back into VWAP. If VWAP is a dynamic level, obviously it's not static. So as the price changes, so does the volume weighted average pricing. You have to adjust your orders to account for that. Back into 10s we go here on AAPL, still up 0.25%. Not the biggest mover on the day, Dara, but certainly not too bad either. We're gonna pack our patience with this one over here. What else we got going on? What are you guys looking at? Throw it in the chat. I'd love to see. All right, there's my man Gaurav. Meta with a strong candle right at VWAP. You are not wrong, my man Gaurav. They're always charting up storms and messaging us in the chat. Only thing, Gaurav, is that the candle on Meta didn't quite make it down to VWAP. It really defended kind of what it looks to be, Gaurav, at 561. Even though you get a wick below 561, quick as you like there, it goes to 560.87. Look where VWAP is, 560. This one kind of was $1 almost. 60 some odd pennies higher than VWAP. But your point is well taken. Why? Because the higher low pattern, whatever, is in play on Meta. Now, my only addition to your analysis there, Gaurav, is that Meta has rejected the closing print pretty well today. The closing print from yesterday, 564, around 50. It looks like it's 40 something, all right? But look what it did there. Popped up, 1125 reject, 1130 reject, 1150 reject, 1155 reject, 1215 reject, 1220 reject, and then we move down. So even though we have a higher low, I want to put some respect on this resistance level's name. 564.50 or thereabouts. Meta did reject off there. And by the way, that 564.50, not that I like to place too much emphasis on what the Mag 7 does in the pre, but that was a consolidation area low. So the Meta was whiffling and waffling here, essentially with 564.50. Yesterday's closing print as support this morning. Does support flip to resistance on this particular occasion. Oh, baby, we just got the print on the dead one, Adara, AAPL, and I suck as usual because, reason, I moved down my beak wetter to 17s. I moved it down from the OG 23. Shout out to Jordan, because that's where VWAP was originally. I moved it down to 17s. It ends up breaking that. It's at 26s or 27s. So true to form, I suck, but we'll hope to do better next time.
I am pleased as punch for you. I will say, I'm pleased as apple punch. Like a nice little apple, apple mocktail, I don't know. Anyways, Tesla, no mock in this one. Horrible transition, but I love this long as of right now. No emotion, just I like the chart's a good look. So now, Tesla, I don't want to move my beak water either, but I think I have this at just shy of 250, 250s. We clearly kissed this beak water, but then we flirted with it and we had to run home, It's clearly what happened here with this price action. Look at the of that level, and then we push lower. So you know what that tells me? That tells me this is an area people want to be. So I'm not moving my beak water. I think if we push above this level, I think it's going to be a dope look. Also, now what's my plan for this trade? So I'm not taking out everything here. I'm taking out a percentage. I'm taking out for 40%. And I will add, if we come back to 215 to 250, 220s, if we get back to 215s, I will be long gone out of Tesla. But 250, 220s, I like that look. Also, PLTR, I am not currently long. Like I said, that I ended up getting stopped out. But I'm trying to actually get long Palantir here, to be clear. So why do I like Palantir long here? I mean, so that was clear support, clear resistance earlier. We wick above it. Let's see if resistance forms to support. I'm going to be risking here into 60, so I'm not going to be risking a lot. And the reason I have two little areas of entry set is I mentioned this earlier. I find, so for whatever reason, I have more buying power in the sim than I do live, but I can take whatever amount of shares within my buying power when I'm live, right? So depending on the stock, if it's a cheaper stock, I can take X number of shares as long as I haven't gone over my buying power. On the sim, I can only take a certain amount of shares. I don't know why that is. So, but what I find is if you have it set up before anything fills, then it'll let you take more shares. I don't understand why that is, but I'm going to play with the system that has been given to me. So with that in mind, PLTR, we're going to see, I think 69s and 70s are my areas that I'm looking for entry here. We'll see what happens for PLTR. Then I would be looking to take some profits. If we get into 3690s, that would be the look. Let's see what happens over here on this market. But you know what else is worth noting in the market is, trading the pool. So becoming a funded trader means trading with the firm's money instead of your own. And at the trade the pool, what you'll do first is you will hit profit targets while managing risk. And then once you pass that, you get access to up to $260,000 in buying power. That's 260,000 smackaroons. Go that. And you get to keep up to 80% of your profits, and the firm will cover the risk. So basically what this is a perfect way to trade big without risking your own moolah. Are you ready to become a funded trader? I know you guys all are. So you know what you do?
What?
You join Trade the Pool, and you get to see this lovely bearded gentleman by the name of Michael, who was on our show last week.
Michael.
Shout out to M Cats over there making some M cash. That is for darn sure. Okay, Palantir, we got filled. I'm going to set my stoop, which is going to be at 3660s. Also, I want to clarify, like I said, I'm kind of trying to pivot to using mental stops again for my spready stocks. If a stock has a tight, if you're talking a Tesla, most Mag 7s with the exception of Meta or Microsoft, if you're talking a Palantir, I will be using hard stops. But I found that using hard stops and anything with even a bit of spread just horribly chops me up. And like I said, I got shut down today, and a lot of that is I lost way more than I wanted to on coin, and that it is just because the stop didn't hit where it was supposed to. So that's that on that. Tesla getting a bit of an oogle candle. So we're gonna have to see if we stay above the 90 MA. I'm cool staying in this trade. I'm gonna get that lesson set up here, Sharif. But I want to hear what you are looking at on this here market.
Well, I mean, we can't disappoint Rogelio Concepcion. He wants that beak wetter animation, Adira.
Also, yeah, sorry, I see text in the chat. I apologize. This is just I have a bit of a boisterous level of volume. I talk like this. I do apologize for that, and I do not apologize for wetting my beak.
Nope.
And I do not apologize for still being in Tesla, actually, because it's still bouncing off 250, 220s, and I'm going to actually do the beak wetter animation one more time, Sharif, in the hopes that Tesla will hear me and be like, oh, we could. Actually, sorry, I did get my beak wetter in Tesla. I apologize for bullying you, Tesla.
Oh,
I accidentally.
You didn't get rinsed on that.
I didn't.
Like
I meant to press the beak wetter.
Yeah, okay.
You're right. I didn't get rinsed. I got lightly doused with profits. Got my beak rinsed.
Vicky and Novak, I like where you're going with this, Vic. He's voting for Tesla.
Oh.
So Adara's in Tesla. The Katina Man and the Neil have very strong feelings on Tesla. I can tell you that for a fact. Get into the chat right now and vote for your favorite ticker every day. You only have about half an hour left. The big kahunas, Neil and Sean, they will look at the top 5 tickers that make it on. So here's how you do it. That is the code right there, ! join, space, $, and the ticker of your choice. Don't feel obligated like you have to vote for a mega cap or a Mag 7. All tickers are accepted, including futures contracts. So get into the chat, please vote every day, and have your friends vote your way as well, or your friends in the chat, because only the top 5 make it on. So if you want your stuff analyzed by the big kahunas, you're going to have to make an effort. Simple as that, okay? So that's the way it is there. Adira, let's bring in the small cap gapper charts over here, have a look at what's what. All right, AAOI still doing real good, man. WVE still doing well. Poet, QH, they're all still in play. They're not parabolic in the same way that they were earlier on when they had the more liquidity there, but they're still above VWAP, still very much near highs. How do we play these? Well, I can tell you first and foremost, Poet, range per candle, much wider than the others. So if you're going to trade Poet, account for that wider range per candle. It's got to influence both your stop loss and your profit taker. Think about that. My initial assessment of Poet is initially it was very respectful of that 10 exponential moving average on the 5. That's during the more liquid time of day. Then we got that big boy flush. That big boy flush brought us into VWAP, and it also brought us into that, I want to call it a triple top, but you know, yesterday's lesson tells us that's not the case. 510, we kept rejecting off this 510 area. We clear it to 560. Look where we hold up. Jeez Louise, 510 on the dot. We move back up into the $0.50, but we lose respect for that 10 exponential. We're not bouncing off there anymore. Look where we are though. It looks as if the 20 now has filled the place of the 10. I don't know. I want to see this higher low situation continue. 537 right now, we're at 535 where it's currently trading. This could be a good entry on Poet. Let's go. Let's weasel our way into Poet and come what may. Let's, You're
gonna wax poetic?
I am, right? Hopefully it won't wax me or won't rinse me. Poet, P-O-E-T. I believe it trades on the NQ. There it is. So the spread, 1 penny spread, not too bad, Katina Man, not too bad. We're gonna weasel our way in here, Katina Man. We're gonna do this. Yeah, we're gonna do this. And here's the deal. We're gonna put it below the area low. The area low is 533. Okay, so we're gonna give it to 530, and then we're gonna get out here. Okay, so where are we long? We're along 40. We're printing 41s on the ask. What's a reasonable price here to wet our beak with some profits? Well, let's see where it's rejecting off. Okay, well, you have multiple wicks, sure, that breach $0.50, but where are the majority of the closing prints holding up at? 48s, 50s, thereabouts. So I'm going to go ahead and say that I think 50 is a reasonable target to get some out there. So we're going to hang out at that level. There's the beak wetter already in place. Let's see if we can weasel up. We just printed 46s, bruh. Let's move up a little bit more. So in Poet, looking for that move up, that respect, at least what we've seen for the 20 exponential on the 5, 20 exponential moving average, on the 5. If I can get something around that $0.50, I'll be pleased as dang punch. What else we got over here? Michael G says short Nvidia here again. Let's have a look at what the monster Nvidia is doing. I don't know, Michael.
I'm gonna say
Yeah, Michael. Look, bro. If you're short here, I hope you print. I never want to go against one of our viewers printing. But what I see personally, Adira, is us holding the 10 exponential respectfully, and the higher lows and higher highs are still in play. So where is Obi? Obi, are you in the chat? Tell us, my man, where do you see the reversion, the mean reversion on Nvidia? Ob, if you're still there, are you looking for a mean reversion on Nvidia? This thing's up 4 and 3, 4 almost and a third. Well, more actually, almost 4.5. So let me know. If Ob's in the chat, let me know there. Obviously, Michael, we hope you print, but I just happen not to agree with you on that. But maybe Nvidia does sell off after. We showed you on the 12th, it sold off. I think on the 19th, it breached 120, it sold off. So maybe that pattern holds, who knows? Jensen was selling, who else was buying, baby? Oh, I know, everybody. Everybody's buying Nvidia, right? Yeah, that's like Neil, is your barber asking you about Nvidia or is he still asking you about crypto? It's a physio now. Okay, so it's moved on from the barber to the physio. Yeah, I think it's like an informal kind of gauge that we have on this desk. It's like who's asking what. If your barber is asking you about it, then it might be time to sell. We don't actually mean that. We're just joking when we say that, but it's just that what's that kind of? It was in John J. Murphy's book. It's there's like a theory behind this. It'll come to me in a second, but in any event, it looks like we got the lesson.
We do have the lesson. Also, guys, just to update, I am actually long Palantir now at that position. We just got stopped out at Tesla. I used prior bar low, so still took 30 pennies on that. Again, 30 paper pennies because I am in the sim. Also, Nvidia, I will just say one more. I don't know if anyone cares about my levels, but Nvidia's making higher lows in the book. Last time, we couldn't even break below 121. So I still think that thing is strong unless or until we break below 121 and then 120.80. But we're going to break into right now, Sharif. We're going to wax on Poetic.
Okay.
Best of luck in your trade on Poet.
Thank you.
About variations from the ideal pattern, because you know what you're going to get more often than a perfect textbook pattern?
What?
Is a pattern like a little slumpy shoulder.
Okay.
A little bit of like maybe the head's a little shrunken. Maybe the bottom is not as round as you might like it to be, no matter how many times that pattern goes to the gym, right? So all of this is to say that it's more likely you'll see a bit of a wonkier version of some of these patterns. So how do you know what to deal with this? What do? We'll tell you. So this lesson, shout out to John J. Murphy, is going to help you basically explore the practical applications and the understanding of some of the funkier versions of these patterns. So basically these major reversal patterns are going to include double tops, double bottoms, heads and shoulders, and they're going to be really important in technical analysis because they can give you a potential sign of change here in the prevailing trend that makes you say, oh boy, shout out to our local reversion trader over here. So traditionally these patterns are going to follow defined structures, but that's just traditionally, okay? In the real world of these here markets, Sharif, in the wild of these here markets, dare I say, these patterns are not going to occur perfectly. They're not going to be textbook. That's why we call it textbook, right? Rarely are you actually going to see those patterns form how you necessarily would like them to. So traders are more often than not, they're going to see a version of the pattern that kind of is a little uncanny valley. It's almost there, but it's not quite. There's something a little bit amiss. So what do you do when it's amiss? We'll tell you. Because these still can have some predictive power, Shout out to PLTR and ORCL. So let's talk about some of these variations from ideal patterns. Basically, this term refers to instances where you have a reversal pattern that doesn't quite match the textbook, okay? But it still does fulfill the underlying principles of reversal behavior. So it might not be like, oh, you got that measurement of that shoulder, blah, but you have the general idea where you have this formation and then you see a change in the tides, as my pal Sharif might say.
Yes, ma'am.
So John J. Murphy, how JJM says it, long JJM, is that traders can still benefit from these variations, but what you have to do, instead of focusing on the perfect textbook formation of the pattern, you want to focus on the core attributes of said pattern. So you're not going to adhere strictly to the form, you're going to more adhere to its function. So let's talk about the double top and the double bot. I like how you put the top bot. So these patterns are going to often vary in terms of the height of the peaks for double tops or troughs for the double bottoms. One peak or trough might be slightly higher or lower than the other, and your neckline might not be horizontal, but it might be inclined or declined. And keep in mind, the neckline is one of the key areas in terms of where you're going to enter or exit this position, right? So that's pretty key. And these variations can lead to different breakout conditions, and you must watch for confirmation signals beyond just the shape. Also, I am not JJM, but one thing I've noticed that I've talked about pretty extensively with regards to double top and double bottom, I have found they're generally more bullet. Like, I guess that the side of a move to the upside is stronger for me to double bottom if the second bottom actually you wick into that level, but then you close higher. Because to me, that's even like more. You got a bottoming tail candle in the double bottom area. Same with if you get a topping tail candle in your second top. I found that, right? I'm not JJM.
Good observation.
But that's something I've noticed. So the point I'm trying to make is there's different ways these things can manifest. Appreciate that, Sharif. So here's some variations of double top. Oh, RIP my mic. So the first one here, you've got a lower high on your double top. So the second peak does not quite have the penetration of the previous peak. So in this case, you could also argue, hey, lower high, we're still going to go to the downside, and it would work. Once you break below that neckline, you know that might be good to go. In this case, you have the more traditional, quote-unquote, standard, quote-unquote, textbook double top. They both hit. You break below that area. Now, this is a little fun, fancy, free one. You have a higher high in your double top, but you break below your level, right? Then you come up a retest. Then you make a lower high, and we to the downside. But let's talk about some double bottom variations. It's going to be the same kind of thing, right? You might have a higher low, in which case it would still probably be pretty bullish anyway. You might get a traditional double bottom, or you might get a double bottom that's a bit bamboozling. You'll get a lower high, then you push up higher, make a higher high, and then you'll start continuing in that pattern. Now, let's talk about the variations of the head and shoulders and the knees and the toes. So these variations are going to often, again, not always, but if you're going to find a variation here, it might have to do with the size of the formation of the quote-unquote shoulders. So it might appear uneven. One of them might be broken, significantly higher or lower. They might be working out more or less on one side. The neckline might be sloped, and that can impact the timing of the breakout. And you guys know that we talk about this a lot. The neckline is going to be key here, right? So if the neckline's a little bit askew, that can impact what you do. So you want to be aware, and what you might want to wait for here is a close below the neckline. That can help you avoid a fake out. So here's some examples here, right? In every chance, you're going to see here, we've got a little bit of an askew neckline. Wait to sell till you get the retest of the neckline. Break below the neckline, that's when you sell. It doesn't matter if it's up, down, sideways. Your shoulders should be a little wonky. The best way to wait is to see that break below the neckline. So I like these patterns. Thank you so much to Sharif for putting together these lessons every day. I think this is a really key example. This is also a different one. So you have higher highs, right? You get your head, you pull back here, right? Same level, same pullback. Then you get your right shoulder a little bit higher. But you're still going to wait to see that below that level. This level is what matters. The neckline doesn't matter, like you guys can, breaking the neck, that's what can be fatal, right? So as long as your neck is not broken, this uptrend can still be in effect. When you break below that neckline, RIP that uptrend, and hello to your short. So let's talk about the variations of the rounded bottom. I feel like I'm just ready for Obi to magically appear, because last time we said rounded bottoms, he weirdly appeared. It was some kind of weird beckoning signal that I don't understand. So maybe shout out to Obi, I don't know. But variations of this pattern are usually going to have to do with the symmetry of the curve, so the rounding might not be smooth, right? It might not be a perfect rounded bottom. It might be more irregular. There might be, curves and edges. There might be different levels of volatility as the price moves towards the breakout. And you might have inconsistent volume. So we talked a lot about the volume on the rounded bottom being key. It kind of peters out as we start the selling. And then when the buying comes, it starts escalating as we get that round, to the upside. So that, if you have a bit of volume issues, that can complicate the perfect idea of that rounded bottom. So, man, here you go. So you have your rounded bottom here, right? This is a traditional one. You've got your higher volume as you push higher and volume diminishing near the bottom. Then you want to see your push above the neckline. Again, all of these, you're going to see proof. No matter if the pattern's a little wonky, wait for the neckline. Have you broken the neck? If not, the existing trend might still be alive. So let's talk about some filters here and some confirmations. So traders should be looking for some filters to confirm whether the variation holds predictive value. By that I mean filtering aspects of the pattern. Volume analysis, for example, right? So you're often going to see a pattern nearing completion, volume declining, and then you get a sharp increase once the breakout or breakdown occurs. Par exemple, a double top that has a slight variation in terms of its peak height could still hold if the volume behaves accordingly. So if you've got your rising intensely after the second peak. Trendline and support levels are key here too. They can serve as useful tools in confirming variation. So if you've got the price breaking a support level after the formation of an imperfect double top, that can give you a sign that reversal might still be there. Psychological factors are huge too, and I want to shout out JJM for always talking about the psychology of this market. So JJM says that these minor variations, they do not change the underlying psychology. Psychology is still the same, right? We've got the reversal, the change in the tides, as my pal Sharif might and often does say. That's how we do it, right? You know, the tides are rinsing you around. And so the market's behavior is still, right, like influenced by supply, influenced by demand, influenced by greed. I'm just going to get out some of my Palantir here. We're going to take out a fifth of that position. And if you've got the price here breaking a support level after that formation, oh wait, sorry, I'm reading the wrong part. So a double top that slightly deviates from the ideal form, it might not be like as pretty as a double top you want, right? But it's the double top you get. And it still shows what you're looking for in a double top. And by that, I mean buyer exhaustion and potential seller dominance. That's what you're looking for. So let's talk here about trading strategies with regards to pattern variations, right? Like how do you do that? How do you make that work? So when you've got a pattern showing variation, you want to be very patient. Avoid entering trades just based on your partial or imperfect pattern. You want to make sure you have your confirmation. For example, the break of a key support or resistance level, and you want to see your increased volume. Maybe use a stop loss as well. So given that there are potential false signals in these patterns that don't fully conform to your norm, they're not connorming, you want to maybe place your stop loss at a logical point, right? Still think of the psychology. At what point psychologically does this pattern hold up, or does it say kaput? That's what you want to look for. So for example, if you've got a double top variation,
Was that a pun?
you might still... Right?
Was that a pun?
Kaput! It was not a pun.
I thought that was definitely on purpose coming from you. That's why, right?
I appreciate that. That was a good one, Sharif. Thank you. And that was like that day that I made an accidental Amazon Prime pun, and you and Neil were both like, how did you not know? But anyways, so for example, if you got a double top variation, right, where you might want to place the stop loss, could be slightly above the second peak, because that would still be guarding against a sudden bullish resurgence, which is psychologically what you're trying to do. So even if you've got variations here, or in terms of measuring the target move, you're still going to want to measure it the same way. Your ruler is still the same, right? Even though the thing you're measuring might be different in terms of scale. So for a double top, you're still going to want to measure the distance between the peak and the trough. And then you're still going to want to project that distance downward from the breakout point to determine a potential price target. So how do you trade this practically? One, you want to identify the pattern that is close to completing, but it's not quite perfect. It's not, you know, it's not 100%.
I wrote idea, but I meant ideal. Sorry, typo. My mistake.
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah, my mistake.
I didn't even notice it.
I didn't even notice it till the third time around.
Well, yeah, it's not idea either. It's not the main idea. I like you can make it work. You also want to wait for that price to break below the support level that is formed by the trough. Then, step 3, you want to look for confirmation. And how are you going to get the confirmation, you may ask? Well, I'll tell you. You want to see increase in volume after your breakout, because that shows the buyers or sellers have arrived. And then last but not least, you want to be entering the short position once the confirmations are in place. Once you have your measured move targeted. And once you got your stop loss above the second peak. Hashtag stop loss gang. So to conclude, variations in ideal patterns are very common. You know, the market is not going to be all textbook. It's going to be wild. It's going to be wavy. It's going to make you pull out your hair. And understanding that you're not always going to have perfect conformity in the patterns, that can be really key to be a successful trader, right? The market's not always going to be singing Stick to the Status Quo from High School Musical, right? Sometimes you're going to be singing the songs they sing at the end when everyone's like, you know, doing whatever they want to do. Weird analogy, but I did it and I stand by it. So by applying filters, like looking for the psychological elements you still want to see, looking for volume, everything like that, that's what you want to be looking for here. And that can help you focus on the key elements and not getting distracted by the fact that it's not a beautiful, perfect pattern. And the mastering the skill can help you adapt to real-world markets where ideal patterns really occur. I want to shout out Sharif for the slideshow.
Thank you, dear.
Dope look. I really appreciate. Thank you so much for putting these lessons together every darn day. Palantir also working well, but for some reason it won't let me get out. I'm confused. We'll deal with that. How are you doing?
Good. I'm getting lulled to sleep here in Poet. I've been long 540. The reason I'm not getting out here, come on, print me, bro. It just popped up while I was talking 548. That's where I've been waiting, bro. The ask is at 548, but the bid did not move up. Now we're printing 49s. Just print me. please. Let's wait over here. I've been waiting at 40. Okay, so it was 49s I was waiting at, not 48s. That's why I didn't get the print. Okay, so this was lulling me to sleep, but the fact that it did not break the 20 exponential on the 5 and it respected that kept me in the trade. But it looks as if I will go unfilled and I'll have to pack more patience because the level at which I'm waiting did not trigger. We're still at 47s, but the bid is now dropping and the spread between said ask and said bid is opening up. And that isn't good for me. We're still 47s right now. I'm going to let this one do its thing, 21. I would have liked the print at 48s. Alas, I was not there, and there we got it. Pumped about that. Nice trade right now on Poet. Looking for more. There is bigger size at the $0.50. From what I can see here, there's about a few hundred lots on all the gateways. This one on the NASDAQ gateway keeps disappearing. NSB is still on there. 107 lots both. Now, when you see 107 lots, identical size on two different gateways, I'm going to suggest to you that that's the same seller posting on different gateways. That's kind of what I think there. And it's like 107 is kind of a random number to have. And having two gateways with that exact same size makes me feel that's the same seller. Now, I wanted to mention something else too. There is like software out there now that will kind of pick up on patterns about sell orders. So here's what I mean by that. Let's just say, for example, we were trading Apple at $220 and there was resistance at $220.50. But that resistance was layered. Let's just say the first the first big order was sitting at that $0.50. Then there was a bigger and even or an equally sized order at 60. And then another equally sized order at 70. So layering their outs. So you've got 3 sell orders there at starting at the $0.50 and layering all the way up to 3/4. Let's say Apple rejects 220, okay? And now it's using 219 as resistance. If that order at the $0.50 that's spaced by 10 cents each for the same size moves down, not from 220.50 anymore, but 219.50, the software picks up on it. And it will tell you this is likely the same dude or whoever that was sitting at 220.50 layering his orders. Now he's hanging out at 219 layering his orders. It's not impossible for you to pick up on that looking at the level 2, but it's a lot harder. Because you're gonna have to pick up on the tape and you're gonna have to be able to read the tape and analyze it super quick. But the software actually does that for you because that's what people do, right? You're short by something or you want to get out of a position on something, and so you're layering your orders in the exact same way. You're just moving it down or moving it up. So I love that kind of software. I'm exploring to see whether or not we can bring it on here and use it, and who knows, maybe we'll end up getting sponsored by them. The reason I brought up this whole spiel is because I saw that 107 order sitting at the $0.50. That 107 was layered and it was on 2 different gateways. So to me, that made me suspect that was that same seller just posting on different gateways for different reasons. There's a whole bunch of reasons why he would want to do that, or they would want to do that, or she would want to do it, whatever. Okay. So I just want to go into that spiel, and I still think it's I still think it's a solid way to kind of be able to gauge who's selling, and if the price action comes down, that same seller, I want to know if that same seller is moving down with the price, and that's kind of what that does. So anybody knows what I'm talking about, tag me. Let me know if I'm a little bit off or that's actually what the software does. Everybody know. I think if you know what I'm talking about, you're going to know which software I'm talking about. So that is the look there. Let's have a look at, we do have an algo room, Jay. We do. Right back there. Oh, who was that was asking about the algo room? Was that Jay? No.
I think it's Rivian Millionaire.
Rivian Millionaire. Yeah, you guys have an algo room. Yes, we do. Yes, we have traders that are just exclusively trading algos back there. Usually they're gone by 1 or 2 o'clock. Usually the orders that they execute are a little bit earlier. But yeah, we absolutely have an algo room, and we have multiple algo traders. They exclusively trade using algos. Obviously, you're going to have some programming background, or you're going to have somebody write it for you. Most of them, though, I do believe they actually write Python, C++, C#. They're pretty good at everything. I know Joe, shout out to Jose, He's writing. He's not in the algo room, but he's always writing up different codes to connect with our API. So I just want to do this right now, obviously, Ram, because we're sponsored by Real Trading, and I want to let you know that Real Trading, their software is the software we're using right here. It's called P Pro 8, Adara. And guess what this software allows you to do? It allows you to connect to the API so you can have your own executions. You can go back and back test using the data, everything. So shout out to Real Dang Trading, the best prop firm, I should say, around these parts. Now, Poet is breaking down below my entry. It is still respecting the 20 exponential, so I'm going to give it a little bit of room. If it breaks below 534, it's all over. So that's my trade there. I've only got one beak wetter left. What are you doing there over there?
Yeah, I mean, I want to shout out P Pro 8, but also P Pro 8, I would like to ask you, why can I not sell my Palantir? It literally will not let me sell. I tried to get a beak wetter set here, Sharif, and it's like, oh no, actually, you've exceeded your maximum position. Which, like, fine, whatever, but you guys have already given me the shares. So at this point, why won't you let me get rid of some of the shares? So with that in mind, I resorted to taking profit using stops, because that is the only thing it will let me do. With that in mind, I took out 25% of the position. I would have liked to take out 20%, but alas, that's how I just set the stop at VWAP. Now, I've been trying to use prior bar lows, so obviously I am one behind, but I did take out 25% of the position at that prior bar low. I have the rest saved for this other prior bar low at 81. Also, what is my average? Because I'm not sure it's 36.70. Yeah, so it's 36.69 is my average position. So it's slightly a skosh, couple cents above there or below there, that one in the thing. Also, you guys have 3 minutes left to vote for your ticker. Shout out to Real Trading. They do sponsor the segment. They also give us Pro 8, which is our, it's a pro trading software. Get in the chat. Exclamation point.
Join.
Space. $. Or as Sharif sometimes says, shift 1. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Join, space, shift 4, $, right? So get in that chat, let us know what is making you tick, what tickers are getting to you. Also,
have you looked at some of these Chinese? I know you were in PDD.
I was just going to talk about PDD.
Adara, these things are like at highs, and we know these Chinese ADRs usually give up the ghost midday.
I know. Well, I was just going to say, Sharif, thank you for this. Is crazy. That's confluence there mentally. Obi, you there? No, I'm joking. Obi. Because I was literally just going to say PDD. I want to shout out Mo, because I was talking to Mo. Mo was like 112 support at PDD. I agree. But like I said, to me, I actually am cool trying to short this again, even if it just breaks below 112.40. Because 112.40, to me right now, that has been the higher low. We've been ranging, we've been chopping, we've been churning it. It hasn't given you much of a range. It's giving you like a 30 penny range. On something that moves as wildly as PDD, that's not going to be enough to get me out of bed in the morning, right? I want a little bit more action. I want a little bit more intrigue. I want a little bit more spice. Call me crazy. Shout out to Sharif. But I would be getting short if we get to 112.40. I'd be risking into 112.70s. Let's see what we see in PDD. But that to me would be the look if I am to take a trade here as we get to the end of the midday. That would be the trade I take. Visa, says Stacks. Yeah, Visa I was looking at, and this is one of the ones that, like I said, I need to figure out how to set my stop, so I'm getting a little bit less slippage there because there's a bit of slippage here. But yeah, so PDD, hard to the downside, but we talked about double bottoms, right? And I said I sometimes find it more bullish when you get your second bottom here on a wick basis, because that means, hey, this level is so important. We're just wicking into it. Like, we're just like showing, hey, we're just gonna bounce like a trampoline. If we get above this 276, like, I like the 276.10s. Get above that level, to me, that shows me, hey, the bulls are in full effect. The bulletin board has switched, and we're long. That's what I'm looking for here for Visa. At that point, I might, try to put my credit card in that ATM to get some shing to the upside. I would go probably longer on that 276.10 if that occurs. Awesome chop fest for SPY, says Alex Davis. Yeah, the SPY has been choppy. You're right. I usually look at the SPY more than I do, but today, a little rangy, but not in a way that I find particularly, I was going to say not a way I find interesting. They get that pushback.
You looked
SPY,
so uninterested there for a second, then you got very interested.
Right? Also, speaking of things that are kind of rangy in both, like SMCI trying to break below 476, as I said to Tampanta earlier, and I had this thought anyway, 467, I will absolutely short SMCI if it breaks below 467. But SPY, you're kind of doing something SPY looks shockingly similar to the SMCI chart, so I'll pull them up SPY, bit of a bull flag, clear support for 570.40, resistance 570.90, but for the SPY 50-cent range, that's not really how I like my eggs in the morning. SMCI, though, looking very similar, though the range is a bit choppier, in my opinion. If we get below 467.50, short, I add at 467. I risk into 468.50. To me, that's a trade I like. Let's see what happens there. PLTR, we have a new prior bar low, so I will be moving my stop on Mr. Carp, and I'm going to start carping. I'm going to stop carping over here. How you doing over here?
Good, Adira. I was just looking at Microsoft again. We had a couple of good trades on Microsoft to start the afternoon, and then I saw this. This is what I saw. I just want to show this, Ram, without showing the other context. This is what I saw, and given the fact that we've been talking about reversal patterns for the last week and a half, I personally saw a head and shoulders formation in the making. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder, right? That's what I saw in a very narrow, restricted view. But then I opened up the chart and I saw this. Is this the trend that we expect before a head and shoulders? Who can tell me? No, it is not. Why? It's a reversal pattern, right? So what is it reversing? The trend that preceded it. So what does the trend have to be for us to reverse? It's got to be an uptrend. So, this is just a lesson in context, right? Keeping your eye on the pattern, the trend that preceded the pattern. Always got to look at that. And this is the perfect case right here because I had my narrow goggles on. I'm like, oh my God, head and shoulders, Microsoft, I got to get short. Then you open it up. It's like, no, that ain't it. Sure, it can look like a head and shoulders, but doesn't mean that it's going to act like one, nor is it actually reflecting the market dynamics that take place in a head and shoulders because there's no uptrend that preceded, there's no reversal, there's no shift in sentiment from bullish to bearish. So I just wanted to point that out super quick. Whether that pattern ends up manifesting to the downside is completely separate and apart from whether it's a head and shoulders or not. So good luck right now on Softy trying to hold up here, but this is really what's keeping my attention. The unbelievable power, consistency. Nvidia, it hasn't given up the 10 all morning. Look at the respect on that green line. It just hasn't given it up. So I don't know. The thing though, Adira, is are we far enough away from 120 with this 121.80 top to say, all right, now that we've cleared 120 as that level of resistance, we come back to use 120. I don't know if we've gotten far enough away from it. Adira just finished doing the lesson, and one of the things she was showing you guys was a head and shoulder neckline breakdown. And she was showing you how that neckline came and got retested. Once it broke down, it popped back up, rejected off that area of previous resistance. So we know that resistance flips to support and vice versa. But you got to get enough away from it. That's the thing. So again, I'm still biased on Nvidia on the day. I haven't changed my bias. The bias is that 120's been giving up the ghost. It gave up the ghost on the 12th. It gave up the ghost on the 19th. I don't know. And the thing is, it didn't give up the ghost right away. It whiffled and waffled at highs, and then it gave up the ghost in the afternoon on the Big Kahuna show. So I'm not going to be here for that, but I'm going to be all eyes and ears and checking my phone to see whether Nvidia does actually retrace below 120. We'll see. We'll see, but that's what it's done the last few days. Or not last few days, last few weeks. NVDA, great look. Oh, baby, Poets breaking the $0.50. All right, so I'm happy with this trade, Adira, because I didn't paper hand the trade like I typically do once it breaks down from the lows and the highs. This is where I'm getting out. Sayonara, see ya, Poet. There's only about 6 minutes left on the show. I don't want to be nursing you at the big boy screen, but I'm happy with how I traded today. I was not happy with how I traded yesterday, and I'm just happy to get a double under my belt. What are you looking at?
I have to say, that is an image I cannot unsee, the idea of you nursing.
Oh, sorry about that.
It's okay. No, I just
Touched
pictured
my
that.
broken finger.
Oh, I honestly, like, what I was going to say, we accidentally brush hands a lot. I was not, and then you were like, that's my broken finger. And I was like,
Are you as disgusted by it as Ram is?
okay, no, honestly, I'm not, because like I said, I had a really bad finger break that, like, it still can't really do full things. So
oh, crap.
I get it. Yeah, literally today I was like dragging a suitcase and I had to literally have my hand positioned so it looked like I was flipping the bird, because if I put any anything on that hand, you know what I'm like, yeah,
I know.
any pressure on the handle, then it hurts. So I just was like flipping everybody off as I was walking because I was like, this is the only way I can hold this thing without being in pain.
is
So
jokes.
I understand hand injuries. You know what else I understand?
What?
SMCI does not want to give up 468. We tried. I said 467, 467.50 short. I think we went to like 467.60s on the bid. We come all the way back up to 468s. This thing doesn't want me to short it. That's cool. I'll wait. PLTR though. Now, P-Pro 8, someday you're going to have to let me sell these shares. I mentioned P-Pro 8 weirdly will not let me offload any of my Palantir unless I do it through stop losses, so that's fun. I wouldn't like to get stopped out of this, but I have my stop prior bar lows right now. That, oh my gosh, Palantir. Oh, okay, Palantir.
Get it, Adara.
You know what? Maybe Paper Out, this was a good thing that you refused to let me sell anything here. So let's see. To be fair, I did get out 25% of the position. That was just because I wanted to offload some of it. So I set a stop here that I figured would fill for 25% of it. But I'm going to save the last piece until we get to that. Just above 37s, that'd be a dope look. Let's see. Right now, the stop is at 36.82, but the fun doesn't stop yet. Netflix. Wait, Netflix. I meant to say Tesla. I just said Netflix and I said Tesla. Wait, I don't even know what I'm saying. Excuse me, Tesla. Still seeing higher lows. 252, great level of support. That's the level I'd be watching tomorrow. Now, I know I've already said Tesla looked kind of head and shoulders-y and I regretted it. But again, I want to say inverse head and shoulders on Tesla. Now, is this an irregular pattern? Shout out to our lesson. Yes, it is. Ooh. Because we're up on the day. So Tesla, how can it have a reversal if we're up on the day? Maybe. But look at this head here, 251.50s. Look at these stubby little shoulders. This is like a very, like, this guy doesn't, he needs to stretch. His posture's not too good.
Oh.
Shoulder, 252. Shoulder, 252. Neckline to me, 253.15s. If we can break above the neckline, that's a good look for Tesla. Jaspreet Singh wants me to check out GameStop. So
yeah, so does Michelle Hebert.
GameStop.
High day.
Yeah, oh, is it now?
It is.
Oh, wow. Sorry for that sound. Wow, GameStop. Reversal. So we have all these rejections of the 90 EMA, then we start finding support off the 90 EMA that is a 9 exponential moving average. However, we get to 2260s, then we get, is someone eating a hot dog? I keep smelling a hot dog and it's like stressing me out. But we get this wick here into 2275s. Now we're kind of coming lower. Will this topping tail candle be the sign that game stopping tails?
Oh.
I pretend that. Will it be a topping tail candle? Will it be a game stopping tail candle? We'll find out. But I think if we hold up support at that 2250 is good look for me. How you doing?
64,000 incoming on Bitstonk. Here we go, baby. Oh, BTC. Yeah, I'll get it right, Adara. BTC crypto. That's the one we're trying to do there, not BTC. The ticker. There it is. 64,000, 63,978. I'm going to give you a quick sneak peek here of the watch list for the crypto. Look at this. Almost everything in Greensville except Ethereum. Ethereum continues to lag behind BTC, even though like it's got more practical uses. Market doesn't care about practical uses. It likes Bitcoin. And that's kind of what I see now. So 64,000 getting rejected. We did have a 64,000 attempt early this morning. Looks like it was trading during the Asian session or the European session there. 63,941 was what we did there. Getting right back into that level. Now we're below 63.9, we're at 63.8, so rejecting generally off 64,000, but I kept my eye on Mara. The Mara indicator, he hasn't been here this week, so haven't been able to ask him about what these miners have been doing, but Mara is up to 6 1/3, it's up 1.5%. It's still defending this area I kind of feel that this $15 level has been a hot level here on Mara. And it goes back a while. Let me just show you the daily on this. Mara always takes a bit of a sec to load. I know we don't have much time left on the show, so if it does load before that, I'll show you. If it doesn't, then we'll have to do it next time. But $15 is generally a level on MARA. There it is. And this goes back a ways, baby. This goes back to December 23. We bounce again, January. We bounce again here in, what is that, April? And then even Black Monday in early August, we bounce. This is the only outlying event, the real outlying event. But look how it gets back quick as you like. Remember that 3-day rule or that 3-session rule, depending on what you're charting on? So 15, generally an area of support for MARA, but that we'll wax poetic about on a different day, Adara, because now it is time to send it over to the Big Boy Show where the big boy kahunas are hanging out. Send it over to Neil and Sean, baby.
See you tomorrow. Bye.
Everybody, I feel like Ramin was like, "Oh my goodness, we're going right over." No, Shreve will mosey on his way up to the desk in a quick little second here. But Jensen stopped selling, or he's done selling. Wow, what a move to the upside on. Look, a lot of names. Obviously, Nvidia was leading the charge. Well, next fill positions will come in here, but
Positions are in for me.
well, yeah. The next fill for myself, I guess positions will come in.
Normally they come in
But-
for both of us, I thought. Oh.
You know what? It's weird like that. So apparently, again, it's just the way it works here. Like each of us have to take a fill, but I'm on the bid of ARM and Intel. So the first one to come in is probably going to update the position. But I can show you when we talked about the lesson of the day here. When I was sort of saying pick on the thing that wasn't breaking highs, I did do that in ARM, and I'm kind of right back in on the same level because Nvidia just continued to go. It did eventually break the trend line. As I said, I was fighting it, and then I eventually waited for it to break the trend line for that one short, and then got that one out break even. So like that's the one that didn't stink, but the rest of it did. It's still trending higher, but you've got a bit of a topping tail candle in the curl. I went back over to, Intel can't seem to hold above 23, and then ARM, which you saw never made any fresh highs, but it's been a big time reversal. It was like meme craziness if you weren't watching in the middle of the day. I got up for 15 or 20 minutes from the desk and sat back down, and Nvidia had gone like $2.50. So big time movement over there on Nvidia. It's not everything that's going in this move, and I know we'll get to some of the individual names once we're doing our, our little rundown for the tickers that you guys want. But Tesla, which was really strong at the open, underneath VWAP, lagging this move. And a lot of what's happening right now, just to go over, because I don't think we're going to talk about Bitcoin. I'll throw to Sean in a quick little second. But BTC went all the way up to this 64 and then drew back. So I got my eyeballs on Mara pulling right into some resistance from before. But yeah, what a crazy move. Bitcoin essentially tagging 64,000 and reversing. Kind of a topping tail candle on the 15-minute for Bitcoin.
All right. Look, we'll talk about. There it is. What's up, everybody? We'll talk about the successes and the failures of shorting Nvidia. But right now we're short again. Right into here. We just keep on covering. We're just taking like small little cuts back on this name as we were shorting it. We let it go. We were short here at the beginning. This is when the day was last year. I'm assuming Nvidia is going to be on this list. All right, let's go over to Sharif and we'll start going and running through some names.
I just want to welcome everyone to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every day. Make sure to check out the How to Trade show with Nadir and I and get into the chat and vote for your favorite tickers, and the big kahunas will look at it for you during this Afternoon Rundown, so let's shut them out. Let's start here with a look at the futures contract. Here is the the triple Qs. What a recovery here on this market. Obviously we're selling off aggressively to start the day. Then the Nvidia pump came in fast and furious, and that really helped take the market up. All the indices right now in the green, the Dow, the ES, and the Russell, as well as the NQ, all in Greensville. I got to tell you, though, the Dow was flipping and flopping between red and green. We'll have to see how it closes out on the day. But TSLA, your number one ticker, ironically, and it gapped up quite aggressively, but been very ziggy-zaggy. No headline specifically to Tesla today justify the move, but looks like they're working on FSD guys for the Cybertruck.
Yeah, in 3 weeks? 3 weeks. No, sorry, 2 weeks. 3 weeks to earnings, 2 weeks essentially, just over 2 weeks till the Cybertruck robotaxi announcement. Robotaxi announcement. Look, Tesla was on a tear yesterday. It was on a tear earlier on today, and all of a sudden, it's like the languishing name. And that's a weak term for something that's up $1. But with that reversal in the market, it was almost as if there was a seed change where Tesla was leading things early on. It broke out to 55. It didn't quite dip into that 50 level at the open, and then did it later. That was a miss. You know what? I'll get to that in a second. But the 255 break and then the retake, it gave one chance for myself on this bounce in. I have a 3-minute up, but it did bounce initially off VWAP to get 55s even. When it failed at 57, that was a trailer looking for a VWAP retrace. Just should have looked at that as a bit of a reversal, because the second it was through, it turned into immediate resistance. And on the other side, if you're not in, I said this before, if you like the 250 level and you're not in it on the way down, when it makes the reversal, it's that punch back through 50. It holds the low and then the punch back through 50. That was pretty darn good there on Tesla. Right now, kind of languishing, so I feel like that 55 is resistance until proven otherwise on Tesla. But still looking good on the daily chart. Just starting to run into some resistance, 60 to 65, it feels like, on Tesla.
Look, I mean, to have replayed this day, here it is on here, it's on the sticky note, it is the Tesla 255 long break. It is still, even though the market has gone up, down, around, everything, it is still the #1 trade of the day right here, P&L wise. Huge break up to 256.50. It went up $1.50 for us, and then it dropped back in. We got out of it, and we've left it alone. Tesla, still the P&L #1 on a long, if you can believe it or not. So I don't know, man. I'm frustrated here today. I can't wait to go talk about Nvidia next.
What a rocket ship, Sean. Look at that. I mean, anybody who's watching today during the midday saw that. Yeah, Nvidia shares trading higher on reports that Jensen Huang is finished selling the company's stock under the trading plan that he had filed. What a move up. The market really liking that, not feeling that there may be any downward pressure going forward. Shout out to the OG. He's flexing on all of us.
Yeah, this man is, it was something that was like 20% of all Nvidia employees are more than $5 million in assets right now. So it's absolutely crazy. Okay, look, Nvidia was really fun, right? It's going to be hard to see what we did early on. We can talk a little bit about it. We were long 115s, right? I mean, we were trying to get long off of that area. Once the market broke at, early, we started going short. The short was fine, and look where we got out. Like, unbelievable, the fact that we got out at VWAP and all good. Okay, good. All right, so there it is, 116.50 right there. Getting out at VWAP and then going a little bit higher. That is the trade for me. Should have respected the fact that we were going long. But the one thing that we noted was not getting in at all on the way up. We could see that it was going, we patented this meme crazy. You guys know I was talking about it. Whenever I watch Nvidia and it starts to do that stuff, I'm like, this is going meme crazy. We didn't do anything until 120. Well, the problem was, it was fine. We shorted a little bit. We were able to get some out, but then it wasn't. And then we let it go again into 121 and got stopped out. We had some good takes back in as well, but still at the end of the day, more stop outs. We have one stop out up there at 121.50. Since then, we've just been going back and trying to get the short. Look at it, respect the 50-period moving average. This will be a stock that we're down on here today. And it's too bad because, we have 115 written here. We've had it, I said that thing this morning. We had it written down pretty much every single day all week. And today, again, it's absolutely huge. That 115 long is absolutely huge. And the fact that we're down on it is quite frankly embarrassing. But I do have something pretty cool to say, and this will be good for Sharif. The last I looked, man, we have one positive trader today, and it is Mr. Sharif. So congratulations for all that trading, man. It was tough going through here. We gotta, we can't just say, good days, bad days, but that was a good one there for Sharif. So I'm not sure what you were trading on the midday, but congratulations on that one for Apple. The day keeps Sharif in Greensville. I guess that does not rhyme.
Yeah, and that's what you try to do. Like, ultimately, I'll tell you, I went green to red on Nvidia. Like, Nvidia was actually an upstock for me when we were going long on it. And then, we talked about this in the middle of the day, and I kind of started with this as well and did this as a lesson. All you can try to do, if you're in the spot, like I sat down and it was already kind of gone, and I didn't see any news, wasn't really sure what was going on, except it just looked like, as Sean said, was going meme crazy. That's what waited for 120 and 121, much like Sean did. Control the losses. Should have gone over to ARM sooner, I think. Like, that would have been the more sensible pivot. Like, again, it's just find something that while it's breaking out, or if the stock that's leading the charge is making highs, or you think is at a level it's making highs, and something following it has already pulled back. So when Nvidia made that first pullback at 120, ARM was here. And then when Nvidia was pulling back again or attempting to pull back at 21, ARM was making a lower high. So lower highs, just a little bit weaker of a name, go over to a little bit sooner. They try to minimize the amount that you lose on that compared to what you think you can win on something better. About 1-to-1 on these two. But if I don't trade Nvidia and just look for the weaker name, I think I also said SMCI. I actually haven't checked to see what SMCI is doing. Yeah, I mean, SMCI, when we're talking the lesson of the day, SMCI was the other example. So both ARM and SMCI have put in lower highs at these same levels, and it's just a lower hanging fruit, like something that is following the charge, but not making fresh highs when Nvidia was. You go to that a little bit faster, and then you should be good to go. So ARM, I am bidding in the 143 mid or quarter range. And Intel, the other thing, Intel is at the $22 level. Here, I'll show you Intel, sorry, $23 level. Cannot seem to hold above the high. Every time it's gotten back underneath 23, I've jumped back into it. So you try to and you want to always pick on the weaker names. It's easier said than done because the mean reversion is a lot more mean to the downside on a name that's gone higher. You got to pick and choose which trade you're going to make. I just feel I should have gone to ARM sooner because I saw that it wasn't making fresh highs and could have jumped to that, but took one extra trade in Nvidia.
Interesting look today on Palantir, guys. Yesterday it gets downgraded by Raymond James and has a hell of a day, makes almost brand new highs. Today it gets this, a #1 vendor in AI data sciences. That's being given out by the Dresner Advisory Services for Palantir. And it sells off. But look at this, guys. We definitely held that support level from yesterday, even a little bit higher, coming back up on the day as Palantir down 2.5%, but well closer to the highs, guys. All time.
Yeah, all-time highs. Well, no, not. I mean, all-time highs are still above 40, but yeah, 38.20 right now, 52-week high for Palantir. Yeah, like we left that one alone. Like surprisingly enough today, we didn't really pay too much attention to Palantir. Okay, 36. Yeah. So again, exactly right there. What Sharif's talking about, getting into that, and I just want to let Sharif know that like a lot of love in the chat, like congratulating Sharif on his positive day. And again, we can't be. We have to go both ways, right? We'll tell you guys when it's a success and when it's not. Today, Sharif, good one. Okay, so 37.50 to the top angle there. I mean, I think that's going to be a short, the 50-period moving average on the 20-minute chart. But until we get to there, it's a no-brainer that you got to go long next time you're at the 200-period. Look at the 200-period moving average. I mean, it doesn't get touched at all until it was support and then support again here today. So right now, you're at 36.75. I feel like if you drop down 25 cents from here, then good on that. 36.75, I think that's a good area. 36.50 being the bottom, 25 cents one way or the other. I am a bull on Palantir down near the 36.50 area, which is the 200 period moving average. And honestly, guys, I have to address some of my trades. Right now, I'm going to take another piece. Ooh, I just put a bid at 25 there on Nvidia. So all we're trying to do is kind of just get back a little bit of what we lost shorting all the way up. And we didn't even really short all the way up. I mean, we were very, very patient with Nvidia. I'm bidding now 25s. Still not filled. Okay. Now filled. All right, there it is. So a nice little trade there. Like, see how we're sneaking in like 40-cent winners here? But remember, we're just trying to piece these names out as we battle back. Right now, Trump talking right now. Yeah. The TQs is also a great trade, but we're going to get over the SPY right now with Sharif.
Quickly, go back to Palantir for a second because we left we left you guys on the morning show with, and I only like two things on Palantir. The bigger one being 35.8, and I still like 35.8 on Palantir, but it did tag yesterday's bottom at 36.5. And this is the trade that Tesla should have been, like wipe out bottom, consolidate over 36.5. I trailed out of it. Actually, what was weird about it is I'm pretty sure, I don't remember exactly what direction, I'm pretty sure I heard Adara get into a trade like right as I was getting trailed out of Palantir. It's now crossed VWAP. I think it's got some strength in here. If it can hold on to VWAP at this point, with the market looking a little bit weak, I think if this holds on to VWAP, you can get another leg into the upside. It's down 2%. You can't call a stock that's down 2% strong relative to the market, but this is as the market is rolling over off of highs, Palantir is going in the other direction. So when the market was going up, Palantir going down. When the market's kind of coming back in here in the NASDAQ, Palantir is going up. So relative strength over there in Palantir. I just took some arm out in front of that 143 and a third. And then same thing with Intel, just sort of as it's trying to come back down off the 23 level back into VWAP. So I've been willing to get out every time it breaks out above 23 and then just jump back in when it's back underneath the 23 level on Intel. So this one working back down into VWAP as we speak, but let's get on to the SPY.
Yeah, a lot of different headlines today in these markets, guys. Obviously, material sector rallies on China stimulus, the Chinese ADRs, most of them, guys, in double digits. You had the Nvidia surge that popped the NQ midday as we got wind that Jensen was done selling under his trading plan. We also got the 2-year note at 1 o'clock. It really didn't move the markets all that much. The SPY in Greensville, guys, but barely.
So we'll go half-half. Like, one winner is a chicken dinner winner, one is not. And it's just going to be one of those days again for the TQs. I mean, there's that Nvidia move. We tried to short into here, man, 71, right? We were looking at 20,200. We sort of talked about that as a high, and eventually that came in, right? We put this note down yesterday. I can show you the sticky note, 20,200. That was the high. So we absolutely nailed that again right there. It's only down 50 handles, though. Let's wait to see if now we can pull back. But again, out here, lost into day's high. I just didn't believe the move. I mean, I already talked about it with Nvidia, but we saw that move go up. We were very, very patient. We started it at the 200 period. Eventually, we get shut down. Some winners in there, but not really, in and around $71. Some 20-cent wins. But then these have all been right now, alert, alert, alert. We finally get to a key level, and we said stay focused and stay patient. And I mean, we did that, and now we're here. So this was a good little short there for the NASDAQ. This is 20,200. We just talked about that right here on the actual minis. So right there, so that was a level, and there's the TQs trade. So again, a good one. We sat here and got filled right here before at 45. That was nice. It bounced back. We just had a wick down to 35. I'm only bidding 40s right now. I actually wasn't even on the bid for that wick down, focusing a lot on Nvidia right now. So anyways, that's the trade right here. We'll see if we get some more out. I think we could retrace back in. Market's coming back here. That Nvidia really carried the day. Let's now see if we can lose a little bit here in the broader market. So we're short the NASDAQ one more time. Going to get a piece out, and then we'll hold half of what we have. So there it is. Now we're out there. That's a good one, man. That's another 70 cents on the TQQs as Nvidia and the market finally starting to pull back down.
And the thing is that we keep saying this on the SPY. The SPY is still at the topping end of this range. We made the fresh high on the SPY, pulled back, held on to previous tops. Yeah. That's right in here, about 565 or so on a dip. And then the last couple of days, we've just had inside days. So you had the breakout to the high, the pull back into the prior high, 565, and we are in an inside range on the SPY with like a 72 top and a 65 bottom. So you have this percent move essentially on the SPY where we're just going back and forth. Today made a higher low, so I suppose, that's pretty bullish, making a higher low, obviously, back into that high, but until we press through the top. Part of the issue and why you're not pressing through the top is like, okay, this morning Tesla's going up and Nvidia is going down and Meta is weak, and then you get a bounce in Nvidia and the chip names, and Apple was under VWAP and Tesla was also weak. So you're never really getting everything going together in this range. So as long as we're range bound, it is very much so, like in this range specifically, it is very much just individual names and their own trend, sometimes a sector as well. But the SPY can't seem to break away. It's like 1.25% range on the SPY the last few days. No break in either direction. Once it does, up or down, especially down, I think there's going to be a bit of a nice reversion coming in.
Yeah, Apple up, barely 0.25% here. Not too many headlines with respect to Apple, but Needham coming out today reiterating their buy on Apple and maintaining the same price target, $260. Separately, I was watching on YouTube yesterday, Marquise Brownlee reviewing the Apple iPhone 16. Mixed reviews, guys. He says it's good as a device, but it's incomplete because it doesn't have that Apple intelligence. We're still expecting that next month.
I would just immediately stop watching that podcast because, that's obvious. We already know that that's not happening. It's not actually happening till March, not next month. There's no AI coming at all, I don't think, until 2024. Maybe I need to watch the podcast. So I would just say we're on Apple. Okay, so Apple today, we have a trade on it. And again, it was just sort of a tale of different days. We didn't trade it at all while the market was coming back in right there. So Apple was a huge short off 230 early, right? Like to be able to see that would have been awesome. Down to 225, like you don't really get $4 like that in Apple, and it was pretty consistent downside. All the moves up were getting hit. All right, and then finally we said, okay, well, let's play the bump back up. So it comes back up, and then look at these shorts, man. 227.30, 227.15. These outs are 226.70s. So again, we have 40, 50, 60, 70 cents for winners down there. Then it came back up, and it's all at the same time. Like, this is why I'm saying about today being frustrating a little bit, because we only really did this on 3 names. We did it on Nvidia, Apple, and then the market. We got away from the market and reshorted it. On Apple, we weren't able to do much, man. We brought it all the way up, got shut down, took more shorts, got it back to VWAP, got out before eventually taking an L there again. So despite us making good coin rate here, we turn around and go red on Apple. Like I said already today, it's a tough day. Well, I've already discussed it for our office, but for me as well, as Apple there goes to the upside and now finally comes down and we don't have any of it. Glad we have Nvidia, but hey, man, we did lose today on Apple. We'll give back a little bit. Here, I'm probably down like 2 times a normal day for myself. So that's a problem, obviously. When you're only making $400 a day and you're down $800 the next day, that's not a very good ratio. So we'll continue to work on this. And we got some positions on board right now, so let's not let's not give up hope here. We are going to be joined, it looks like, maybe Brendan might be on the desk as now. I don't know if we've told everybody. Did you guys mention on the midday show?
No, I don't think we did.
Oh, you forgot?
Yeah.
Okay. Adara is now gone. Not forever, but just until, I think it's Monday, isn't it?
I think she's back next week. Yeah.
Yeah, so she's back all next week. So it's funny. They can talk about
It's next man up.
literally every random thing, but
Except the thing
not
that's happening.
that. So there it is. So Brendan will be joining us. If there's any breaking news, we also do have the Benzinga Pro in our ears. So we will be dropping that down whenever and wherever appropriate. So yeah, we're short Nio. Yeah, go ahead. We're done.
Oh, so just so you know, there was a bunch of comments that have been sort of coming through. We had a few from Trump about tariffs, and then there was this Apple retail workers. I'm only saying this because Apple was the story. Apple retail workers in Oklahoma City win first collective contract with the CWA.
Waiting for that.
So there was a little bit of a move here on Apple. I'll just show you. Like, there was a little bit of a move when that happened. It was already underneath VWAP. So like, I'm going to talk about, my trade was a short in front of VWAP, and then it kind of broke back out. Kind of a boring trade. But on the daily chart, I think could have sniffed this one out. We did mention the reversal candle the other day, right? The topping tail candle on Friday. And then here's the issue, like topping tail candle, there's your resistance. Resistance again at 229.5. It goes right into 229.5. Now, the problem with that trade, I think you guys, when this happens at 9:30 and you get a move like this, good luck being short Apple at that top, unless that's the stock you're looking at. Like if you're looking at, in that moment, Nvidia and Tesla were on the radar for me, then if you're not paying attention to Apple, you're not going to catch it. But if Apple was your focus, hey, let's look at that topping tail candle, let's revert that. I was also looking at DJT in the moment. That's the only way you're going to be able to catch it. I just heard something about Novavax in my ear. That's a squeeze name. Is it doing anything? Volume? Yeah, Novavax going through the highs. See, this is Novavax vaccine gets Canadian approval. Oh, really? We're not that big. I say this every single time. Like,
I mean, as the new mayor of Toronto, we have now approved the new NVAX vaccine right there. So
we're not quite a big enough market.
No, but you know what?
I mean, it's not nothing. It's not bad.
No. Watch what you say about my city, man. Okay, the thing about all of this, though, is I actually have another great update. Not just about NVAX or the mayor, but we have one from Trade the Pool. So Trade the Pool is now, it's even easier to get funded. As you know, Trade the Pool built a unique program to evaluate stock traders like yourself and provide you with company funds to trade. It's real shares. You no longer need to worry about the PDT rule. But that's not all. I have some more exciting news for you today. Trade the Pool has introduced a new tier with 20,000 in buying power, making it even easier to pass evaluations, speeding up the process of getting funded much faster. That's right, it's that simple, and it works. You don't need to miss this opportunity. Scan the QR code there, hit the link in description for more information. And we are also on a prop floor here as well. You can check out Real Trading. Unfortunately, not available in the United States. So have your choice there. Pick your poison with those prop floors, and that's what I've been doing now for, 20-something years. Okay, so let's just continue on with this rhetoric of what will the market do. And I don't know. what it's going to do. So I'm just going to sit here and go short Nvidia until it breaks 122. This seems like it's a crazy, crazy idea, but we are getting out of it. Every time it dips down, we are taking more and more profit. We are trying to make sure that we get like a 1-to-1 trade on this, right? I mean, this was a decent spot there that we put on. We put that on against that high rate there. It's been holding that. So we have the trade there. We have no stop out. So since noon, this is the thing. Like I want, Erie was like, oh man, whenever it's dark outside, it's like always, harder to, people aren't smiling as much. People aren't as happy. I said, I hope I'm not giving that impression. He said, I was not. So that was good. But I also don't want to give the impression that we're actually losing here on Nvidia right now. I mean, this is since 12 o'clock. This is 12 o'clock right here. Winner, 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 chicken dinner. I mean, we're still in this trade. We've now had 4 back-to-back winners on this stock. It's just, this was kind of like just battled it back and forth there. So we could still get positive. We just need to figure out what's going to happen, and it needs to go to the downside in order for that to happen. Because some of these hits here, 50, 60, 70 cents, and they just kept on going. So a lot of them are on more shares. Every time we keep getting out here, it's on partial shares. So we'll probably reload, well, we will, not probably, we will reload it at the top here against 122, and let's just hope for the best, I mean, honestly. So that's going to be the trade right there for us on Nvidia. I'm not going to talk about it anymore. I will, but we have bids breaking through 121. I don't have any bids above 121 right now. Let's wait to see if we can get a downside play. And then really, I mean, let's go. I mean, this is a big one right here. This is the futures. We talked about 20,000. Someone asked me in the chat there, what was the process with this? I hope it was with this anyways. And we had nailed levels from yesterday, 20,200. We talked about we wanted to wait for that level. We actually talked about that during the day, like when we were here before the market opened, that if there was going to be a short, it would be up here. Well, we didn't expect that to come through. So what we did was we shorted in the middle here back into the days range off the open. That didn't work. And then eventually we put the short on there. So I use the TQQs just as that vessel. It's $70, a little bit cheaper than the Qs, obviously. I know there's a lot of traders in there that can trade against this position, either with the SQ or the TQQ. Plus it's triple levered. So you can get, not that you'll get bigger moves in the Qs, but faster moves, definitely. Like this will go from 1% to 3% faster. So I like that fact. And then there's what I was talking about. There's the loss midday when we were ripping and we just trying to play off of the support and resistance that we made off the open there. Once that level was broken, you can see right here, we got out, which was a great. And then finally 20,200. Look, you can't be a real trader and just throw around shares like that. You have to wait for spots, which is why I was a little disappointed in Nvidia. But anyways, we waited for our spots. We're back into this name. Let's see if TQQ can be that name for us. But right now we're just double barrel short, and we've been making back a decent amount here, what we lost today. But we also lost on Amazon, which we'll talk about after as well.
Yeah, I want to get to Unity here because I just asked Brennan what's going on with the stock. I couldn't find anything specifically on Unity in Benzinga or any other source. Up 6.5%, so it doesn't need a reason to be going up, but it just made a topping tail candle, as you can see at 23. So fail breakout through 23. It looks like a little bit of a trend reversal is happening here on Unity. This has been on a tear already. Let me zoom out the daily chart so you can, already broken through and held at 50-period moving average. I guess, there we go. Approaching the 200 period as it kind of fills in here. 24, 25 is going to be some natural resistance on Unity and maybe already running out of steam as maybe the market pulling back is going to cause this more than anything else. Let's see how it responds to the previous high at 22.5, but it feels like it already made a topping tail candle. I was never thinking about shorting it, but I saw a few people say, hey, what's going on with Unity? It is on fire to set upside, but I don't necessarily love that topping tail candle. Where is Tesla? Nope, Tesla is not going to get to VWAP there, it looks like. So Tesla's twice now got a 253 change at VWAP and reversed a little bit. So I'm in ARM and we're in ARM and Intel already working to the downside, but I am looking for things that are a little bit weak. The other thing is, remember I mentioned Bitcoin at the outset kind of curled at that 64,000 level, while Mara went all the way to the same spot, same top it's been putting in for the last week or so. Like 16.5 to 16.7, then there's 16.6, 6, 16.5, and then again here 16.5, lower highs being put in on Mars. So it did give that press early, the push to 64,000. So Bitcoin made a high at 64,000, and Mara made a lower high. So it was already turning and not getting toward the top. And you can see this on the daily chart, actually. The trouble that Mara's been having with this level, that's going to be some kind of a breakout if it can ever take out 17 bucks. But everything above 16 and 16.5 has been a short on Mara. If Bitcoin doesn't break 64,000, I got to feel like this is going to be a short opportunity. If we don't get a chance off the lower high, then a breakdown through VWAP looks like it will be the play for now. I'm on VWAP for ARM. It already bounced off there once. I'm anticipating it can do that again. Intel is about to make its last push into VWAP. This bounced off VWAP the last time, so if we bounce off VWAP here, I'm going to quickly slip a bid in and try and hold through a flush of VWAP. The NASDAQ's about to test 20,100, where there was a little bit of a chop when we got there last time on the way to the upside. It doesn't look like much on a 15-minute, but there was some resistance there, and then we pushed through. So 20,010 looks like it's going to be a bit of a level. All right, Intel's bouncing off VWAP continuously over and over again. Some of these stronger names are holding the line at VWAP. Going to get some more out there and then see if it can hold the rest through the volume weighted average price on Intel. Still up 1%, that stock.
All right, so I lied. I just put another bid there on Nvidia. I mean, that just came in and it wicked there all the way down to 121 and bounced off of it. The minute I saw that, I got some out, and I wasn't able to get out until 14s or 13s there. So we take another piece out, which is right where it is right now. So if you're rolling with the short with me, congratulations. But at the same time, I did take another piece out right there. You're more than welcome to do the same. You know, staring at this emperor, which has clothing today, seems to be a little bit of a dangerous situation. All right, let's go again. Oh, Canada. So right here, feeling more patriotic. So right, like 71.25, we just get that. Almost a dollar club winner right there. Comes right back in, right into some support again. We're not sitting down here to get that fill, but we still have a piece left on TQQ. Just realizing now, not just realizing, we still have a piece of this. This is like 1% of this trade left. I should probably get out of NIO right now, but we are at a level. I mean, my stop is still in, I think. No, it's not. I canceled it. Okay. So right here for NIO, let's have a quick look right back to where we shorted it. Good outs, good outs. That's my big out right there. We came back into VWAP. We covered it at 74, but now it's right back up into this level again. So NIO, let's see if we can do something here and short a little bit of N. Okay, well, there it is. Whoopsies. All right. Put the order out. There's the short right there at 86. So we just got some more. We'll give it to 91s and then we'll get stopped out. 5.91 right now on NIO. If it goes back up to the upside, let's go on that one. Of course, as we play with house money. It's just so funny. The number one trade of the day, P&L wise, right here, on a single trade anyways, is Tesla. That happened early. And then the second one for me right here is NIO, which happened early as well. It's all this nonsense in the middle where we had lost everything. So we'll get it back though. You know, you still got to believe in who you are. And we just put some damage right back on the board here. So, you know, we don't log out or do anything like that. We stay with what we're doing, man. We just still stick with, you got to know who you are and you got to believe in your trading. And we obviously do that here. So as you can see, there's the short, man. We stay here. No losers here, no losers now in 2.5 hours on Nvidia as we stay net short, but start to cover, man. Start to cover. We got a good cover there in the teens. We talked about that. We got a great cover on the TQQs. We're still holding about 40% or so of this Nvidia trade and almost nothing left of this TQ trade. So yeah, the futures is what's got me going. If we do retrace back up to here, 20,200, then we will reshort again. So yeah, man, breathing a sigh of relief. We just made back more money there than probably, you know, we're happy with it. We would like to make more, but it put us in a good spot. So let's just leave it at that. And still red on the day, but looking to try to turn that around.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. Stick with it. I mean, at the end of the day, like every single trade is just that one moment, and then you move on to the next moment. Like the market doesn't care.
No,
it literally doesn't care what you just did 5 minutes ago. It's going to do whatever the heck it's going to do in the next 30 minutes or an hour, or in this case, the next 90 minutes, regardless of how your day went, right? So I want to thank you at DPV and DPKVDH. Thank you for this. So Unity released a tech demo of their new version yesterday. Okay, so I didn't see that one. I pulled up when I tried to pull up the news. So appreciate that story. Like I said, it did pull back a little bit, but Unity very, very strong today, up 7%. Pinduoduo, I feel like this is going to get to $120 tomorrow, and I'm going to think it's a reversion at that particular moment. And the irony, and we've been over this a couple of times in the aftermarket show, whenever a stock makes a bottoming pattern, more or less at the moment that a death cross happens on the daily chart, like the longs have been gorgeous in the last, like every time I look at one of these, it's just a gorgeous long. Like there is the death cross, which is the 50-period moving average crossing the 200 period, which some would tell you is like a very, very bearish thing. And look, obviously from a technical standpoint, like yeah, of course, it means the stock is not doing well and has been moving down repeatedly. But right after that happened, you bounced and then made a higher low, and then there's your breakout setup the last couple of days. Like right in here, it breaks out the consolidation, holds on to the 100. Today has been absolutely nonsensical. I think when this gets to $120, I mean, previous resistance, maybe a little closer to 123, to be honest with you. So once it's over 120, I feel like this is going to be some kind of fade. A lot of exuberance. I mean, Baba's up, all like Li Auto, like all those things are all up today. Probably not the day to try to put on that short, but it's getting to that point. Like people are going to be running to ring the register, I think, on some of these Chinese names because what an unbelievable run it has been. There was something else I wanted to get to. There's a few people. Oh yeah, it was GameStop. So in the middle of the day, I saw a bunch of chatter about GME potentially breaking out as it was nice little rounded bottom. I like it when this is going in the afternoon. It didn't quite follow through the move. They kind of had news aftermarket, and it didn't break through the morning highs. So if it gets to VWAP, I do like a VWAP hold generally on this name in the afternoon, but it's not seeming like it wants to get there. So I have my eyes on a top break. It's like 2280 would be that high. If it's not going to get into VWAP, kind of a double top break looking pretty solid on GameStop. So that's pretty much it. I mean, ARM on VWAP, took some VWAP out on Intel. Let us know what you guys are looking at right now, because outside of GameStop breaking out the high, about 25, 30 cents away from it right in here. Don't know that anything is setting up too well, certainly. JR Sun, Junior Sun, the Chinese clusters usually don't run forever indeed. Yeah. I think a reversion's coming in. Pinduoduo stands out because it's flying more than everything else because it had the biggest gap to fill. So then the reversion on PDD to me would be bigger than all the others. It's up 11% when Baba, I think, last I checked, was up maybe 6, 7. So it's double the move, probably because it got destroyed. Like PDD went 150 to like 90, like right quick, which is, I mean, it was only in a 1 week, essentially, just absolutely flushed to the downside. Let's go over to the desk, I believe. Nope. Oh, okay. We're not going to the desk. We'll just continue on with trading. Yeah, it's all good, Ramin. We'll just get to that in a quick little second. So just one quick update. I am still bidding ARM. The plan of action is to cover this one at VWAP, but now this is now twice it is wicked 143. It's about to do it a third time. If it bounces off the even dollar the third time, this guy for 10,000 shares on the bid, I'm probably just going to punch out on the 20. As a matter of fact, I should just trail this now to 143.20. It's not a lot of size in the bid, but 10,000 has been sitting there and they can't seem to bust through it.
All right, Nvidia falling again right now. Hopefully we can get that bid through 121. That's the 200 period. This is where I'm sitting at 120.80. We did talk a little bit about where that we had some bids underneath. So we're going to be at the 200 period right now for this. I was just looking up broker statements and whatnot just to make sure. Okay. Right there. All right. So I want to also go over the numbers from from Real Trading right here. So let's go call that now. We'll talk about who made what money yesterday at Tip. So this is trader information portal here from Real Trading. You can go down here and we can talk about this. Right now, the top 10 traders. So this is yesterday. Okay, so top 10 traders yesterday. We don't publish the data until tomorrow. So we'll see who made money today. Yesterday was pretty much a big jump right there. Someone on New York and NASDAQ was over $20,000. As you can see, All right, just waiting to make sure that we can actually get something going here. All right, so that's $20,000 there on New York and NASDAQ. NASDAQ alone, 5 again, 5. Look at this, nothing at all until we see blue ocean down there with Australia. So no European love yesterday, which is kind of strange. So not much happening there in Europe yesterday. As you can see, there's someone there, someone in Vienna, 956 coming through blue ocean. So there must have been some trading over off hours there with that blue ocean exchange. So congratulations whoever did that. But yeah, not much to talk. Normally we go over here and we're like, there's this market and that market, but it looks like yesterday Amex, NASDAQ, New York, Amex, and there's a little Canadian trader down there as well. So, congratulations to anybody that was able to make this list. So that's that. Now we can go over to Neil.
Yes, sir. And thank you very much, Sir Sean. And this segment brought to you by VinFast. Vietnam's leading electric vehicle manufacturer has announced its Q2 2024 financial results. Deliveries surged by 44% Q over Q, with 13,172 EVs delivered, bringing the first half total to over 22,000, a 101% increase year over year. Q2 revenue climbed to $357 million, up 33%. Quarter over quarter. VinFast's success in Vietnam is pivotal, driven by rising EV adoption with global expansion and new models like the VF3. VinFast aims to deliver 80,000 vehicles in 2024, maintaining its commitment to sustainable mobility. We like EVs around here for sure. I've seen a couple out in the wild. I was following one actually a couple of weekends ago, actually. It was on the way back on the weekend from my physio, and we saw one out in Woodbridge. Believe it or not. It's kind of random. Unless you're in GTA. You have no idea where Woodbridge is, but it's just outside of the city. But shout out to them. I did just trail. I said I was going to trail out of ARM if it bounced off that 143 again, and there it is. Like it bounced off the 143. Still can't really drive through that bid, so I got it out of stock. If it goes to 144, now it's making higher lows into it. So the first look, good. Second look, higher lows, doesn't quite get into VWAP, so starting to show a little bit of strength. Right, GameStop's still not really doing anything. That Novavax, hey, who knew? Maybe it's maybe this news in Canada is good enough. However, I didn't show the daily chart with regards to Novavax. I only showed the 15-minute. So if you look at the current top, it looks pretty good on a 15-minute. You're like, okay, busting through here, but unless you're long at 13 1/3 on that breakout up here, you're kind of midway to this 14 level, right? So you're halfway, and then 14 is the big resistance on the daily. Like once, twice, three, like 5 times we've topped out at $14 on Novavax. What is the short float on this? Probably still pretty decent. 22% short float. For squeeze type names, I like it breaking out a top. Like you're not squeezing anybody out unless you're running through a resistance level. And that's $14 here on Novavax. So trending into a 14 break is NVAX. So we'll see if it gets there. I'm expecting, probably some resistance at 14. If it punches through that, then it can really get some legs under it.
Okay, just waiting here, watching for Nvidia. I mean, I'm hoping that it breaks this 121. Shout out to Mashworth there in the chat. I don't know if I'd open my own office again. Obviously, I have to do this job first, and then we could do it else. If you want to know like how traders are trading after they've graduated and stuff like that, the most recent trader to graduate, I think we've had one in the last year, maybe 2 years, was Obi. And Obi, you can ask him how he's been doing. I won't, although I know I'm the only one that really ever talks about that kind of stuff. You have to just tag people in chat, and if they're comfortable telling you, they will tell you. But obviously, we love Obi here, and we'll continue to talk about all of that. And we really, this office has changed, right? So now this office is going to be a campus office. So hopefully, you'll see more people coming in back and forth a little bit around, and like, you see behind us right now, not too many traders here right now. So we're hoping to reinvent what this office does do. So. And again, realtrading.com, there's over 200 offices worldwide and over 3,000 traders. So lots of traders happening. And then Tammy said, look, I wish I could show you the amount of money that traders lost on that list, but we only have the top traders made. I can probably guarantee you that traders lost more like individual traders, the thing is that traders have stop losses. So like, if you're making 3 or 4 grand every day, then you're going to be able to lose 3 or 4, or even more than that. You'll lose probably about 150% or so of your stop. So you'll be able to lose more than that, maybe $6,000. So the losses as percentage of traders is greater because, as we've already told you, 95% of day traders will lose all their money. On a prop floor, it's really not any different, but at the same time, there's risk limits. And so that's why you're going to hear myself and Brian Shannon again talk about being a risk manager. And I think that's part of that gets instilled when you're trading other people's money. And that's what a floor like this does. It allows you to put in stop orders, take max pain levels, and then that's how you get it all figured out, right? And again, very, 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 very tough business. But once you're here, you'll realize, it's why, like, I literally, and I said this to Brendan already today, I was like, one day Marissa's probably going to divorce me because I talk about work so much. And it's like, I cannot really stop thinking about Trader TV Live, stop thinking about the markets and all of that. And that's how you have to be successful in this. You have to be all over this all of the time. And I think that's part of hopefully what makes me different, and that's what I'm focusing on right now. So I appreciate all of the questions in there, and keep them coming. And like I said, tag everybody, and we'll be able to help you with anything you want. But right now, the market is coming back to flat area. It's not really doing anything, is it, right? I mean, I'm hoping that we can come down. I think you already talked about 20,100. That would be pretty sweet if we're able to hit that level. So we'll wait for a 20,100 level.
Well, it hit it once already.
It did, yeah. That was a nice move all the way. Yeah, that VWAP.
But it just bounced.
Yeah, we got one out down.
Just a couple of there's a few questions in the chat that I wanted to get to. Mike, if you're not, first of all, if you're not in the chat to be able to engage in the conversation, hit the subscribe, hit the like and the subscribe, but specifically the subscribe so that you can be a member in the chat for us, guys. And that way you can ask questions. I saw a few on here. I wanted to say it out loud because on a prop floor, the question was, who takes a loss if a trader loses? I mean, you're trading firm capital, so the firm takes a loss. Now, if you're up on the month, right, and you take a hit, then your number for the month then goes down. If you're up $1,000 and you lose 500, you're now up 500. So in that way, like, yeah, the loss is yours, but at the end of the month, no one's asking you to, at a prop floor, no one's asking you to cut a check. That is not how it works on a prop floor. It is different from retail trading. There was one more in, I just lost it because the chat's still going through. Where did it go? Mashworth, so this month, how much are you up percentages? Prop traders do not work in terms of percent gain. Like in a retail account, you might say, okay, well, this is my bankroll, right? So then this is the amount that your account is, and you look at how much your P&L is versus that account. On a prop floor, it's just not a relevant total because you're not trading a bankroll. Like the firm is your bankroll. So you just have like your daily loss limit, which is how much you might lose. You're allowed to lose in a day before you get shut down. Some people like to work a percentage of that. And again, it's just not the same as retail trading. So you'll never hear a prop trader say, oh, I'm up 5% this month of your bankroll. No. What your goal should be as a trader, in a prop trader is when you lose, try to lose less than what an average day is. If during the month you have an average win of like a $500 a day, you don't want to have $2,000 losses or $1,000 losses in that case, right? So you want to have that be a little bit closer to 1-to-1. And every trading style is going to be different. There are some trading styles where you might win 99% of the time if you're an algo, and then when you lose big. You might be the other way around. If you're a swing trader, a lot of swing traders, which you don't do at a day trading firm, will easily have bigger risk reward wins and losses and might not need to hit 70-80%. They might hit 40% of the time, and their win-loss ratio is just a bit different. So all great questions in there. If you're not familiar with prop trading, and certainly we can answer a bunch of questions about it. We've been doing it for a while. There was this IREN. There was another small cap running here. This IREN that a lot of people were mentioning. Here. This one actually, still doing very good volume. I think in contrast to some of the other names that have been bandied about that I've seen in the chat, like this is doing volume near the levels of what it was in the morning, which for something pressing in the afternoon, that's actually rare. Like usually you're tapering off on volume as it's challenging the high. It needs to probably bust the top and then the daily chart. The problem is on the daily, just like Novavax, it's right at overhead resistance. Do not like longs into overhead resistance, especially on names like this. So we're gonna have to stay away. Just heard something about Alibaba, I thought. I don't know if that was Baba or Boeing in my ear. Probably Baba, another high of the day. The Chinese ADRs are flying today, flying.
All right, here we go. Let's go. Nvidia right here down to 121 O's. I mean, this is good, man. This is what we've been waiting for. It's at, oh, wow. Okay, actually, now we were always going to get something out at the 200 period, so that is right now. Let's just put a bid and just punch out immediately. Oh, we put in 03 there and do not get it, so there it is, man. You want to talk about a life of a prop trader? That is one of them as well, where you just miss your level because I wasn't paying attention. That's okay. It's at 97 anyways. I probably would have bid 103 or 4 anyways, so we'll see if it comes back in right now to the downside. Let's see if we get all of that printed. We hope that we do. All right, so that's that trade. TQs is there. NIO is, not doing much as it is putting your boy to sleep just a little bit here with NIO. So we will just avoid trading that one. It's our short is a break through 91. So if we do break through 91, then we gone on that one. So we'll wait to see if we do that. But for now, we'll hold that short. So we're 86 short. If our 91 bid is going to get out, then that's 4 or 5 cents with slippage 5 cents. Well, I mean, if we shouldn't have any slippage here, by the way. And what slippage is like you try to punch 87, but instead you get 88 or 89. Excuse me, much more likely to get that on a name like Nvidia, where you say, okay, I want to punch out at 21.30, then in comes 21.30, then it goes 31.30, 33, and then you get 5, 6, 7 cents of slippage. That can happen at key levels. So I don't imagine that happening at all to our friend Nio. We'll wait to see when that comes through. So it's funny because Neil said like you could win more days than not like an algo. So I guess that's kind of the style of trading that we're on right now. This will be my 3rd red day for the month. So I think that would be pretty good. And even then we'll see. There's still an hour left, but I want to put something on, but the futures have to come back up to that level, and we just missed that Nvidia trade right there, so we'll wait for that. Let's go back over to the number 1 stock again. It was the number 1 stock yesterday. It's the number 1 stock today, and we haven't even traded it since the beginning. It's Tesla. So again, this is again, the life of a trader. Again, take advantage when it's there, right? Strike when the iron's hot. It broke through early. Everyone had a lot of momentum into the name before it didn't. We're able to try it again and get out. So keeping our profits, not all of them, keeping some profits there on Tesla and still keeping it a green stock for us. There's VWAP right now at 253. I think that could be a trade, but I kind of want to look short. But yeah, the market is starting to feel ways. That test right there, I said to Adara, nothing more important than VWAP, right? I mean, and I feel like I have to talk to her because she probably should get back to something like that. And there's the VWAP break, right? That's where we got out of the futures initially. And look at it take. Then look at this. It stops right there, like right on it. I mean, come on. So that was a really good level right there again. Look at VWAP early this morning, off the open, boom. So yeah, feeling a little bit, we thought this 50 period, respected that way, respected the other way. Let's just figure out now where the respect comes from because the 50 period right now is getting tested. So we'll see if it wants to take this out. We've already told you our plan of action. We are basically out right now of our position here on the TQQs. I'm waiting for a reload back near 72. Hopefully we're able to get that and then pie on my face because we had 60 cents on Nvidia and basically just said no thank you to it because we weren't paying attention. We thought we were at the 200 period. But it's changed, my guy. So we got to put a bid right there now at 21 flat. So hopefully we'll be able to get that. I believe we will. Let's see if we can get some luck here with NVIDIA. One more push down, give us that fill, and then we will deal with it after.
Quick little story here. The Gateway of Accelerated Innovation in Nuclear, that's the actual name of it, announces 4th round of full year 2024 nuclear energy voucher recipients. One of those is NNE here. Nano nuclear energy just spiked on that. And actually, it's pretty timely because the reason I knew that and heard it in the ear was through Benzinga. And if you feel a little bit lost in the noise of the market, then you need Benzinga Pro. Benzinga Pro cuts through the clutter and gives you the insights you need to make smarter, faster trades. From real-time news to unusual options activity, We'll show you exactly what's moving the market and why. Don't miss out on your chance to trade like a pro. Visit benzinga.com/pro to start your free trial today. 1, 2, 3, free 99 trial on Benzinga. And rightfully, there's a question in the chat asking what the other companies might have been that got that grant. I opened up the article. I did not see them listed. But it was tagged with NNE as the story, so they are one of them. I just did not see the other 4 companies. It's possible they're not public. I can't say one way or the other on those. And Rivian Millionaire is. I have the stream for Benzinga in my ear, but I also have the platform up, so I can search for symbols for news as well. Like I use it. There's a lot you can do with it here. Actually, might as well. Let's just come to my chart for a second. My screen. Yeah, like I have the news feed up. I'm also listening to it as well. So there's unusual options activity. If you want, I can check out earnings that are going. You can do screeners, so that'll be earnings. And then I have a screener in here for movers, and you can do that in the morning just to find gappers and runners and all that kind of good stuff. So it's pretty good. Economic calendar is going to be there. It's kind of like a nice little one-stop shop. We always talk about it in terms of the news that you get live, because the context under which we're bringing it to you is, hey, the markets are moving right now, like what just happened and what's going on. So that's usually what we say, but trust me, it's got just about everything going for it. I wanted to get back over to Unity, which is pressing right back into the high. So topping tail candle 23. Here's the lower high that it just put in. A little bit of a fail in here. I think looks like a bit of a scalp short trade on this particular name. So it got into that topping tail, looking for a rejection of that top a second time for a trade here on Unity. If you hear any noise in the background, they're doing some testing of the fire alarm, that's all. We have ours dulled out, so it's actually not that loud.
Yeah, there's no problem. Shoot, Michael emailed me something today, and I can't find it. I'll have to find it after. Okay. I just asked him for another scan. It's too bad. I wanted to talk about it, but it's okay. We'll find that eventually there. Thank you, Michael, for trade ideas. So that was another thing there. I'm talking about Benzinga, but lots of different opportunities. Check out a link in our description for all of that. Okay. I mean, maybe the market just wants to go up now. It's 3 o'clock, so let's wait to see if there's any good opportunities coming in here into the close. Let's see if there's anything reporting here tonight as Adara has left us, so normally she tells me who's reporting. All right, AutoZone was this morning, so that's not happening. Aftermarket close. Okay, we got KB Homes coming through today, so that should be good aftermarket close. Progress Software. 2.5 billion. Oh, Stitch Fix there. Get your clothes ready to go from Stitch Fix. Yeah, that is tonight. So Stitch Fix coming through there tonight, so that could be interesting as well. That's it. And that's what's on your market recap show tonight. Not too much happening, but we'll wait for KB Homes. We saw Lennar and a couple other names recently, and then we just talked about Michael and whatnot, and he likes the XHBs. So we can have a quick look to see how that's been doing over the last couple of days. I mean, I feel like the whole market's been doing something. But here we go, XHB. Yeah, failed again off of those levels. Looks like it's coming back into that breakout level of 120 again. The housing ETF right there, XHB. All right, just a quick update on Nvidia. I'm now in the teens instead of 03. So stupid that we missed that. But honestly, we're just going to get out of a piece anyways. But just looking right here, we just broke the 50-period moving average. Don't like that. That's like a trend changer there. So obviously, if NVIDIA wants to head to the upside, we just touched 40, came back in. I feel like right into here is not a horrible out. I'm actually a little bit lower into the teens. Hopefully, we get a flush, and we'll get that filled up at Pat LaFontaine. So hopefully, that will wind up happening as well. Dara did not quit.
Best luck in America.
She is gone until Monday. So gone, taking a couple of days off there. So good for that one. I have no idea where she's going or what she's doing, but good luck to Adara for that one. 121.16 is where we're bidding. So if we do get a move down, good for that right now. Okay, come on, bring it in. Hopefully bring it in. And then hopefully we can get even lower than that. We don't have any more bids after that. Okay, so here's a scanner that just popped up. I'm disappointed I can't find that Michael one because I wanted to talk about it. It was like a high of day kind of scanner there. It's not. It just would have triggered Starbucks there, not here. But we have a VWAP scanner as well, and that just got hit right there. So VWAP coming into play on Starbucks. We keep on talking about how important this level is. So there's Starbucks again, $95 Look at it on the 20-minute. Looks like it's pretty good. You're still making lower highs as you go boom, 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 one into there, one into here again, trying to go again. If you are going to short this name, you got to give it at least a here, 95.80. I don't know if there's enough juice to make that trade work, but I know Starbucks, we often get talked to about. We talked about going to Starbucks earlier. We did wind up going there. It started raining on us, but on me, but it was okay. All right, so there it goes. It just dropped off to 20 again. All right, you know what? I'm losing patience a little bit here with this trade. It's tough to stay short a name when, like, deep down inside, like, you know that Nvidia, you know, if the market goes here, then you're dead basically holding the short, right? I mean, it was going up without the market anyways and just put the whole thing on its back in the middle of the day. That could happen again. So if we do go meme crazy again, I'll be able to watch it, which is why I'm trying to watch it. I saw it right here. I saw all of this. You could tell when it's happening. And that's too bad that I didn't punch long. I was sitting here thinking about that too. That's why we waited. We waited for a key price. We could see it happening. We still read tape, baby. We might not read books, but we read tape. And that was the other thing that we've talked about over and over again. Understand where your edge is. And right now, I'm on edge thinking about what this market wants to do. So hopefully we do get a little bit of a pullback here and we'll be able to take something. But for right now, I'm just sitting in this trade. 50 cents in the money now, TQ 65 cents in the money, and Nio doing nothing. Maybe Amazon. I don't know if you're still in Intel. I guess I'm not doing much over there.
It's just hanging. It's trying to hold VWAP right now. I wanted to get to the super chat from SP Williams here. Thank you for the super chat. All right, first, Unity did just pull back underneath the lower high. I'm on the offer mid-80s. Pinduo thoughts on PDD. Thank you for the super chat. We appreciate you. Hit that like and subscribe. We only ask that you enjoy the show, be a great member of our community, which is a great trading community in there. Everyone tries to help each other out. That's what we're here for. But on Pinduo, just to go over it again, if you don't know, stimulus in China, they say they want to put some money in the stock market specifically, and they're also lowering reserve rates in the banks, so all like the usual stuff the governments will do when they want to revive the economy, and the housing market's been an issue, all that good stuff. But I think, look, I'm looking for a reversion somewhere in the 120s on this stock. It's just, you can have a move like this to the downside, usually on the way back up when a stock had been on this big of a rally, big head and shoulders, and a plunge. I feel like there's going to be a spot where, yeah, it's screaming for now, but there will be a little bit of a turnaround. Looking at previous support in here, about 120 to 125, that also happens to be the 50 period. If it gets in there, it's underneath the 200 period as well. Just feels like a likely spot where you can run into some resistance here on PDD. For today, oddly strong. It's not often that we'll pull up a Chinese ADR and you actually see it going after 2 o'clock. Like this, it bounced off 112 and it's up at 114. Usually you're going sideways on Chinese ADRs in the afternoon. We talk about how if you're not already in a trade, like there's not much happening here. So I don't know about fading this where it's going right now. And juxtaposed, like I wouldn't touch it till it gets to like the 120s, I think is going to be the short area. You have BABA, which I had said was only up like 5 or 6%. That's at the highs now, up 8% as well. JD.com is also at the highs, up 13.5%. So suffice to say, these are all blowing through levels. JD in particular, this gets to like 36. This one just started going. I mean, Michael Noss was just talking. Yeah, but next time, well, he's going to be back on Friday. We have to find out if he put anything on in K-Web. The problem with this move, it's probably a no, because everything gapped up huge. Like what long could you have possibly had? Unless you entered into long yesterday, if you were thinking about a breakout in the Chinese names, most of them gapped like a bat out of you-know-what. Like this was JD was at 29, we open up, and at the open, the stock's at 32. So you're already talking double digits at that point. So my guess is, you could have wanted the trade, but good luck getting it unless you literally put it in overnight and had access to the Asian market. So yeah, my guess is, he'll probably be looking somewhere to join. But yeah, breakouts pretty much across the board. Mid 120s, I think I'd be looking for a reversion on Pinduo, particularly there. And I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole. Like, I don't want to mean revert those, because when the program buying goes in and the government told you they're going to put money into it, you kind of want to get to a spot where it stops and then worry about it. Right now, the programs and the algos are buying them up. And when that's happening, you want to stick with it.
Oh, first of all, someone there, how are you able to see sticky notes? What's up, L. Chlosky there? You can just go over to my Twitter or any of our Twitters and be able to see this. At Trader TV, Sean here, sticky notes posted every single day. Today we just had 4,000 people, so it's not bad. Yesterday over 7,000, so a little bit of a slower day there today on that front, but you can go see all those notes where today we had the 115 Nvidia long. You know what Nvidia's bottom was there today? 115.50, I think. 115.38. This is why I'm so upset. But there it is. So we had that Nvidia long. It's just $6. There's Tesla 255 long. I told you that's the #1 trade here so far today at Trader TV Live, P&L wise. DraftKings, we can look at that 40 break. Why don't we do that? Amazon, I said we were going to go over there. Let's have a quick look at Amazon after this. And then Nio, the short, which is P&L #2. So that's where you can find them all. Looks like you got some messages there. We'll check out what's going on there. Thank you so much for that. And then what's up to Chill Vibes? He said Nvidia is paying him off these shorts. Yeah, same. Good job, man. I mean, we just took some 08s there. I don't know. Like, look how this looks on that wick down. Like, boom, right in there to 08. Like, again, it took the 200 period. So we're getting lighter and lighter on this trade. I mean, we'd love for it to print us out and to be able to continue that flush down. But right now, let's just hold for that flush. No more bids on Nvidia. I know I've said that. We just changed our mind because the 200 got raised up. So we had to take that piece, and then we took that piece because O's held. But now we can hold it all the way back. We've gotten out of a decent spot. Right now, we'll just wait to see if we can get paid back on that upside. Looks like we will. So we'll give back here 15%, maybe. Or maybe 20%, we'll figure it out once this breaks 90s. So we did go short there. Again, we've already taken this trade once on NIO. Now it's a barcode special. I can slip in here and wait like on a Boss X where there's no line or something and maybe take a fill against this for 40,000. But 40,000 is not that much, man. It's 92 million. So if it really wants to take this out, I don't feel brave enough to sit in here and take big shares because then I'll just have to punch out. And if it breaks 91s, or if it breaks 90, then it goes to 91, 92, 93. There's too much size here. It's going to take it out. Then people are going to cover and panic, and I'm going to get punched out. So if it's going to work, it's going to work now on this stock. And if it doesn't, it doesn't. Quickly over to DraftKings because we said we wanted to look at it. So let's have a quick look. All right. So 40. So again, could have been a good trade early. We had the Tesla break early. Since then, 40's been nothing. It was right there where it came back under VWAP, touched it at 40, then dropped off again. There's another VWAP trade. So no matter how much we talk about all these different indicators, man, this breakout, that breakout, head and shoulders, knees and toes, it's always comes back to, I mean, just look at how we trade. I can't remember the last time really someone sat around and was like, you know, this Fibonacci retracement level, I'm doing this, I'm getting out at that, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. Most of it is going to be support and resistance and VWAP levels and or any of these other funky levels like the 50 period or the 200 period. So again, understand how you trade and what you're looking for. And I hope that you're following me. I try to make it as simple as possible. So yeah, that's what we're doing right now. And it's not much. You go ahead, but I'm going to look at Amazon and see if I can get a read on this one.
Oh yeah. You know what? We forgot all about the retailers. I mean, Amazon moved, but a firm really took it on the chin. There was a retail number this morning. So the question, it was very so. Why short Unity? So probably went over it fast, which is fine. If you go to the 15-minute, now if I ever use trend lines for mean reversion, I don't just sit there and say like where it started. A lot of times when it gets to another key point in the middle of the day, like a bounce off of VWAP, like this particular case, there's a bit of a turn and then a bounce off 22. So to me, this is a new trend up. Like there's your early reversal trend and the second trend line up here. It made a topping tail at 23 and then held under the trend line. So I went short when it was holding under with a stop at the high. Like it's just like it's a mean reversion setup, right? Where I get in, I give to top, I'm looking for a pull. Like ideally, I mean, obviously it would be nice if it goes to 22, but generally speaking, wanted to get to the 22.5 spot, right? Like the prior high and the last kind of reversal. Like you see this little wick candle in there, the rest of them are strong, down into 22.5. So that's the trade that I like on Unity. Sometimes, you know, some people, Sean was just giving the example of Fibonacci, let's just say, or moving averages. I actually like trend lines to try and find a spot to get in. Like if I'm looking for a fade or it showed me a top, I'll like trend lines just to give me an entry. Like I know I'm going to stop out at the high of the day. It's when do I want to get into the trade? And generally speaking, I feel like when it breaks a trend line, some people trail out on them. So why not look for shorts in that range? Rivian Millionaire, you have seen my walking boot before a few times. Come on, like I walked a little bit in the walking boot. And thank you, Ari Pages in the chat and a few other people have been really kind with suggestions for things I can do for my rehab. If you're tuning in, I tore my Achilles. I'm really close to walking for real without the boot. It's been fun. But that's going to be another battle when it gets there. So that was the explanation of Unity. Hopefully it makes sense to you. The other thing is now that's starting to come down. All right, I'll get to ARM in a quick little second. I'm just going to get a bid out on Unity in the 60s. ARM, when I got out of this trade, it bounced off 143 like several times. You know, it finally broke that 10,000 share order. Like somebody actually got filled and bought 10,000 shares, and it's still doing the same dance. I feel like if the market rolls over, the stocks that weren't breaking highs when Nvidia was breaking highs are the ones that I kind of like for the short. If it can just break through, tank through VWAP, like I feel like this would be something that would have an outpaced move. I like the fact that Apple was relatively weak because a lot of ARM's up movement was due to the fact they're in all the iPhones that are coming out. Obviously, I don't think that's big news to anybody else, but still a buyer at that 143 for now. It either presses back to the lower high 44 or it chews through this and can break underneath. But someone wants to hold the stock up. Like this is the one that worked for me to the short. Intel's been a bit of a mixed bag, but this has been clean for a short on ARM. So I'd like to be going back over to this one if I get a chance. Noelani Key, ASTS. Good old Astis, huh? AST Space Mobile. Okay, I know it's not actually Astis, but this has been, it's on the backside. First of all, it's on the backside of the move, and it has been for a while now, at least a few weeks. But it is holding the line at a prior high, which is a good. Call it like 24, 25 range.
Yes.
So this is a $2 stock that went to $40 if anyone doesn't know about this. And obviously, like everything in the space realm, a lot of things have been going higher. Rocket Lab has been making rallies. It's a 3,000 price to sales, the stock. None of that makes any sense to me, and I can't rationalize logically how this works. But it doesn't matter if it can hold on to the 50 period. This is an obvious possible turning point. I just think it might break 24 and then flush like $5 or $6 on ASTS. So it's trying to find support level, but look at that downward trend. Lower highs into a flat bottom at 24. I'd be really concerned about that stock breaking down. 3,000 price to sales is nasty.
It's so dumb. Okay, there it is, man. Finally, we celebrate that as the flushy has now happened for Nvidia. So there it is. Shout out Chill Vibes and all my traders there in the chat because, yeah, man, we're feeling pretty cool about this because Nvidia, nice downside move. That's right. I think that needs to continue. We need to play that a little bit longer. There it goes. So nice move there for Nvidia. We just take an 84 fill. So it's starting to come in again. So like we said, man, just stay confident. We talked about that. You know, you battle back, throw the punches, you dip, you dive, you dodge, all that kind of stuff there. Starting to watch Ted Lasso again there. So we're going to put up that we believe sign. You know, I should put that right here, right when new traders walk in, man. Just believe that right there. So we'll wait to see here as we come through. There goes Nvidia, man. Flushy down there to the downside. So far so good. We did cover our TQs though. I was just thinking I didn't want this stock. I didn't even want to hold it. It wasn't a huge position for me. And I was nervous crossing above the 50 period moving average, thinking that, hey, man, maybe we're about to go long. So I just said, forget about it. I don't want to sit here and keep talking about this trade. We already got a great piece out right there when it flushed into this level. We already talked about it bouncing clean off VWAP right there, the futures. We didn't quite get there for the TQQ. Let's just exit the trade right now. Obviously, I was sort of thinking about, and again, this is just my life. Welcome to it. But it's like, if Nvidia tanks, then what is the market going to do? So for me, it was like I was already double-barreled short with many more shares on Nvidia than we did have left. We talked about that. We still had about a third or so left of Nvidia. Meanwhile, we had like under 5% of our futures trade. I mean, honestly, when the futures came back in here into the 200 period, this was a bunch of good outs for us in the 40s. So we already took a bunch out right here. If you sort of see what we're talking about, right into here again. So in this, I guess it's 50s and 60s, and then right into here, 60s. That's a 50, that's a 38, which is kind of where we're at now. And then that big move down is 25. So, you know, we've already taken some out in this level. Not great. We actually got 50s out right there, but we're more than happy with it. Our net started to run because of Nvidia. And then, hey, look, Nio will still be a green stock for us. We talked about giving some back. So not necessarily a chicken dinner winner, but we'll do the cow a little bit here. And so this is the other thing. We also, part of having successful trades is also avoiding losing trades. And we said when it was at 90, remember what I said? And I should have just heated my own thing there. If it breaks that 90, it was ripping. And that's because we had that huge size there, right? So once it hit that 90 size and did not start to fall back down, that was not a recipe to reload anything or anything like that. It got taken out and it just, like, see, a little bit of volume spike there, right? Takes out that 40,000 shares, probably like it was nothing, or 400,000 shares, I think it was. And then right there, 595 is where we just stopped. So that was initially what we had written down on here, 595 into $6. But, you know, barring some kind of a move here, I don't think I'll be trading NIO. Neil and I have sat here and looked at some of these Chinese ADRs into the afternoon, and they can get really slow. Yeah. So I'm going to avoid that. Oh, you know what? Actually, hold on a second before I throw it back over. Let me just see here, because Nio, I wanted to see. So see that? Yeah, it's going to be hard to see. Can you guys? I need to get it a different color. I'm not going to change my colors, but yeah, it's not there yet. Okay. So I just wanted to show you down here at 95, and I apologize, at $6. Oh, yeah. It's that navy blue.
You know what the worst part is?
But anyways, it's only about 60,000 shares, 70,000 shares.
So this actually happens to me on the midday.
You can see
like
it
that
better?
Particular color. No. When you put on like the blue light glasses, that shade of blue, like I cannot read the level, like that level. I can't read any of the numbers. Like I can see that there's obviously a chunk there, but like that dark blue, because it's blue.
To me, it doesn't make a difference right now, but yeah.
Like I can kind of make it out
when if I
stare
with it
at
off.
it. But with these on, so it is. And like I wear these in the middle of the day. It's just you know, sometimes it's a combination. I never had to do that in the middle of the day. I stare at screens for the last 20 years. It's the combination of the screens and then the lights that we have that are shining on us all day long. That you got to do whatever you can. Like eyes are your life as a trader until the day that you can. Look, man, if I can use the Force to trade, that'd be great. But you have to be able.
You don't use the Force?
You know what's hilarious? Every now and then. Oh, you know, when you're like, I'm lazy, especially now. That I don't want to get up. I don't have my walking boot on, and it's like I want to get something from the kitchen. I'll just pretend that the Force is going to actually work. Right. And what's hilarious, I've done that a couple of times, and Erin, my 7-year-old daughter, will say, "Daddy, do you need something?" She's such a great helper, and it's like, "No, okay, I can get it for myself." She's like, "We were trying to use the Force." I'm like, "Yeah, it's still not working, sweetheart. Believe me, it would be nice if it did, but it's not. The market is starting to come back in here. So Unity." We got in on Unity. Oh, my trend line's gone. You got to hit save on these trend lines, which is a good feature because then they're just not going to be there forever when you do this. But if you're at real trading, like you draw a trend line, you hit save on your layout, and then it's there every time you pull up the stock. But if you don't, then the next time you flip back and forth, it's gone. So I just took some out there, 70s, and then in front of 2250 is we want our next out. Now I'm going break even, stop. Obviously, a trend line like that is relevant for an entry point, and high of the day is now gone. I'm not going to just move. You wouldn't move the stop higher as it goes further away. Nvidia is going down, which is, I think, good for shorts in a general sense. Intel's still holding on to prior support at 2275. So it's lost VWAP, but this is as far as it went the last time we were short this underneath 23 at 11 o'clock when we left you. So if it breaks 25, I'm looking for the 60 level on Intel. Still got 40 minutes to go till the end of the day here. So you have a lot of room for this to continue to revert back into the downside.
Nvidia's $1 in the money. Okay, so again, you know, we just sit here all day and talk about this position because, you know, we had put it on, we had talked about it. Hopefully some of you were able to follow some of this logic there. Even even when we were talking about it right into there, it was always 50 cents worth of risk. Our stop is 122. We talked about where our stop was. For us, it's less than 50 cents because we're short at 65s. But at the end of the day, our average, we were averaging it, getting it at 50s, getting it at 40s, 50s. Then there's our last trade there at 65. So it was 35 cents worth of risk. Now in the money, 100 cents. So a 3-to-1 or so. If you want to get it, I'm going to wait to see if there is more of a move down. And Ezekiel, you are right. These are gunners. So pretty cool with gunners, I guess. I guess that's a pretty decent brand name there. All right, Tesla 52. So Tesla just did the same thing, man. Bounced off of the VWAP right here. So again, I've always said this, man. This is the most important indicator for me. We got Brian Shannon on tonight. He'll talk all about the anchored VWAP and whatnot. If you have any questions for him, get ready for that one. And then Danielle Shea will be here probably until I just reread. She actually just messaged me on, I don't know, maybe she's watching. She just messaged me on X there, letting me know of her exact schedule. And yeah, she will be on hopefully until October the 10th. Might be her last day, maybe. And that, of course, is pending the little one's arrival. So we'll wait for that. And of course, I did see her initial email, but did not skim through the dates properly, which is
just in time.
That's that should be.
Isn't
good,
the 10th? That's Robotaxi Day, is it not?
The 10th is Robotaxi Day,
right?
So that should be a good one for Tesla.
That's absolutely perfect that day. Tesla also earnings on the 16th, but until then, the Robotaxi event I think is going to be a big one. Look, speaking of the Robotaxi event, I don't think anybody, just don't forget about Uber on that day. Like, I know everyone's going to be focused on Tesla when they do the demonstration, but don't sleep on Uber, because if anything good for Tesla in that realm, you might see Uber go in the other direction. I'm not saying Uber is going to be at this huge high at 81, but stranger things have happened. If Uber's at the top and Tesla goes ham, then this might be a really solid sympathy short. Today, my biggest regret was not taking a sympathy trade, like not trading the thing that is not going as much when Nvidia and some of the other chip names were running, and I think that was a bit of a mistake. But on a day like Tesla's day, I think Uber is going to be a good one. It's breaking out today at the high of the day, like a host of other things that we mentioned. So no trade on. I thought Mara was going to give us something, maybe to pop back into those mid 16s. We're running out of time for this to actually happen on Mara. I still like the short into the lower high, but with Bitcoin not really doing a heck of a lot, this might run out of time to set up. I've seen a few people in the chat say Hertz is running.
Like as in Jalen, or?
Jalen Hurts is always running. Maybe a little bit too much.
See what his O-line is saying these days.
There's been a lot of line injuries.
The line play has been horrible. I mean, how's Caleb Williams? Look, as a Packer fan, I mean, I'm more than happy that Chicago Bears are in a nightmare because I think we already have. It is the best division, obviously, in football with now the Lions, Vikings, and Packers. I mean, I
don't think the Vikings are that legit.
I don't know if they're legit or not. I mean, if they're winning games with Sam Darnold, then maybe they are there. But anyways, yeah, hopefully they're not. Let's put it that way. We'll see when they come to Lambeau. And vice versa. That's where you'll get the test.
I don't know what the over. I don't know what the over under is on the Minnesota Vikings on wins on the. Obviously, it would have changed when they're 3-0, but I feel like now would be the time to do the old mean reversion on them. I think they're at best the third best team in that division. So I don't know how things are going to end for them.
Right.
It's like if you look at all the chip names going to the upside on the day, like which one do you want to short? Do you want to short Nvidia when it's running, or AMD, or do you want to short Marvell, right? So the Minnesota Vikings are like Marvell. On a day, like if they're leading outside of them having news on the day, I think that's not going to be the one that should go. Just trying to turn it back into trading from football there. Dwayne Patterson saying, look at EL. Actually, still holding on to Unity, EL, Estee Lauder. What are they doing here? Forgot to mention, Stitch Fix reporting. They're now single digits short float. I feel like that used to be. A lot of these retail names had much bigger short float.
Nvidia is.
And are now smaller. Estee Lauder, wow, 7% and at the 50-period moving average. This could be a potential breakout. I mean, I don't know the story here, or maybe they're just running in general. But yeah, it looks like a very, very good look for Estee Lauder. But right at the 50-period double top action. This would be a mean reversion trade, but I don't know what's going on with it. With Unity, there was no story except for them demoing a product yesterday. Don't know what's going on with Estee Lauder in particular. You don't want to be blind on that, and I haven't heard anything either.
All right, yeah. Again, be careful with all of that, right? I mean, you guys got to do your own research, try to find out what's going on with all of that. Look at yin and yang, says Sebastian. Yeah, we know those ETFs, of course. The yin and the yang ETF, one inverted China, one the other way. So, okay, just real quick, man. And I mean, Nvidia goes okay to the downside. So we'll give props up to Chill Vibes and everybody else that's with us there. Neil's had got some good shorts with Intel and with Unity. So we'll continue to watch this come back in pretty nicely, man. And again, you know, the money that we made back on here, just on this trade alone, would put us on the leaderboard, but we have too many other situations. And the one name that we didn't talk about today was Amazon. And this was one where we got long early, and it was a great trade, right? Breaking that 194.50. Again, this was on here, I believe, yeah. So we had 194.50 written as a break long, as well as 192 dip buy opportunities. Well, when they both don't work, this is when you take the L. So there it is right here. Look at this. Nice move up there. We wind up taking 50 cents quickly. We got out of about a third of it, I would say. And it was good. I think we even got above 195, to be honest with you there. The high is 195.36. So a couple good outs. Then what wound up happening was, came back in, we went long again at the 200, then lost it here at 193. So we wound up getting out there at 193, as you could see, a couple more, but we didn't get out of it all. We held some of it, a couple more out. So at this point, we were probably flat. Okay, on the stock, maybe a little bit down. Don't know. At the end of the day, probably down, yeah, because that's 194.50. Those are 193s. So it instantly falls down $1.50. So let's say we were red, all right, for sure. Then it comes into 192. So we start going long at 192.50. And the thing about it is this is real trading. Like, I'm here to tell you, I put on, you know, appropriate amounts of risk. And if it wins, it's great. If it loses, it's not. All right. To me, that's how we do it. So right there, it comes through, we lose. We get stopped out there on the breakthrough 192. So that's another 50 cents. So by this time, now it's a disaster. We're down pretty much what we're supposed to be. Then we reversed into the short, and that was good. So we made back probably about 20%, maybe that much on the short. But then guess what happens? Then it comes right back. We reload the short at VWAP again. It does not work. We reload it. It does not work. We get some out before eventually getting taken out there again. So we make back like 20% of our loss there. Then this is a pretty, I mean, if I zoom in, you'll be able to see it's not like it's a nightmare. Some wins, some losses. So that's a red mark. This is probably good until we lost it. So I would say that's probably flat. So at the end of the day, it was like this dollar here. Reverse dollar club. We should have like another one of those where this guy gets rejected at the club. And then all of a sudden, boom, that gets hit. So there it is, man. We got to talk about these trades. And I got to tell you that those are, you know, losers. And right now, I would still short this 193.40 area. But being above 193 right now, above VWAP, above, I'm actually trying to take this long, believe it or not. So I would go long right now, 193.50 on Amazon. Time running out, it's 3:30, but no Amazon, no cry, because we have a true dollar club winner. Let's ring the cash register right here. Let's get a slapper going on, and let's also give that hot dog cannon for everybody that rode, man. I mean, there goes Nvidia. It's a nice move back in. We're now multiple below $1. We waited for this play. So, hey, sometimes we're pretty good. This is a good one.
Yeah, I love that trade to the short side. Look, I'm out of mine, and Oscarito had a really great question, and you're going to love this answer on Palantir. But first, Unity got to 22.5. So, and the best thing about these trend lines here at Real Trading is this is my 15-minute chart, but if I save it, guess where it shows up? On any of my intraday charts. If I have a 60 or a 3-minute or a 1-minute, the exact same trend line shows up there. You can see I probably could have waited a little bit more in the entry. I took the lower high instead of the actual retest of the top, but it just goes right back in at 22.25 resistance. There is my out. Whether it bounces from here doesn't necessarily matter to me. When I look at this afternoon, this is a NASDAQ. There was that one test of like 20,100, and then we're just holding an inside range. So if you get the move you're looking for, I'm not going to think home run when the market's not doing anything. So
you better
short,
be here.
We got the short 85 into 55. And the question from Oscarito was, where did I find the 3650 on Palantir? So the easy answer would be, I was just watching it tank, saw it do this bottoming tail candle here at 36.50 and then took the higher low. Obviously, holding it to VWAP would have made more sense. But no, the answer is way more simple than that. So yesterday, Palantir at the open did a dip, and on the 15 you can see this wick right into pre-market lows. That's dark pool dumps at 8 o'clock, so ignore that. But right into pre-market lows and held $36.57, proceeded to ramp to $38.20. So from that level, they bought it up like $1.70. So to be honest with you, when it was reversing the entire move, like if the stock goes from 36.50 to 38 and then fails 38, where's the first place I'm thinking long? At 36.50, where it bounced the day before. Like, try to keep it as simple as possible, man. Like I don't know where the buyers are going to be. What I do know is that's where the buyers started yesterday, so why wouldn't they start there? And that's the same reason we talk about, like I said, I already liked 35.80 way more. And the difference is, on Palantir, 35.80 is a support zone. See, like there's a support zone at 35.80, 34.80 was a support zone. But here on Palantir, it's not really support because it just kind of bounced off it on a wick yesterday and then held it here today. Support would be where there's like constant buying or consolidation, something along those lines. But just keep it as simple as possible. Always look at where the buying started. These wick bottoms on the open. Sometimes you'll have like double, triple tops in the afternoon. But that's all it was, Oscarito. Pretty simple look. Just go to a prior day.
Here we go. We're going to do some Britney, baby. We're going to say, hit me, baby, one more time. And there it is right there, going into the gates of hell. Shout out to all of you here that are on this trade, man. I mean, it's a big one right now, $1.40 in the money on Nvidia. We said we would be here, and we're not going anywhere. And there it is, man. We were having not a great day. We turn our frown upside down right now. So there it is. Thank you, Nvidia. Thank you, the reversion. Thank you, all of that. And we didn't have to have Obi on the ones and twos because, hey, this is how we trade, man. We look for those opportunities as well. So I don't know if Obi's gone, I think.
Oh, he's gone for the rest of the week.
Yeah, okay. So we got some new talent coming through. And of course, you guys know that we have, I don't know, is Joe one of the guys filling in the next couple of days? So I brought Joe on to, what's up, my guy back there, Joe, if he's listening. I brought him on to the market recap show on Friday, and the guy almost took my job. So I'm pretty happy with Joe. So we'll see more of him. He gets the stamp of approval from this guy. So we'll have more Joe coming up very, very soon. There's Nvidia. Let's go, man. We'll props up that one as well as that's coming into the downside. Now $1.50. Ciao to this play, hopefully, anyways, on this downside. We'll see if it can hold 120. I say no. But we are getting closer and closer to being out of everything now. We have about 20% left as it continues to go to the downside. We don't talk about nets here, but we just did well making back what we did here. With that being said, Ramin, you tell me when we are ready.
What?
In 1 minute, we will have a update on something for you. All right, here comes Nvidia coming back in right now. Yes, Obi and Adara are getting married. Yeah, that's right. We do have that. They love those ridiculous puns that we always talk about there. The Adobe, they really liked that one. So yes, no, they are not getting married. Or are they? Or are they? I mean, wouldn't be surprised if I wasn't invited to the wedding, so maybe they are getting married. So
only one of us can go, so you can go.
Yeah. Oh, I just want to tell everybody I'm not feeling that well right now, so I might be sick tomorrow. What was that? Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. It could be done in the evening.
Well, I mean, it might be. I don't know. But
come on. Yeah, I just want to give everyone a warning. Oh, okay. Firefly Neuroscience is revolutionizing brain health. Our groundbreaking brain network analytics technology is transforming care for patients not only with depression, dementia, anxiety, concussions, and ADHD, baby. With over 15 years of research and wealth of brainwave data, we're set to illuminate the future of diagnostics and treatment. Pharmaceutical companies and medical practitioners, get ready. This FDA 510K cleared BNA technology is here to stay and to supercharge your clinical trials and enhance patient care. Join us today at Firefly Neuroscience, traded on the NASDAQ as AIFF, and be a part of the next big leap in neuroscience. Ignite hope, one brain at a time. We want to thank Firefly because, just all kidding aside about how much energy we have and that we're on one and this and that, that stuff's important, right? So go check them out, AIFF. keep supporting those good causes. And we want to thank them for helping with the good vibes here on the show as well. But, ever since we put these glasses on, man, I mean, the market's really cooperated quite nicely here for us. So far, so good there. And we'll just keep on trading as we go. So it's 3:34. Hey, you know what's a good opportunity to do right now?
IBM's got an early look.
Yeah, good. Yeah, exactly. So
That
perfect.
stock is
You read my mind, So there it is. And then Firefly,
We've been doing this
IBM right there, 3.43 million. This has been a stock of epic proportions for me. I only really started buying this name like 40 years ago. How old am I? 25 years ago.
that would be impressive.
40 years ago. I mean, I wish I'd bought IBM 40 years ago for sure, but it was dead money for the longest time. I was really just holding it because of the dividend that it had. So I was like, a tech company with this kind of dividend signed me up. But it has had a monster run this year, man. Just continues to go. So back in here in January, 160, 220. So it's not, it doesn't have the Nvidia wings or anything like that on it, but a real solid mover here. It is IBM. And when I was looking at it, the dividend was around 5 or 6%. I would imagine that's changed now as dividend reflects current price. So I don't know what dividend yield. I'm not sure exactly what the yield would be now on IBM, but I will look that up. But IBM continues to fly high, no lie. And you know this. Ozan,
Caitlin.
you want me to buy classes for all of you? I don't know what that would do exactly. That's what I thought, glasses, but it does say class.
It's
you guys can pick
the
these
blue
up.
light glasses.
These are the gunners.
They're just for look, man, mine are. I don't even know I have to look at. There's a case around here somewhere. I suppose I could find the brand. I didn't even care. I just wanted blue light glasses because I was getting headaches. So I just
I'm not going to say gunners anymore until they sponsor us.
I just bought the cheapest ones on Amazon. And you know what? I'm not even going to bother looking at what the brand is. It was the first one that came up, and I was like, I really don't care. I just want a pair of these so it's easier on the eyes. So we can wear them. I just saw someone in the chat talking about Palantir flushing, but not really. So Palantir's pulling back into VWAP. It's down 2.5. I suppose if you're looking at like what did it do today, yeah, it kind of flushed today, but nothing really going on this one in the afternoon. And it looks like we got out of Unity the right time. I will say I am not going to get back into this trade. To me, it goes parabolic up, it breaks a trend line, pulls back, and it hits a support spot. Like, that's a trade. I don't really have another trade off of that. Usually, it's either I think it can trend into VWAP, or I think it can trend into a prior high, and there is your point to get into the trade. I don't see anything else other than that. ARM it's a little late in the day now for ARM. It's like 337, and it's still not breaking VWAP. So this is probably, if it does break VWAP, it's probably going to happen, like after 350 or something along those lines. So I'm still just in Intel. It's trying to break down here. The way that it's consolidating, I'm now trailing it back into 2280. Like I can understand that there is clearly buying at a level on the stock right at around VWAP. Each time it's been a good short off 23. It's stalled out when it tries to go 1%. This is a worth it to look at for tomorrow. Like look at the daily chart on Intel here. Like this is once, twice, three, like 4 times where it's broken 23, can't seem to get through the first third of $1, and each time you've got higher lows. So we all know, I don't have a button for this. I have the flat bottom break. I'm not going to hit that for Intel because, hey, it's not at the bottoms right now. So higher lows into a flat top break on Intel at 23.30. So like I'm kind of hoping there isn't some overnight rumor because this feels like it is coiling to make a breakout to the upside. I don't think it's going to fill in the entire gap, but it could go a third of the gap and that'd be a big win. A third of this gap is like $7 or $8. So if it goes a third of that, that's a 1% move. It's a 10% move, I should say, on Intel. So it doesn't really take much when a stock is down this far to get a really good percent gain. And it's setting up like 23 1/3. Could happen tomorrow, could happen on Friday, could happen next week. But as long as it's putting in higher lows, it's not on the ish list as much as it used to be.
Not on the ish list. Okay, yeah, you don't ever want to be on that list.
Well, I mean, the thing is when you have a bottom like this that gets put in on the stock, and then it holds the bottom and starts a little bit of an upward trend on volume.
Yep.
Yeah, like at some point, it's not like is it a swing short here this far down, or are you starting to favor the risk to reward on the rounded bottom breakout? Like the Chinese EV names did it. I think Intel has a good chance to do that here too.
Yeah, I just realized actually on October the 11th, it is Canadian Thanksgiving weekend. I'm not going to be here October 11th, so October 10th you'll be able to trade it with me, the October 10th RoboTaxi event. But will not be here on the 11th, as it'll be Nio and Obi on that Friday, October the 11th, not Friday the 13th. I ran into my neighbor and I was like, oh my God, like they're waiting to have their kid. I hadn't seen them in a while, so I was like, I hope everything was okay. Saw them on this weekend for the first time. They were out walking their baby, so that was really great to see them.
Nice.
But they were not disappointed. They just said their kid was born on the 13th. I was like, who cares? Is the kid healthy? What's the kid up to? The date's not going to matter. But it was Friday the 13th. And I was like, okay. If you are superstitious, watch out for that. But Friday the 13th doesn't really matter. When you get those babies born, it...
you have any superstitions?
No.
Did you have any when you played baseball?
Oh, superstitions like that? Yeah, maybe.
No, I'm not talking about I
was trying to think.
Usually it's around like athletes around like sports and stuff. Like some people wear they have like their game socks that they would wear when they play.
That's... No, I'm trying to think. Well, what are yours? Obviously, you have one here.
Well, I was always a very big. I wasn't saying it to just like throw it out there, but I used to always wear. I had to have the socks pulled up.
I was gonna say a socks thing. I was gonna say.
When I played baseball, I always wanted to have the socks up. I was a big. Growing up, my dad loved Jackie Robinson. He was more of a cricket fan. Then he got into baseball, so I got really into Jackie Robinson when I was I used to read a bunch about him when I was in grade school. So I used to always wear the socks up like the old school. And then I would only warm up before the game started until we're taking the field for the game, my hat's backwards, like Junior Griffey. If I'm warming up before the game, my hat is never straight.
I like that Junior Griffey, I like that one.
Griffey Jr., you guys all know. And what's crazy, you know the story about why Ken Griffey Jr. wore his hat backwards? It wasn't to be cool. So he wanted to always wear his dad's hat. And when he was young.
It's too big.
And his hat was too big. So he would just turn it around, and then that way it wouldn't be flopping in his face. And so it was a tribute to his
Cincinnati Reds, right? Was the King?
Yeah, he was a big red machine, played for the Yankees as well. That's an interesting story why Griffey Jr. would never play for the Yankees, and it had to do with how he was treated when he was a kid. But anyways, back to the market. It's 340. I just trailed out of Intel, which is bouncing again off VWAP. And look at this reversal candle too. It's not a huge volume, but it tried to break the bottom and then came back out the top. So I doubt there's enough time to short it off the high of the day again. And as I mentioned, I feel like this is poised to break out. The fact that there's buyers off VWAP when it does a reversion, a lot of times this would punch through. But I think it's going to be a breakout tomorrow at 23 1/3. The skip says they wore their pants like Bo Jackson. I mean, Bo Jackson
wore them up high? Or down low. I can't remember how Bo Jackson.
Bo had that
was a book I read. Bo knows nothing or something like that.
Bo knows
everything, or Bo knows.
Bo knows. I think it's
Bo knows.
Bo knows.
Yeah. Bo.
No, Bo used to have it all the way down. People don't know how great an athlete he was. I'll leave it at that. I'm dating myself, but that guy was.
You have to look that up.
He's just on a different level, man.
Breaking Bad.
Different level.
Okay, so just real quick, right now we did similar to Neil. I guess it's trailed out, but we just do our thing here. We get out at 120.50 for another piece of NVDA. So we took that out as it screams back to the upside. So we are very, very light. Now we have about that 10%, maybe even a little less than 10% left on board right now for NVDA as we take some out back there. So that was really good, man. Really good battle back for us on NVIDIA. I hope you enjoyed that trade. Again, Rivian there in the chat, again, just to talk because I'm trying to address certain things. I did not, although I think when I said go long Amazon, you're like, got it, long Amazon. So that would have been good. But I hope you're just joking. I was waiting for this level to break, which it's almost there right now. So all kidding aside, this could be that. I mean, now it's 350. I'm not going to take this because, again, I will get shaken out on 350 when those imbalances come out. But this, let's just say we could rewind and it was an hour ago. This is the kind of trade right now that I would be all over. And this could be a maximum. I don't even care about the time of day other than at 350. I know I just said I'm not taking it because the time of day, but it's right here. This is the high right there. Look at this, 193.35. And shout out to Mashworth. He said he wants more of me teaching. This does every day. Right there. So right there, 193.40 is right there. It's also the high right here, plus momentum. I mean, I like Amazon. I know it's down today. I know the market's up, so it's not relatively strong. Fine. So it goes against generally how I like to trade. But this break right there, I think that's almost like a definite go. Like that's not only is it 193.50, so I like the fact that it's 50 cents. I also like the fact that we barcoded down here at 193, holding out hope that if it does come back into here, we'll find some support anyways at the 200, at the 50, giving us reason to hold on to this trade. And I think you can get much more than 50 cents. I mean, that's 193.50. We've already gotten some fills today at 195. I feel like they're, good momentum into the close would help that trade. But also no surprise that we're also fading off this level. So not enough time in the day to take this trade, but like this would be one that I would like, man. Over VWAP, over, and smash. So that would be something for me, but not something for me right now. And then no more averaging into Nvidia. We're done. That trade is done. Again, but if you do like it, I always love the 200 period. So you could definitely look what happened when we were dancing around it, broke it. Nice move to the downside. I could see some more dancing. But if it comes up here, you got to hold it to at least 2140. 121.40. So for me, a little bit too dicey with only 4 minutes to go until those imbalances. But what a great afternoon it's been. So I hope you guys have traded the Unity, the Intel, and all of these trades because they've been good to the short side, holding on to them.
Exactly, and that's what you got to do. Just get right back on that horse. I'm glad you mentioned Amazon. It's like the fourth time today I forgot to bring up a firm. And
Right.
look, there was a dump city going on and a bunch of like payment, retail type names this morning, and a firm did a V-shaped recovery. And we were talking about support and resistance levels, and someone asked, well, where'd you get the Palantir level? I don't know, look at where it turned yesterday. So with a firm, you zoom this one out on the 15-minute, like look at it dump, and then look where it turned. Just go back to last week, and right on Monday of last week, this was the bottom at like 42.5. Go to the week before on the Friday, and it broke out past that level as well. Like sometimes when you look at, and this is a reason why support and resistance is the most basic strategy, but it's also probably the reason why it makes the most sense is like it's not rocket science and it gives you simplistic style trades, right? So if you want to buy a long in a firm when it's dying, it's like, okay, well, there's a good level, obviously. And the same way if it fails that 45 area again, which it was doing over and over again, I think that's an opportunity for some shorts. On the daily chart, however, resistance at 48, lower high now, and a bit of a wick above 45. I still think this is challenging these mid 40s, and I'm not convinced that this isn't still trying to pull back. Bit of a topping tail candle there. I just heard some news on TSM, but it's probably just an alert that
must not be working.
I think it's just an alert that it was at the high. Couldn't make it out. Yeah, I don't know if there was something new on this. There was a story this morning on TSM, but yeah, just continuing on volume through the high of the day, 4.5%. for TSM. The 200 period moving average, everybody. Like look, this dipped is another one of those August 5th levels. It just dipped right into it, 130. At any point, you could have bought that in the next couple of days after. And then when it revisited the same consolidation level, it goes up 2 days in recovery, consolidation at 155. Where does it bottom the next time? 155. Supply zones matter in trading, and I think they matter the most. Man, this is a strong stock. Pump it to the upside there.
Pump it up.
It just keeps on going. Like, unbelievable. What is going on with Unity, actually?
Unity.
No, but seriously. It's like, how is it already back through the high of the day? So apparently, if I was really smart, this was a long at $22.50. It's already back at the high of the day. When this makes a curl off a strong upward trend like this, typically you don't break back out the high again unless something crazy is going on. What's the short float with Unity? Not that big anymore. 9.5%. Yeah. It's not even that big.
That would have been low double digits. That's pretty small. I thought that's pretty small, actually.
It's squeezing a little bit. This wants that 200 period moving average at 24 even. The problem with that, like I said, it's already running into some resistance up here, but strong move for Unity. Really should have at least considered the long, but I wasn't, so it is what it is. Okay.
Yeah, tough one. I mean, some of these markets have rebounded quite nicely here, so let's, Nvidia's rebounded, out of Unity, out of Intel, out of all these, as we get ready for this imbalance to come through. Join me tonight with Brian Shannon. If that tweet is not happening today, right, Ramin? I don't know what topics either. Okay, so Oh yeah, that's right. Adair's not here.
The topics of the day, V-shaped
No,
recovery.
but I thought you always do that tweet that says like join us after hours. That one is what I'm talking about. Oh, it has topics in there? Okay.
Join us after hours for Sean Katina, Brian
no,
Shannon,
don't worry
trade
about it.
review
Yeah, see, there you
on
go. You put it into
Nvidia,
ChatGPT,
the
put it-
chips. We've got Bitcoin cruising to 64,000 as we speak. So traders, stay late for that. Well, actually, what's funny, I was just doing that and I just saw down there on
I
Sean's
didn't realize
screen,
that it was-
63,974.
So what's IBIT doing?
I wasn't even thinking about that, but yeah, Bitcoin is moving to the upside. Look, imbalances come out in 20 seconds. I'm not unlikely to take a new position in there. I'm not taking Mara short into the 64,000, which just broke. So there we go. Bitcoin just broke. I should have been on IBIT. I don't. My brain just went to Mara for some reason instead of just pulling up IBIT. Breaking the high of the day. So equivalent. 64,000. It's around 36.5 here on IBIT. If you look at this, it's a bit of a double top as well. So, technically speaking, it's at a huge resistance spot, obviously at 64,000, but trying to punch through as the imbalances just came out there. Shit, I wasn't on it. Amazon to buy 4 million.
This is how you know that like people are watching the show. Not only did they like the level that I was talking about, but they liked it a lot. They're 5 million shares worth, as there's that level, man, 193.50. If you took it, congratulations right there. Maybe it doesn't matter what time of day, but I'm not kidding about that. But anyways, aside from that, if that comes to sell, which we don't have that early look, you know what? I'm going to task everybody out there. Like, if you can find resources that have an early look on some of these, like,
Has to have.
to have known that Google was a sell, was down here at 162.50, it dropped all the way down 20 cents. If you had known that Amazon was a buy, there it goes, 193 flat, right up to that level that we were talking about breaking, and it gets all the way up to 80 cents there. It's tough to make an algo to sort of catch these because the minute they're released, it's like instant pressure. So by the time you're punching long, punching short, back and forth, all that, it's very tough to do that. But at the end of the day, good trading happening right there. We are still $1 in the money. This was $2. Like, we took this down 120.29. We're short at 121.65. So damage done already on Nvidia, but it is trying to pull back a little bit. We have a couple more opportunities to get out. Let's just take this out. I just put a 93 bid. Maybe we're going to miss that, I guess. There it comes. Okay. I'm just going to now punch out at a bunch out at 98. See what happens? I missed a 93 and I have to pay an 06 there. All right. We're almost out of everything here on Nvidia as we just punched out as it's really starting to go upside. So again, man, imbalances rule the day one more time. Amazon bid side, right? Going. Nvidia going. I don't even see Nvidia on here. Apple sell side going down right there. Microsoft sell side. Probably going down. No, not doing anything. Why was Apple just ripping there? I didn't.
I don't know. There's no.
Oh no, Apple's not doing anything.
It's a sell imbalance though.
It was Amazon that I saw.
Oh.
Yeah, so Amazon's the ripping, not Apple. So there it goes. Nice moves to the upside. The day's not over yet, but for right now, these imbalances are definitely taking hold. So that's the risk about doing anything into 350. I'm glad we kind of just saw that.
Yeah, like if you were, let's just say you were fading either one of those two. I like it at the high of the day. It's a double top on AVGO or Amazon. Like, you're running that risk of it coming in the other direction. Now, the good thing would be if you were trading that with a stop at the high, a hard stop like us with stop orders that are not going to get much slippage on a big name like this, then at least if it comes out your direction, you win, but you've got to have, you want to have a stop protecting you in that situation. Otherwise, you're going to get absolutely rinsed. So nothing crazy. The follow through on Broadcom is already done. Like, it went 50 cents, and it's right back underneath. And with only 2 minutes to go till 3:55, usually that's a major pairing event. It's still 1.8 million, but I want to point out the difference between Broadcom and Amazon. 1.8 million with 12 million paired on Broadcom, 3 million with 8.5 million paired on Amazon. So much larger paired volume on Broadcom than you have on Amazon, which makes it a stronger buy in a general sense. I'm not saying every time that happens that one will always be stronger than the other, but in a general sense, that's why Amazon was a more significant imbalance. It's not always just about the raw number notionally. You've got to compare it to the paired volume and the amount of volume that's gone on through the day. So as you can see, Amazon holding on to the gains, Broadcom actually pulling back a little bit faster. And that's a decent explanation, hopefully, as to why. Hopefully that makes sense to everybody. About 6 minutes to go to the end of the day here. Havana Woody's just said, holy moly, DJT. What, new low of the day? Yeah, it's not doing anything. DJT's up today, so maybe that's why you mean holy moly DJT, because it's this is one of 6 or 7 green days. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, check that. It's more like 10 since the middle of the year. Yeah, so it's a green day today on DJT. There, we can say good things. I was long at the bottom, got out too early. We shorted at 13 even. Maybe it can put in 2 in a row, but it hasn't done that in a while. So I think I'd probably come in tomorrow looking at like 13.5 and 13 as shorts until proven otherwise. It was short sale restricted down 10% today. That's the only reason I was looking long at that bottom. Outside of that, I think you just go back to the well. The trend is your friend. Bit of a bottoming tail, but what fundamentally has changed today? The only thing that changed fundamentally was it was SSR, short sell restricted, so you needed an uptick to hit that bid. Tomorrow, I think it just goes back to trading how it normally would.
All right, so we're just minutes away now from a flip up on the imbalance. So Nvidia stays a sell, starting to go to the downside again. So look at this move. I guess it just might have just flipped over to a sell. So let's ring the old register here and bid a 52, and maybe we get that, maybe we don't. As there's the sell pressure coming back in. There's so many strategies that we could realistically be employing here at the close. Simply by watching out for these imbalances. There it is. So now we are out of that. So that's good, man. Good end of the day there on Nvidia. We were uncertain of where those fills were going to come through from, but there it is, man. Good one there. We took one piece out when we broke there 21. We get another piece out as we get not lucky, but again the imbalances just flipped on us. So that was a good one. Amazon still a buy, and look where we are now. What's up, Kling Daddy?
Another one.
Hope you had that right there, because that was a Hydration Nation type of trade. We said this to you. This was a smash level for us. It's just was the wrong time. And there it is right there, 193.50. There's 50 cents to the upside, helped out, of course, by the market imbalance. But again, it's not a market imbalance. It's an imbalance on Amazon because the market is going down. So there it is, a nice move there. But yeah, so far so good, man. We'll flip it over, which was a good day. Not a great day, but a great afternoon there today. So we exit with extreme confidence. I hope all of you are doing well. We do have KB Homes, I believe, and Stitch Fix, S-Fix, along with Brian Shannon. So I'm going to retweet that tweet and get over on the desk.
I seen Magic Mixes talking about Costco. Look, only 3 minutes to go here, so there won't be any new trades on. I just can't. I'm trying to figure, the thing I'm going to be thinking about on Unity is, if you make a decision on a stock at a certain point and it makes a big move, then half of the story was right. Like, you had the right level to make a decision. Obviously, as you can see, we got up 22.5 and there wasn't even a red candle since. I would never take this trade at 350. At 357, but notice the upward trend that caused the reversion off the high, that same trend line is causing a bit of a top here. The problem with that is it could also just be turning because it's 4 o'clock. Earlier in the day, I probably would take that reversion trade, but at this time, you could just as easily just be blind luck that it's getting there at the high of the day and there's just people taking profit, and it has nothing to do with your trend line. But yeah, Unity making some power moves. Costco is a great stock. It's not a day trading stock there. Magic Mixes, not for everybody. I guess some people might day trade the stock. I know I would never look at it as a day trading name. A lot of these retail names did have down moves. Some of them recovered better than others. I think Costco, it's really just a quad top up here. So every time it's gotten to about 915, 920, you've seen the reversion on this name. It's very, very obvious here that it hasn't been able to punch through that high just yet. It gets to the top and a bit of a reversion here on Costco. 2 minutes to go. Apparently, a firm got green today. Unbelievable. Or almost. Not quite. It might have ticked. I guess it did tick green almost exactly. 44.67 was the high. Unbelievable rally on a firm from the bottom. And if you think, you could never have that bottom, I'll kick myself, because this was better than the support on Palantir at 36.5. You just had to zoom it a little bit more out, and you could see there's one spot that made sense once it lost 43.30. And the funny thing about it, see that prior support at 43.30? Zoom it in. 43.30, bounce, rejection of the prior support when we went back in the 15-minute, retest, bounce off the actual low. So you could have the bounce off the low or the breakout of that 43.30 level for reversion. Again, 43.30, I could draw a line in there to make it make it make even more sense. This is why I like support and resistance. It just sets up the trade. And it gives you multiple trades. There, and then right in here, twice. There's your channel. Key levels are down here, clear, 43.30, 42.40, and those were double barrel action. You could have had short to there, breakout, support, and then up into the top. Wish we'd been looking at a firm. That's about as clean as it gets for a technical trade. Only about 30 seconds to go. I don't know who's going to ring the bell, so I might just do that issue. Okay, that's fine. Andre's going to ring the bell in here. I'd have gotten up and just maybe thrown something at it like I did before, but I don't really have anything in the vicinity. No, it's all good. You can do it, Andre. I have to throw my brute. Ramin, I would have to take the boot off, which I'm not doing in the next 10 seconds. It actually takes a hot minute to get the air cast off there. But the countdown is on. It is the end of a hot Tuesday in the market, and the bell brought to you by Firefly Neurosciences, revolutionizing brain health. Ring it in 2 and 1. There we go. Big shout out to Andre. Fabian's still under the weather a little bit. Ramin doing a great job on the 1s and 2 all day long. Thank you very much there, Ramin, making us look and sound good like you always do. And why is it fail? I don't know, whatever. She just feels like hitting the fail every now and then. Even when I'm complimenting Ramin, which I'm always nice to Ramin. That's a Sharif thing. I don't know why he would want to be mean to a person that is so kind. But shout out to the midday, of course, with Sharif. Adair is going to be off for a few days, so we're going to have some surprises for you guys filling in, and I think you're going to enjoy a lot of those. So make sure you tune in for that tomorrow. The market ended up going green. Nasdaq about half a point there in the ES a quarter, but much bigger move than that in a sense from where it came from the lows. Like that big reversal in Nvidia was very good. JetBlue making some moves in here. We're going to get to Sean in a quick little second, but yeah, JetBlue making some moves apparently there. No, not really. I thought maybe there was something was going on there. Yeah, so guys, you don't have to go anywhere. This was a pretty big and wild day, and nothing was crazier than Nvidia going from a stock that was weak to a stock that ends up 4%. So big reversal. The dip buyers were back, and they were back in full force. Not everywhere, but certainly on those chip names. So sit back and relax because we've got Mr. Katina. We're going to have Brian Shannon. We're going to have some trade review, I would like to hope, and hopefully you guys get some questions in there because there's a heck of a lot to cover. Let's get on to the market recap at the desk.
Sorry, Ramin had me muted there for a second. Okay, so there it is, man. Silver up 5% right now. Look, today's day definitely carried by China. I just went to Brennan was like, hey man, the VIX is only at 14. And I'm like, I know, trust me, I'm sitting here battling these markets all day. But you know what VIX went upside right now today? Well, actually what it came in was KWEB. Nice move there, up 10% for China. FXI, nice move up right now today. I have the Benzinga in my ear right now. Okay, CRM just made a deal to acquire somebody, but not a big deal again. We'll go over here, flip it over into the 15-minute chart right now. Let's get that going on CRM to see if there's any sort of a deal happening for them. No, there is not right here. Let's put this over to a 1-minute chart. Thank you so much for joining. We'll have Brian Shannon of Anchored VWAP fame coming through momentarily. And then I saw some tweets that he made today selling some of his positions. So we'll talk to him all about that. In what felt like a little bit of a day today, it wasn't really, man. If we're going to cross over the markets here, look at the daily chart for the NASDAQ. NASDAQ today up 0.47 and just hanging out. This looks like a great opportunity to break longer. Hey, man, what happened to September being a negative month? I mean, is it? It is not. It's a huge move up right now for September. Is it a huge move? I don't know. This first red candle is where we started 473 on the NASDAQ right here. Today, 485. Can we stay green? That could be a poll. Can we stay green the month of September? We will wait to see if that does come in. All right. Uranium upside today. Interest sensitive. Oh, man. Do not ever have Michael Noss on with me ever again because he told me that this was a level that I told him to buy URA at $25. It's now at $29. 10% in the money now on URA. but I didn't buy it, so that's why I don't ever have them on. But that's a good call right there, 25 up to 29, now at the 200 period. Good little move there for uranium. I mean, what hit today? We had weaker numbers early, so if you're gonna look at the QQQs just coming through right now, let's go to a 3-minute chart. I don't expect too much to be happening right now in the market here after hours. We have KB Homes coming. I don't believe that's till 20 after 4. So we can wait for them. If anything hits, I do have the Benzinga Pro platform in my ear. But there it comes in, again, early 10 o'clock. Nice move back down in on the NASDAQ before making that bottom, and what a bottom it was. Look at that epic move back up. You basically did not even stop. There was some Fed speak today a little bit, but honestly, I'm not really sure what rallied that market there on the middle of the day, all the way up to 485, 486 again. Potentially uncertainty in the world continues to be there. We had President Trump speaking of that they need to get out of Ukraine. He was talking some Israeli stuff too as well, talking about some strategies that he would have implied or inflicted if and when he was nominated as your next or the next president of the United States. So that could have rallied. But you know what really the move was? Predicated by this Nvidia play. We were scouring all over. What's up, Copycare team? He's here. We were scouring the news for Nvidia, but it just climbed there midday, right? As opposed to a stock like Apple. You know, climb, yes, it had to follow the market, but an extreme move like what we saw, this is a $226 name. It's not supposed to move in the way that Nvidia, which is only a $120 name, that name moves straight up $6 there in the middle of the day. And we're like, what's up with that? Well, I don't know what's up with that. What happened to AMD today again? Straight upside as well as some of these chip names come in. The problem with all of this is you are now 2 days away. Today's the 24th, right, Ramin? Is that right? Yes. Tomorrow is Micron, the 25th. So you have one more day of trade and then Micron earnings coming through. So there it is right there. Short float of 3%. Change up 10%. Micron not doing great on the year, but has been doing great as of late. This is a nervous Nancy spot here for me. Not Nancy Pelosi. We would be nervous if we had her portfolio, but nervous about breaking back down below this 85 mark. So we will find out if Micron can hold this level heading into earnings. Stay tuned. We're going to ask Brian his thoughts. I'm going to take a drink. Nice sweater. Do you normally wear that green one or no? All right, $85 coming into play for Micron right there. That's like the equivalent of like a commercial break. You know, I'm drinking the water. Gotta take a break for 5 seconds. What about gold? You know, where they say everything gold right now. Damn, gold. I'm actually in Barrick Gold, which is not doing the same type of thing. We had bought this in this kind of a situation down here when we were sort of back and forth earlier on in the year, earlier on in the summer, back and forth. I thought we would buy gold, which is Barrick Gold. They do have a dividend as well. This is a gold miner stock. As you can see, this name also treating quite well. Nice upside move. There it is, earnings October 31st, so we're well away from that. Barrick Gold, some nice upside moves as well. What are they up so far this year? Only up 13%. It looks like we got Stitch Fixes out now. So we'll see what's happening with Stitch Fix. Let's flip it over into This is only a $3 stock on Stitch Fix. I thought this was a lot higher than that, but no. It's $5 top. Right now taking down the 200 million. Just heard the numbers in my ear, 318 million. But there it is right there, dropping below the 200 period, now breaking through $3. Is that next play? We'll see. You thought this gap was not going to get filled, but it may not. Right there, 312 is that gap area right there for Stitch Fix. I'm going to look over and give you those numbers right now. We are sponsored by Benzinga Pro. So let me see if I can zoom this in a little bit. Too much. Zoom in. Now it's not even working. Now it's 20. Okay. Slow down there. Okay, slow down. There it is. Right here, Stitch Fix. Let's just click on the name here. We'll have to log back in. We've done something here. So we'll get that back in for Stitch Fix. But right now, as it loads up, I'll give you those numbers. Was just trying to zoom in to give you an idea. Now Benzinga is not loading. Okay, here it comes in. Give me a second. Here it is on the news. So here's Stitch Fix right here. Sees 1.1 billion to 1.16 billion. Q1 revenue 303 to 310. That was versus that 318 number that I heard. So here it is right here. Stitch Fix. Let's get rid of this so you don't need to see the chat. Stitch Fix Q4 gap. Oh man, things are just changing here so fast. Right there. Misses 19 cents. So they minus 29 cents versus minus 19. We'll get there eventually on Stitch Fix. So missing on both the top and the bottom line. So let's now quick have a look at the daily. You're trying to hold 312. It looks like we're back into 312 right now, down to 314. So that's a level right now. And why are we looking at 312? Well, there it is right there. Watch out below. We should write this one down right now for tomorrow. We hit Rivian. Remember when Rivian lost the bottom there as well? Right here, how good of a trade that was back in. We took almost $1 on that full position. It might have been more than that. There's that break, right? Look at this. How similar does this look, everybody? Stitch Fix to Rivian. Look at that gap up, held it and went, right? Lost it, gap back in, fill. Here's Stitch Fix as well, same type of thing. There's the gap up. Let's see if we hold this level. If it doesn't, tomorrow we hit Stitch Fix short, okay? Let's try to remember that one as much as we can. Someone just said, yo, a firm just dropped at Neil Roberts. Neil Roberts, see you later. He's out of here right now. But we can look at a firm right now to see if there is any news on a firm, and there is not. So a firm, a nice upside move. Got me to look. So thank you there, Bora Hout, on that one. A firm's not doing anything right now. Wow, copper. We had Michael on today. We talked about, yesterday. We talked about some of the bull cases for China. We knew that metals would have to go. Brendan this morning talked about lithium making a move upside today. So does copper. Copper right now up nicely. Let's check out what it looks like on the daily chart. Also a possible breakout to the upside on copper happening right now. There's the other metal ETF, XME, metals and mining, more upside. And again, China comes out today with stimulus package, right? They came in, they're trying to sort of curb some of the selling. We know there's weak sauce over there on the housing market and consumer confidence. It's so bad that they're not even releasing numbers anymore in China. Make sure you hit the like, hit the subscribe. Check out what's on the top right now of our stream. We have that streaming news. Make sure you can double check that, see if there's any hot stories coming through. And of course, at the bottom, we'll talk all about our upcoming guests, any of our sponsors. And then to the right side of the screen right now, especially when it's a full screen, you can see all of these ETFs here, what's been moving around. To the downside, actually, some traders looking at gas, nat gas specifically. It's been a very dangerous trade, UNG. We can zoom back out to a weekly chart and just show you how destructive this name has been. But no matter how bad a chart looks, there's always some upside opportunity. Again, you're not even spoiled yet. You can get up into 70 on RSI. If we do that, watch out for this 200 take. I know there's some traders in here looking at this trade, and I have a trade for you right now. This first idea, I believe, and I know on this show, I give our guest a lot of credit because it is due. I believe, and Brian, when he comes on, can double check this, but SMR was a stock that we were looking at off of its IPO. We dropped an anchor. Let me just drop this into a weekly chart here because, again, it goes back. Yeah, so that is what it was. So if I drop an anchor, I'm pretty sure this was the name. It was either Brian or Michael that was talking about this name right here. Let me just put an anchor on its IPO weekly chart there. So there it is. So yeah, so we just took that out at $8. This is right. I like SMR actually. On a weekly, it looks fine. But on a daily, I thought this was starting to break out a little bit. So there it is right there. What a smash there, 20% up since taking down that $10 level. So SMR looking real good, man. This is new scale power. We talked about, again today, lithium in talks, uranium on everyone's mind. Lithium, they just had that plant that was for Microsoft that they've brought back for power, nuclear power. So we're going to find out there again if SMR has sort of the oomph to push forward. You can also get CCJ. That's another one. Cameco is another stock that can go. If you check out the chart here, this is already starting to break higher as well. CCJ, but uranium right there up 3% today, the uranium ETF. If you don't want to take on single stock risk, you can trade into some of these ETFs. So again, not financial advice, but if you're managing your own money and you don't have eyes on the market every single day and you like sectors, this is what we focus on right here on our recap show. We try to show it to you all. Like there's FXI. If you're not in, wow, FXI, give me some love off that 200 period. $25 all the way up through $30. FXI starting to break out right now as well. China ETFs, here they come to save the day. I think we should fade these plays because I don't know about the Chinese government and exactly what they're doing to curb some of the selling there and some of this ignition into the upside. But look at Alibaba running into problems at 100. Let's see, but Alibaba, oh my, that name continues. Look, this is it on an island up here right now. Rikers Island up to the upside right there. Nice move coming through there. KB Homes is out. So I actually thought that was coming a little bit later. But KBH right now, this is a sector that there's a lot of people talking about it. It is your housing, home builders. Womp womp. There's a downside move right there. We'll hit fail right now on KB Homes. That's a down. Man, we have the best staff here for sure. Thank you for that one, Ramin. Here's KB Homes. Q3 gap 204 beating 202. Sales estimate 175 billion, just 175 billion, a little dirt off the shoulder there. Beats 172 billion. But what is the problem? It might be this. KB Homes revenues 6.85 to 6.95, beating again the estimate. So I don't know why KB Homes going to the downside. Net orders were flat with the year ago quarter. So maybe that's what it is. Variable demand across the quarter was softening in late June through July. So a softening housing market for KB Homes. Nice downside move. We can't be here without talking about Lennar a little bit. That's saying hold my beer. We do not have KB Homes problems, but Toll Brothers is saying we do. Down to 152 there. Before we get so crazy about all of these stocks, let me just go to KBH one more time. Check out what this is doing on a daily. Remember, these stocks have been hot fire, man. The housing market has been pretty hot with, again, you don't have to overthink things, all right? We know we're entering a rate cut cycle. We know housing's been an issue. We know the Fed continues to talk about housing being an issue. We know they're going to throw money at housing. Guess what? There's only a handful of names that you can invest in if you want to play home builders. KBH is another one. Toll Brothers is another one. DHR, they're coming through as well for a name. DH Horton, coming out. So that's another play. And then the KBH, if you want to grab an ETF, it's right here. $86 broke out, but trying to come back in. Before I call on Brian, let me see what IWM is doing. Oh man, this name just keeps on bouncing its head. And I always feel like if you keep on bouncing your head off something and don't break it, eventually, A, you're going to have a headache. That's probably true. B, also, you're probably going to the downside and may not keep on banging that top. I'm going to ask our next guest all about IWM. Man, I have too many questions for him. Is he ready, Ramin? He is. It's Brian. Let's go. Hey, Mr. Shannon, how are you doing today?
I'm doing well, Sean. What's happening?
Oh, well, we did not have a great day because me was caught in some of that early action there today where we thought Amazon was along, then it wasn't, then it was. Then we had Nvidia rip up in the middle of the day. And then I look over and the VIX is only at 14. So it's like a lot of the time there's a lot of noise in the market, Brian. And as a day trader, that can throw us off a little bit. So I sometimes think about holding positions a little bit longer, especially in a market like this. Wait for your key levels and don't get taken offside. Does any of that resonate with you?
Yeah, my preferred swing trade time frame is swing trade, and I dabble in day trade. So kind of the opposite of what you're doing, but both pretty short term still. My preference, Sean, I'm getting older. I don't like to sit there, and I don't have the attention span to day trade the way I used to, for one. And I just like to give them a little bit more time as the portfolio grows. You got to spread out your time frame as well, I think.
You're 100% right about that. I'll show you a good example right here. I mean, if you come over here, we had written down on our sticky note, 115 long for Nvidia. How am I down on this stock today? When I look back over at the chart, you know what the bottom was? 115.38. Come on, what am I doing? We should be sitting there and buying some of those names, but what a move up in the middle of the day there, Brian, on Nvidia, and it continues to climb higher. So let's just start there right now. Nvidia, Brian's been basically sideways, I'm going to say, since May. I mean, this little number right here on May, we were at 114 in May. That's where we were today again. Pretty sideways action. We did have some dips and dives, but I think this name is stuck. Anything interesting to you that you see here on Nvidia? To me, not really.
I think it might be coming unstuck, Sean.
Okay.
We've previously, I think, spoken about this shoulder pattern developing. And I think that, the thing that I've been a little bit, has kept me from being bullish is this blue declining 50-day moving average. Well, this is where we were 50 days ago, right over here. Let me clear that up so we can see that. But this was 50 days ago. So tomorrow, that means this data will be replaced with a new day.
Right.
And that 50-day moving average will start to flatten out and then turn higher over the next few days. So I think that got it unstuck here. And I'd love to see a little bit of a pullback tomorrow and then continuation. It's the buyer's game to lose, I think, in Nvidia now.
Right. I mean, the way that name got going here today, sometimes I call it like, and I know you're not watching the level twos as frequently as you used to, but that just keeps rampant. When the buyers are there, I don't know if it's options, but those offers just get lifted and Nvidia is gone. All right. I perused. We have a word of the day. Peruse is a pretty good word there. We have a graphic for that. Maybe we'll hit it. I peruse your X account, and I do want to ask you about some stuff that you had posted on there. But first, I just want to talk to you about Alibaba. So I'll give you a second to call that up. Alibaba's been a name here that we just got that stimulus from China, but even before that, we had sort of broken out again. We had really held down here the 200 period and the 50 period. You're now starting to slope up. I know that's something that you've taught us here, sloping 50 periods, sloping all this. We got some nice smiley faces. Where do you see Alibaba? I mean, if I zoom this back out, even to a weekly chart, which is probably something that we should all do, it still, in my opinion, Brian, has a lot of room to go. If we can get above this 101 area, maybe we start to break higher. This, of course, was a $300 name in its heyday, stuck still below 100. You like any of this? For me, I think to fade China stimulus, but how's it looking to you?
I think that you're right, Sean. I mean, we've gotten past some key anchors here. And, I could see this thing north of 110, maybe up towards this prior band up in here where we've seen resistance up near 120, really. We've got the anchor from that high up in the 300s, and that comes in right now at about 125. These prior peaks were at 120. And it's, if they didn't scare you out over here, then they wore you out. And now we're back above the 50, 100, 200-day moving average. They're all rising for the first time in years. So this is one the buyers are in control. Near term, yeah, it's gotten a little bit extended here, and I definitely wouldn't chase it. This move kind of looks similar to this one over here. So you've got to be careful with that. I personally don't like to trade these, and this is why. Here, I marked this up while you were talking on the 30-minute time frame. All these circles are gaps, and it's just too hard to control risk.
Right.
The average daily range of price is $2.48 per share. The average true range, meaning what trades during the day, is 154. So only about 58% of the trading occurs during regular trading hours. So that means it's really better for the buy and hold for the investor than a day trade type stock. So for day trades, I think there's better U.S. stuff that doesn't gap every single day and you have more range. But right now, clearly there's money flowing into these. I don't trade them myself just because of those gaps. And I just hate to wake up and see a gap down here because of something that happened overseas.
So I just hit the bang there because learning something every single day, I didn't even ever look at that average true range intraday as opposed to its real move. So I actually really like that. And Neil and I talk about that all the time. Trading names at different time periods of the day. I think you might have just nailed something right there for that. So I'm definitely going to be doing some more research on that. All right, that word peruse means we looked through. And right now, I looked at this. Now, my next, I'm not even sure if that's what it means or not. But here we go, Brian. You had tweeted out here about XBI. You talked about getting stopped out of your final third here. Now, I actually, on this ETF, on the weekly chart, I was sort of thinking about this would be a name for me that if we ever broke above this 103, 104 area, and maybe it's the same thing that you're looking at, and you do explain all of your trades and your ideas, obviously on X and to some of your followers, but I actually like this name. Not only does it look pretty good for a possible breakout, and I know it hasn't happened yet, but I also like the names involved in this ETF. Amgen, Gilead, Vertex Pharmaceuticals, Regeneron, Biogen. As all of us get older, I feel like there's some need for the XBI ETF, and I think it's a runner here. But explain maybe your process, and I want to introduce everybody to your Twitter account because it's a great one. Lots of ideas, lots of fun stuff on there as well.
Sure. I've been looking like a lot of people for the biotechs to break out for a while. When you look at this weekly chart, we've been banging away at this resistance. And something you said just before I came on, you said, the more times we bang up against it, we're going to get a headache or we're going to, come back down. But the more times resistance is tested, the more likely it is that resistance fails to hold, meaning that there's a source of supply there. And as the market keeps coming up to that level, it reduces that supply. So let's say there was 10 million shares offered here and they took, 2 million. So there's 8 million left at this point. They take 3 million. There's 4 million left. They take 2 million, 2 million. Now maybe there's 1 million left. And I'm of course making the numbers up. But notice how the time between these tests of resistance is getting shorter. What that says is the buyers are coming back to that source of supply on a more frequent basis. The time in between is getting less, so buyers are getting more aggressive time-wise. Also, we look at this and we see what? We see these higher lows. Buyers aren't waiting for a pullback to 80 before they take control, or 88, or 90, or 95. Instead, we're seeing they're getting more aggressive price-wise as well as time-wise, which creates this compression of energy, and eventually it should break out. Now, I look at it, and I'm ready to be long for a bigger trade as well. Let me go back to that weekly time frame, because I think we spoke about this last week. It really seems like if it gets past here, what is to hold it back from really getting up towards that 120 level? There's there's very little supply in here that's likely to be released from people trying to break even. So on the shorter term time frame, it's the same story. We've got to look at it and say, I got long here at 98.5, sold a third up here, sold a third as it pulled back, and then get out of the balance yesterday. And thank God, because lower highs and lower lows below a declining 5-day moving average, now it needs time to set up. It's similar to where we were 2 weeks ago right now, that maybe by the end of the week that it can do a little bit more, base forming, something like this. You get that 5-day moving average flattened out like this. Well, I'll get back in there long again with a stop under here, and I'll leg out of it a little bit. And if it breaks out this time, well, then I'll hold that, that piece and see if maybe there's a way to add to it for that eventual breakout that should stick.
Yeah, and I think that's something, again, very, very important. You and I always talk about being a risk manager. And if something doesn't happen, you can get out of it and wait for it to happen. Better to lose a couple points and then to get into something that doesn't break out, and then all of a sudden you're questioning your strategies. So good job there, Brian. Thank you so much for that. I'm going to wonder if you made a mistake here. You probably didn't, because mistakes don't happen too often, I don't think, in the Shannon family. But look at this. You said here today, this was the 22nd, there's nothing that interests you on the economic calendar for this week. But I wanted to ask you about Micron. I don't know if there's any interest in that, or Costco as well. I guess your answer is going to be no. But aren't we not interested a little bit here in Micron pulling back in? I mean, this has been quite the move back down into the downside, trying to base out again a little bit. I had actually, on a daily chart live on the show today, dropped an anchor at the year to date for Micron. So it was down into here, and I thought right up into here, I thought we were getting into a key level. I must not, it was Costco actually, the year to date, sorry, my bad, that we were still approaching. That was down to 780 or so for a drop. But is Micron not anything here? I mean, for me, we just talked about Nvidia, and I don't want to just always talk about semis, but again, a very popular name. If Micron loses this $85, I think that we're in for a nice whoosh in all of the semi names, because again, nervous hands coming with a report tomorrow night. Micron maybe not worth a trade for you right now? We don't try to catch falling swords, maybe? Any opinion on Micron 2 days from now? Actually, tomorrow evening?
Yeah, I should have been more clear on that, Sean. What I was saying was on the economic calendar.
Oh, economic.
All those Fed speak and that. But the earnings, yeah, Micron tomorrow is an important one. So I should have been clearer about that. And in fact, the PCE is, I think, on Friday as well. And, the PCE, they say, is the Fed's favorite inflation gauge, but it really doesn't matter to the market, if you notice. The market trades, the big moves are on PPI and CPI, not on PCE. We get much more muted response from PCE. Anyways, back to Micron. If you draw an anchor here, drop an anchor off of the 2023 low, Sean, you can see how well that had held support. And now here we are testing it again. So we've got that going for us, that maybe a pullback to 85 isn't going to be the end of the world because it's still at this important anchor. But looking to the daily time frame, we've got a declining 20-day moving average. We've got a declining 50-day moving average. We're below the 200. We're below that blue year-to-date anchor. We're below the anchor off the high. We could get a nice bounce, don't get me wrong, but it's just not the type of stock that is ready to go sustain an upward move the way that Nvidia is. And the reason we talk about Nvidia is because you look at that monthly chart of Nvidia versus the monthly chart of Micron, they're big differences between the two. This one just goes up.
We have, I like Micron, and I actually posted on in our show today as well that if it wasn't earnings, I think the risk to reward is pretty good there. Taking along in and around 90, using 85 as a bottom, stopping yourself out in and around that $80 mark. Give yourself, 85. Give yourself $5 for a possible upside. But as you mentioned before with Alibaba, when into earnings, you could gap one way or the other, and you cannot get out of your trade appropriately. The other name there, and by the way, Brian, you are 100% right. I reread it. There's absolutely nothing that interests me on that economic calendar, is what you did put. So one more time, he wins again, man. Who is this guy? Okay, so the other thing here was Costco. I noticed we must be coming up to 200 trading days on the year because right now Costco, the anchored VWAP is close to the 200 period moving average. Now I know obviously VWAP has nothing to do with the amount of days there, but this also goes hand in hand with the year Costco. The only problem with Costco is I'm going to ask you, do you ever trade names looking at the historic PE? Because Costco is generally in between the 20 to 25 PE ratio for a spot. Right now, Costco's at 56. So its valuation is getting pretty expensive up here, Costco. Some risk on here for them. Again, reporting for a Thursday night, the 26th, coming out is Costco. I want to buy the dips. We shop there enough. Any sort of warning signs here about Costco?
Today was 185.
Okay.
So you're right. Those anchored VWAPs for the beginning of the year are very close to the 200 at this point. I just look at this stock and, it's been a fantastic performer. It still isn't an uptrend. Maybe it makes its move up towards the, A, B, C, D move up towards there. It's just not something that right now interests me, Sean. I wanted to point out, though, that I do get things wrong. We spoke about the 40-year anchor in Intel. And if you recall, I don't remember, but I purchased January 25 call options. I bought the 20 strike. I forget what I paid for them, but I looked at it and they're up about 70%. Well, I bought them over here and I sold them over there.
Okay, well, the idea was right. The idea was
right. But, to be right and to lose money, that's not the way you want to do it. So the point is, it just wasn't my time frame as well. I tried to take a longer term outlook, and then it started going down, and my risk management said, what the hell am I doing? This is stupid. Why am I losing money in a dumb company like Intel? Right. So I got out of it. And anyways, so everyone does make those mistakes. And anyways, 40-year anchor continues to be the champ in that stock, I guess.
Come on, Brian. You didn't know Oracle or Qualcomm was eventually going to, possibly be a suitor? Come on, we got to have our ear to the floor here. No, I did not. I think that took everyone by surprise. I think Gelsinger. So I actually think with Intel, I think Gelsinger will be ousted in the next 6 months. I think there is some smoke where there's fire here with Qualcomm. Apollo Global looking to invest $5 billion. I think it might be time, if it drops back in, maybe we'll have a look at those calls one more time. I think there is a good opportunity for that. Look, before I plug your book one more time, is there any trade that maybe you're looking to enter in right now? We just went over the XBI. Anything interesting you or sort of getting your senses heightened right now? So next week we'll maybe discuss it, or anything you want to review with our viewers. Over 2,300 still staying with us late.
I got involved in First Solar today.
Okay.
I'm not making money on it yet. I'm down about $1.50, I think. But here's the daily chart, and you can see the anchor off of that peak right here had been resistance. I think we spoke about this before. We were talking about it over here, Sean. And as I always point out, the declining 50-day moving average kept me out of it. Now we have a 20-day moving average above a 50-day moving average. We're back above the anchor from that peak. Yep. And it looks like it's ready to get going. Now, maybe it's just consolidating here. It needs to push beyond this, but I got involved in this one today. I didn't write the price down, but somewhere after right around in here, I believe, maybe 245, 246-ish. My stop is under here. I raised it to there. So we'll see. Maybe First Solar is one to follow up on next week. Otherwise, it'll be a couple point loss. What else looks interesting? I guess, I like Nvidia. NVAX is looking, it's still stuck below this anchor from this peak, but that's coiling up nicely. You were mentioning SMR, Sean, and then the NNE was the one that we spoke about. I think that the anchor from the IPO there has been holding that one back a little bit. As energy builds under this anchor, maybe in the next week or so, maybe by this time next week, it'll be ready to go. But I'm keeping an eye on that one, but I don't think it's a buy quite yet until we can maybe build a higher low underneath that anchor from the IPO and then push out.
We did have some news on NNE today as well, so that was a little violent there. I really like that SMR. That was a great one. Our friend JC from All Star Charts was talking to us about SMR. He likes that play, and he likes XLE for the long term. Oil been in a little bit of a downtrend right now. I can't go over too much more because we are past the time, but let's save energy for next time. I do like FSLR TAN ETF, something that we could get involved with as well. It's maximum trading gains with your anchored VWAP book, so everyone go check that out. Links all over on Amazon. You can go to @AlphaTrends. Find this out as well. Go see this guy plant some trees with our friend Brian Shannon. Again, thank you so much for joining us one more time. You have anything scheduled, any talks coming up, or anything you want to let our viewers know about?
I'll be at Stocktoberfest in Coronado, Howard Lindson's StockTwits thing in mid-October.
That's lifting up those pints of those huge steins of beer. So I went to school in Kitchener-Waterloo, and it's like basically the capital of Oktoberfest in our province here. And it was wild. Needless to say, school was second nature come late October. So Oktoberfest definitely hitting. So good. Enjoy lots of time there. Hopefully people can go check you, find more information out about Brian Shannon and his travels at Alpha Trends on X. Brian, thank you so much. Have a great week, and I hope that FLSR moons for you.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Take care. That's Brian. All right. Oktoberfest in Munich, man. That would be pretty sweet for sure. Look, thank you so much to Brian for coming on. I just want to say, the fact that he talked about owning some of those Intel calls and then getting rid of them for a loss, let's go. That's what we're all about here every single day. We talked about how today we back and forth in the market wound up being a red day. That's what it's all about. We can't just sit here and talk, this stock looks like it's breaking out, I'm taking it, and then when it doesn't work, we're out, and we don't talk about it. You have to be true to your risk management and the parameters that you set for yourself. So I give a big shout out there for Brian. More respect for that guy every single time I speak to him. So, hey man, thank you everybody for watching. Thank you to Bears vs. Bulls one more time. As Ramin tells me, Sean, we are well past 4:30. All right. Thank you to Brian right now, right here. Canadian. I'm trying to do roll call right now, All right, Bora Hout says thank you to Brian. So do I. Thank you, Brian, as well. I want to say thank you to everybody for staying late, man. We had over 2,300 staying there with us. It really held there. So thank you so much. Jay Haas, Royal Dixon, man. Andrew Chow is here. Michelle Muir is still here. Rich Naples is here. Andrew, yeah. Hey, man. Let's go. Next time I'm in Germany, then I will be hitting up, hopefully, there in October. We'll come through. What's up, Andrew? What's up, Raul? Neil Robb is here. Rondo is here. Justin 484 is here. Mike Breeze, Bears vs. Bulls. The main man himself is here. Dilawar Singh, Andrew Chow. Ozan, if I had the cow right here, I'd blow that for you. That did not sound good. What's up to Jiggly? What's up to the Piper? Hugh is here. Luke, LVMH. Oh, yeah. Sephora, I was actually listening today. We've seen Ulta Beauty to the downside. It's not a buy, man. Sephora's hot. That's LVMH. I'd much rather buy that. Palm Tree, good vibes. Thank you, Sean, and all that. Scratch Life is here. Christopher, Chef Joe. Thank you, Chef Joe. I retweeted some of your tweets today. It means a lot. All the support. Ezekiel's here. I saw you in the main show as well. Trust me, bro, says Red Eye Jedi. Hopefully, Mr. Andrew Rader will grace me with his presence again on our very fine show, maybe even this Thursday. The only way to check that out is by joining us on Thursday, which is in 2 days. Remain. What day is today? Today is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Today is Saturday. Okay. Join us on Thursday. We do have Micron earnings on Wednesday, which is tomorrow. We have Costco earnings on Thursday. This show's going to be wild. Join my friend Neil hosting tomorrow. I'm hosting on Thursday, and I believe he's hosting on Friday, but I don't think we've decided yet. For everybody here, including the one that stays late, but she also comes late, it's Ramin, and there she is right there. We'll see everybody tomorrow. Ciao.